Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament for November 2nd. Going to be our second tournament in November, our first amateur tournament for November. So welcome to Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament if you are participating tonight. Again, that bracket has been released, and we'll get that link posted back into Twitch chat for you guys momentarily. Looking like we have a number of round 1 games this evening, definitely more than 12 teams participating, so we will have our secondary tournament occurring as well. Make sure you check out the website for information about the secondary tournament, where the first 8 teams to play their round 1 or round 2 game and be defeated. So the first 8 teams to actually play a game and lose that matchup have a second chance to play in Not So Stock Gaming's tournament tonight, where they will be competing in the secondary bracket for a similar set of prizes to the main event. So if you do lose early on in the night, check in to see if you were one of those first 8 teams to lose, and make sure you don't miss out on your chance to participate a second time this evening. Also, I have picked a round 1 game for us to enter this evening. Looking like I have the invite here. It's going to be the game between, looking for the correct team names here, I do believe it is the D matchup with Gummy Bunny on the blue side and Headrush Gaming Inc. on the purple side. Had a member of Headrush Gaming Inc. message me earlier on the night asking for clarification about some tournament questions, which I was of course happy to answer, and as I was more than 100% sure his team was there and ready to play, made it quite easy to pick a round 1 game this evening. Again, we do pick a more or less random round 1 game, and then follow the winners of that game through into the next round, all the way through to the finals with the winners of each match in each round. Generally streaming 1 matchup per round, with all games occurring concurrently. Also, as it is now past the hour, matches are free to start. You have about 13 minutes remaining until they actually have to be started. Teams causing delays past the 15-minute mark can be disqualified. Getting questions about teams that do not show up there in my client. Again, guys, if you cannot contact your opponents within 15 minutes of the 7 p.m. mark, and the bracket was released before the 7 p.m. mark despite our technical difficulties this evening, you are free to report a win against your opponents at 15 minutes past the hour, assuming that you have done your very best to get a hold of them. Getting reports that a team was not added to the bracket, but they have signed up. To clarify, guys, did you remember to check in today? Checking in is extremely important to ensure that you are added to the bracket. Again, guys, getting into round 1 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We are going to be catching the D matchup in the tournament bracket tonight. It's going to be Gummy Bunny facing off against Headrush Gaming Inc. for our round 1 game this evening. Getting more questions about the bracket here, about all teams being in there. I believe that all teams that did check in should be on the bracket, assuming that those teams are eligible to participate. Again, guys, heading into round 1 here, looking like one team needs a substitute. I believe Phage Clan will be having No Tails added to their roster. While Liv, can you please clarify that for me? Is it going to be Lights Out XD or No Tails being added to your roster? Looking like No Tails is actually already on your roster, so I've answered that question myself. I do apologize. Adding Lights Out XD to the roster of Phage Clan to participate this evening. Looking like we finally have some members from the blue side joining up into the lobby this evening. Again, it's going to be round 1 between Gummy Bunny and team name Headrush Gaming Inc. waiting on a few more team members to join us. Looking like the purple side is mainly a gold team coming to round one. Again, this is going to be Head Rush Gaming Inc. on the purple side, with Gummy Bunny on the blue side. Seeing a gold and silver summoner on Gummy Bunny, waiting on 3 more summoners to join their team this evening. Also getting a substitute for Team Gummy Bunny is being reported, needing to have Berhurdis added to their roster. Of course, that will be allowed as we are just getting things started up this evening. Do apologize for my silence here, guys. Waiting on 1 more summoner for our round 1 game to get started. About 8 more minutes until all round 1 games need to be started. Apologies for my silence there again. A few more admin questions coming to my client. Looking like a few teams are wondering if they needed me in their game to get started. Again, all round 1 games do occur concurrently. We only get to stream 1 game per round. I have picked the D matchup for this evening's round 1 game. Game going to be between Gummy Bunny and Head Rush Gaming Inc. A name I'm going to stumble over all night long should they progress through past round 1. Getting reports from Chinatown Ye that they signed up and have checked in, but unfortunately the first check-in we have registered for you guys is at 3 minutes to the hour, and check-ins do close at 6:45, 15 minutes before the tournament begins, in order for us to get the bracket formed up. So you would have actually checked in after we formed up the bracket. If a team doesn't show up for their round 1 game, and we will know in roughly 6 minutes if all matches have gotten themselves started, we can possibly swap you in for a team that doesn't show up. Otherwise, we do apologize, we can't modify the bracket at this time to add teams, as it would shuffle things around and cause all sorts of chaos. And we are seeing the 10th summoner into this lobby. Again, guys, heading into round 1 of Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament this evening. It's going to be Dark Orb shoutcasting for you. Getting questions if UW Yo Cowboys have a bye through round 1, and we can check that on the bracket. Looking through here, indeed, seeing them sitting in round 2 with a round 1 bye, waiting for Team Big Dong Muchachos and the Seraph Warriors to conclude their round 1 game. Of course, a number of other teams going to be in that situation with round 1 byes. Looking at Squirtle Squad waiting in the end bracket. I love your name, guys. Again, our round 1 game here is going to be between Gummy Bunnies and Head Rush Gaming Inc. Apologize for my silence there, guys. We are getting underway here for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. Waiting on both teams to be ready to get onto the Rift. Looking like one summoner has actually dropped out here. Not quite sure what's going on. A little bit of troll in the all chat. Going to remind everybody that they do need to remain courteous to both their team, their opponents, and the admins during the evening. Looking like one of those team members did disconnect briefly and will be returning into the lobby as soon as possible. We do have about 4 minutes remaining for this game to get started. Getting reports that I can call, going to check their name here, Headrush Gaming HRG, which I believe I may begin to do throughout this match, having huge trouble with their name this evening. Again, it will be Gummy Bunny against HRG. Yes, that is definitely a little bit nicer to say. Gummy Bunny on the blue side, HRG on the purple side this evening. We are going to be into champion selection just under the wire here. Again, guys, round 1 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. Gummy Bunny on the blue side, HRG on the purple side. This is again round 1 of play. Lee Sin being banned out, and Rise also nearly instantly banned out here. Follows up with a Maokai ban from Gummy Bunny, seeing a top laner and a jungler banned out fairly quickly. Also that top lane ban from HRG with Rise. We'll see what they choose to follow up with. Looking like Kha'Zix will be banned out. Both teams opting for a top laner and a jungler ban. And then we have Morgana as the last ban coming through from Gummy Bunny. Morgana, one of those all-around strong bans. A very strong and game-changing champion, whether she plays as support or in the mid lane, I find. Waiting to see what the final ban here from HRG will be. If they opt for a support ban, potentially Braum or Thresh, or go with a mid lane or even the Tristana ban there. Tristana, never a wrong ban to make. Her and Lucian, 2 of the highly contested ADCs in the current meta. Seeing Purtus now waiting to pick up the first champion for Gummy Bunnies. Again, guys, this will be round 1 of play with Gummy Bunnies on the blue side and HRG on the purple side. 30 seconds remaining for Purtus to pick up a champion for his team. We'll see what they opt to lock in first. A number of strong champions have been banned away, and Surath is going to be hovered over. A mid laner we don't get to see played all that often, but a very strong mid laner nonetheless, has great range and great damage potential. This Surath indeed will be locked in. That hands things over to HRG, and they instantly lock in their bottom lane pair. A Lucian-Janna combo is going to be very strong for them this game. Also getting a few more roster changes reported here. Seeing Vi insta-locked by 2Blaze2, and Azanex picking up a Nami support. Of course, that hands things back over to HRG, where Zilean gets hovered over. It's swapped out for Gragas, Gnar, Brand, and we'll see what Tango for Rango decides to lock in this evening. Seeing Brand and Jarvan 4 hovered over here for HRG. Again, that is Headrush Gaming Inc. On the purple side, Jarvan 4 will be locked in by SkyH Twist. Tango Farango also deciding to lock in the Brand pick he's been hovering over. Unreserved will opt for Vayne here potentially, though I suspect that could end up being changed out. Vayne is actually a strong ADC, but difficult to play. A huge amount of damage potential, but very, very squishy. The Vayne does get locked in though, so we'll see how the synergy between the Vayne and Nami pair in that bottom lane works out against the Lucian-Janna pair for HRG. Mundo also being hovered over here by Leto Ein. I'm not sure how you'd say that name. Alright, the Mundo will get locked in for Gummy Bunny, and then Urgot is being hovered over here by It's a Habit. We'll see if Urgot is his habit, or if that's going to get swapped out here this evening. Looking for a top lane pick, I do believe, for HRG here. Getting reports that Countermeasure is not going to be able to play this evening, meaning that we do have one team waiting, that is Chinatown Ye, who is going to be swapped in their place. So there will be a slight delay for that round 1 game starting, unless Countermeasure had a round 1 bye. Also seeing that Urgot still hovered over here. We'll see if he makes it into the game this evening. Swapped out for a Rumble, though, with 7 seconds remaining. Again, guys, swapping out counter measurements for the team China Ye. Taking a look at the bracket, counter measurements did have a round 1 bye, so China Ye now actually waiting for the game we have on the stream to conclude. So we'll be catching you guys in round 2 of play. Best of luck, of course. And with that, we do have champions finalized into this matchup. 30 seconds remaining for summoners to finalize their runes masteries and their summoner spells, as well as trade around those champions if they are not in the correct roles currently. Taking a look down the board for the blue side, we have a Vayne Nami bottom lane pair. A fed Vayne can be extremely dangerous, and with Vi in the jungle, I expect she will be looking to feed that bottom lane as much as she possibly can. Xerath in the mid lane as well, a great champion to get a little bit of snowball onto. Seeing Vi focusing her ganks into the mid and bottom lane would not surprise me in this matchup, especially with Mundo in the top lane, as once he reaches level 6, he has nearly infinite sustain if he can play that lane correctly. Of course, being against Rumble, he may have difficulty pre-6. We'll see how that lane actually progresses. Looking down the purple side roster, again, that will be Rumble as their top laner, with a Lucian Janna bottom lane pair, Brand in the mid lane, and Jarvan 4 for their jungle. 2 fairly crowd control heavy tanky junglers coming into this matchup. 2 fairly strong mid laners as well, though I believe Xerath does outrange the Brand pick. Brand a great mid lane nonetheless. In the top lane we do have a little bit of outrange by the Mundo, I do believe, over the Rumble, but Rumble without his mana, I apologize, neither of those champions actually requiring mana. Mundo's skills taking away his HP, I do believe. Anyways, guys, we have about 2 minutes of spectator delay remaining, and then we'll be into load screen and onto the Rift for round 1 of play in Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. Getting a few more requests for substitutes coming in here. Looking like the Retads need to have a summoner added to their roster. Of course, we can allow that. One moment, guys. One Christopher being added to the team, the Retads. There you go. Again, guys, about a minute of spectator delay now remaining. We're heading into round 1 of play this evening for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We've picked the D matchup on the bracket. Again, that's going to be Gummy Bunny facing off against Head Rush Gaming Inc., who we're going to be calling HRG throughout the matchup, as it's just a little bit easier to say. Taking a look over at the bracket, going to see exactly how many teams we do have participating this evening. It appears we have 25 teams. I believe that means we have 10 round 1 games. I apologize, going to be 8 round 1 games. Nope, somewhere in the middle. Looks like 9 round 1 games, guys. So 9 of these teams will be heading into the secondary bracket tournament, while the matchup that lasts the longest will actually be unlucky in the fact that they will not get a second chance to participate should they lose that matchup. Again, guys, we do have a secondary bracket tournament happening this evening, as we have more than 12 teams participating, and for our secondary bracket is the first 8 teams to lose in the tournament without forfeiting and without being disqualified. So the first 8 teams to come in, play their matchup, and lose that matchup get a second chance to participate, where they have only 7 other teams to compete against, and a decent chance for some prizing in the evening. And we're going to be onto the Rift here momentarily as we are heading into the load screen, one of my favorite parts of the game, where we get to see these trims and skins. Again, guys, heading into round 1 of play here for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We are going to have Gummy Bunny on the blue side, And they're facing off against HRG on the purple side. Seeing a number of gold trims coming out here from HRG. Only one gold trim from Gummy Bunny, though the Serath is showing a platinum trim. A little bit of decay heading into this season. All of these summoners were currently gold or silver in their solo queue ratings. Again, guys, heading into round 1 of play here, looking like HRG has a fully skinned team, while the Vi and Serath are going to play this one naked for Gummy Bunny. Summoners looking like they've all hit 100%. We should be onto the Rift momentarily, and I am hearing the sounds. Should be seeing the sights here again, heading into round 1 of play here. Gummy Bunny on the blue side, and HRG on the purple side. Items being purchased across the board. Going to get the scoreboard accurately organized. We have the top laners on top. That is Mundo versus Rumble. Junglers just below them being Vi and Jaren 4, with the mid laners in the middle as Serath and Brand, and the bottom lane pairs of Vayne Nami, as well as Lucian Janna, rounding things out in the scoreboard. Rumble actually just finishing his purchase here at the 30-second mark, will be late out of the base. Jarvan 4 placing an amazing ward over the Dragon Pit into that Tribush, a move that I know is possible and we just saw happen, but something I have never personally managed to perfect. Getting a request that we check our email. I have 3 emails coming in here about roster changes. All of those have been affected. If you're not seeing your roster changes affected on the website, please refresh the page, double check to see that you are current in that. Seeing some Pokemon out from Serath in the game here on to Brandon. A little bit of a laugh fest from both of these summoners. Getting a request for the bracket in Twitch chat as well. We will get that posted to you guys momentarily. I'm actually probably going to be in the Twitch chat before you hear me say that. The lovely 30-second encoding delay. Seeing both teams set up here for their bottom half of the jungle buffs, meaning that purple side will be picking up their blue buff to start, while Vi on the blue side picks up a red buff at the beginning here, and buffs are onto the map. Minions also into the mid lane. Serath going for a little bit of early poke onto Brand once again here. Lucian and Janna may be first into the lane here, though Nami and Vayne will be close behind. The Rumble and Mundo are going to be able to get a little bit of poke and contest on each other in the top lane, but not a whole lot is going to occur up there for the next few minutes. Looking like both these summoners are content to focus on their minions currently, though Rumble will get a little bit of damage onto Mundo. In the mid lane, Vi is around that Wraith camp, potentially going for an early gank into mid, though I suspect she will head directly up to her blue buff, as opposed to into the mid lane onto Brand. Looking down the board, things are fairly even, as the first and second wave of minions make it into both lanes. Vayne going for a little bit of poke against Lucian. Lucian will take a small punishment there, but not sit below 3/4 of his HP. Janna also taking some punishment from the Nami, and a Q from Janna does not connect. Janna actually down to about half of her HP there, and Rumble goes back in onto Mundo. Mundo taking a small punishment there, goes down to about half HP in the top lane. Looking for more action as he goes back in for the CS. The flamethrower will come out once again from the Rumble, and Jarvan 4 is heading into the top lane for a gank, which will actually be counter-ganked by the Vi. Both junglers heading towards the top half of the map currently. Jarvan 4 will get in onto the Mundo. Flash comes up from the Mundo onto the opposite side of the map. The Mundo down to about 100 feet. He will be going down here, I believe. Jarvan 4 also getting extremely low. Flash comes out from the Jarvan. Rumble still chasing down the Mundo, looking for a little bit of poke here, pursuing him vigilantly. Poke does come out, but not quite enough to finish off the Mundo. Second one will miss, and Vi is going to get back into range onto Rumble. No first blood quite yet, but Rumble and Jarvan 4, who has come back in, are fairly low here. Vi down to about 400 HP as well. The Rumble will get out, and Vi is going to get collapsed onto by the Brand as Serath comes in well. First Blood will go out onto the Vi in favor of the Rumble from HRG. It's going to be a 4-minute in First Blood in the top half of the purple side jungle, as there is a huge amount of action there. Jungle's heading into the top lane, and mid laners being forced to respond. Action into the bottom lane, as well as a nice bubbles from the Nami cost Janna her life. Vayne capitalizing on the crowd control extremely effectively. Rumble and Mundo in the top lane are both fairly low here. Mundo could be taking a little bit more punishment than he's looking for. Bottom lane, Vayne and Nami have both just leveled up. I apologize. Vayne hitting level 4, Nami still level 3. Lucian's also reached level 4 in the bottom lane. Taking a look up the levels, we are not seeing level 6s yet come out across the map. Mid laners and top laners also sitting at level 4 currently. Vi back into her jungle, and something that I didn't really note with Vi going down as First Blood to the Rumble. Rumble is farming in the top lane with double buffs currently. Going to give him a distinct advantage, or should be giving him a distinct advantage. We're actually seeing Mundo manage to last hit much more effectively than Rumble right now, having a 5 farm advantage. In the bottom lane, Vayne actually 10 farm over the Lucian as well, though with Janna going down fairly early, that's not completely unexpected. Jarvan for Wilkin, it's going to be a fairly effective gank that Vayne will get locked down. Heal comes out from Vayne as well. Exhaust onto Jarvan, but it has expired. Vayne will go down to a double shot from the Lucian. Nami is still taking pressure. They're down to about 300 HP, and HRG will disengage from that fight. Now with a 2-to-1 kill score, they have about a 500 gold advantage over Gummy Bunnies. Again, guys, this is round 1 of play for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. We have Gummy Bunnies on the blue side and HRG on the purple side. Mundo once again taking huge pressure in the top lane, opting not to recall here. Rumble has actually caught up in farm to the Mundo. Mundo sitting under his turret, pressured fairly heavily by the double buff Rumble. Rumble is getting caught up and slightly ahead here. Pinks coming out from both the mid and bottom lane that members of the purple side are MIA, but Brand has returned to lane. Janna and Lucian are slowly making their way back out to the bottom lane. About 5 seconds till Janna gets there, maybe 15 for the Lucian to return to that lane, running all the way back out from a base. Looking, Jarvan 4 is going to recall from his jungle. Rumble also getting huge pressure against the Mundo at this time, but Mundo has reached level 6 just before the Rumble. Rumble reaches level 6 as well as Mundo goes in, feeling empowered by his ultimate. It is not going to be enough to keep him alive as Rumble picks up the 3rd kill for HRG. Coming into the 7.5 minute mark here, we are seeing a slight advantage for HRG. They're up only about 700 gold, though they have a 2 kill advantage currently. We've seen Rumble do fairly well in the top lane, picking up First Blood onto Vi in a huge fight where 6 summoners were involved. Also picking up a solo kill onto Mundo in the top lane as Mundo potentially overextended, feeling empowered by his ultimate just becoming available. Also, Lucian in the bottom lane picked up the 3rd kill for their team, and Vayne has the only kill currently for Gummy Bunnies on the blue side. Vayne and Nami doing a great job getting pressure in the bottom lane here, being forced off of that bottom lane outer turret as minions return into the lane here though. Lucian and Janna looking for some action onto either Vayne or the Nami. Nami doing a great job of keeping the bottom lane pair from HRG zoned off of their farm for the most part. Mundo gets pressure towards Rumble's turret in the top lane, and as he does that, begins to roam towards the mid lane, potentially dropping a sight ward into the Tribush. We are seeing a ping onto Brand in the mid lane. I think Mundo is going to go for an early kill here, potentially looking to get himself caught up after feeding 1 kill over onto the Rumble early on. Pings the video from the first side. Jarvan 4 has spotted Mundo. Mundo going to come in behind Brand's turret. Vi also into the mid lane. Brand will go down here. Jarvan 4 locks up the Mundo under the turret, though. Flash comes out from the Mundo. Takes one turret hit, not a second one, getting out of range just in time. Will get out of that situation with his life. Still a great play by the J4. Not quite enough to pick up that kill, nor save the Brand's life. Rumble in the top lane doing as much work as he possibly can, getting a minion wave to the turret. A second minion wave now advancing onto that top lane outer turret. He will not remain around for the pressure, but looks like he could go for a little bit of counter jungle here. No, just going to drop a ward into a fairly safe place there and look to get back into lane quickly. Looks like our first win report is trickling here. I do see a loss coming in from Silence to Death, meaning that Popcorn Gaming has won their round 1 game and will be facing off against 1v1 Baron You Won't in round 2 of play. Vayne and Nami also getting pressure onto this bottom lane outer turret at the 10-minute mark here. We have not seen any turrets go down yet, and we are seeing a fairly close game. Only a 300 gold divergence between these two teams. Only one kill over in favor of HRG right now with a 3-2 kill score. We're looking pressure in the top lane against the Mundo, and Jarvan 4 looking like he could head up towards the top lane as well after just effecting some counter jungle. Mundo will activate his ultimate to stay healthy in the top lane. Rumble affecting a huge amount of pressure under Mundo's turret though. Tuan After's ultimate is at half HP, and Native Bear on the Rumble is fairly low here. Mundo could successfully pick up a kill. The ultimate comes out from the Rumble. Both of those summoners very low here, and the kill goes over onto the Mundo with Rumble remaining at about 100 HP. Also, a blue buff goes over onto Brand, handed over to him by the Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4 being empowered by a blue buff as well, stolen from the blue side's Vi. Jarvan 4 heading for a gank in the bottom lane. Nami and Vayne already on their way out. Exhaust comes out onto Nami. Exhaust coming out onto Jarvan 4 as well. Ultimate comes out from the Jarvan 4, but he's forced to flash out of his own ultimate, and Vayne will flash over it as well to pick up the kill. Vi now into the bottom lane here. Janna could be in trouble. Janna will go down. Going to be a double kill for the blue side Vayne right now, and ultimate comes out from the Strath, but going to be punished by the Brand here. Seeing Strath go down to about half his HP after a fairly strong burst from the run. A little bit of a slow response from both of those summoners though. Vi, Nami, and Strath could potentially be setting up for a dragon play here. Strath spots out a vision ward in the pixel, which will an office to take that down. Vayne will come in to assist with the dragon. It looks like it could be uncontested here, though Brand is roaming down the river. Contest onto Strath here, could get himself into trouble in a 4 versus 1 though as well. There will be a dragon for Gummy Bunnies here. They now have a 1500 gold advantage, so they have evened out the kill score and picked up the first dragon of the game. Strath looking for some pressure in the mid lane. Looks like Jarvan 4 will respond to that to keep Braun either alive or let him recall here. Brandon down to about 400 HP. Strath could be looking for a little bit of additional poke to take him down. That poke not quite able to connect. Strath not overly healthy here in the mid lane either. See whose ultimate comes up first here. Brand's ulti is actually available. Strath's is on cooldown. Brand looking to go in onto the Strath. Gets a little bit of poke thrown onto him though. Mundo not quite able to engage onto Rumble in the top lane. Lucian and Janna have gotten pressure onto that bottom lane outer turret, looking for their first turret of the game, and it will go down to an advance from the Lucian Janna pair. Only Nami being there to contest it. Vayne slowly getting back out to the lane. Lucian and Janna will get back into safety quite successfully. Nami could get out of here as the Janna and Lucian look for a bit of pressure. The ultimate comes out from the Nami. I believe that catches on. Lucian does not connect onto either summoner from HRG. Vayne takes out the ward drop down from the Janna though. Quick thinking by the Vayne Nami pair to get enough auto attacks onto that before their vision expired. Brand, however, could be in trouble in the mid lane. Mundo and Vi there to connect on him, and Sarath coming in from behind. All coming out from the Sarath. but Mundo picks up the kill. Now a 5-4 kill score here in favor of Gummy Bunny on the blue side, seeing them with roughly a 1,000 gold advantage despite the first turret of the game going down here to HRG in the bottom lane. We did see that first dragon go over to Gummy Bunny. Mundo looking to defend his turret in the top lane, prevent that second outer tier turret from going down on their side of the map. Looking like Vayne will pick up a red buff for herself as we near the 15-minute mark of this game. Roaming back into the bottom lane with assistance from the Vi, potentially looking to engage onto the Lucian-Janna pair. Vayne will spot out. The Lucian gets a one auto attack in there, but a Q comes out from the Janna, almost stopping her advance. Vayne tumbles back in there for a nice crit onto Janna. Culling will come out from Lucian, and this time does effectively stop the Vayne's advance. Mundo in the top lane, fairly free farming against his turret, sitting down, however, 25 farm under the Rumble at this time. Rumble doing extremely well for his team, has the best farm on his team, as well as 3 of their 4 kills. Rumble, of course, being out-farmed by the Vayne on Gummy Bunny, who also has 3 kills, but has died in this matchup where Rumble has not yet to go down. Sorry, has yet to go down, has not yet been killed. Slurring those 2 sentences together. Poke comes up from this Wrath onto Lucian in the middle. We're going to have a 3 versus 3 contest here. Could see the first mid lane turret going down, potentially. Vayne and Nami being fairly brave against the Brand, get a fair amount of damage onto the Janna, and Vayne opts to blast her back with her ultimate. Jarvan 4 getting caught out by the bubbles from Nami, not able to engage on the Vayne-Nami pair. Going to have 4 members now of HRG into the mid lane. Vi and Mundo dealing with pressure, Vi dealing with pressure in the bottom lane. Mundo making his way out back into the top lane, also comes out from Jarvan 4 in the mid lane, but Vayne picks up that kill. Vayne being engaged onto heavily by the Lucian. Lucian could go down here, though. Indeed, Lucian will go down, going to be Jarvan 4 and Lucian going down. Vayne still alive through that engagement, now down to 300 HP as damage comes in from the Brand, taking down to the passive, not quite a passive, but the passive from his skill that does degen from the Brand, the burn effect. It is enough to finish off the Vayne, and now we're going to see a turnaround potentially for HRG as those two continue the fight against Gummy Bunnies. Rumble finally coming into the mid lane here. Vi will re-engage, and Brand actually goes down from HRG, potentially not the turnaround they were looking for here. Rumble could go down as well. Indeed, Sarath will pick up a double kill. Janna getting fairly low, but Mundo will take 2, make that 3, make that 4 turret hits, and cost himself his life. Janna picks up a kill. Sarath throws his ultimate, but none of those hits will connect onto the Janna. Janna pulling off all the jukes in the world right now. Manages to maintain her life and will begin to recall here, I believe. Indeed, a great play by HRG's Janna there. Enough to keep their turret alive, enough to keep herself alive, but not enough to make her team win that team fight. Seeing Gummy Bunny still with only roughly a 1,000 gold advantage. They are down by 2 turrets currently. Rumble's been successful in taking down that top lane outer turret. Lucian and Janna have also been successful taking down a bottom lane outer tier turret. But with mid lane turrets, all mid lane turrets are still on the map. And of course, that first dragon did go down in favor of Gummy Bunnies. They are up 2 kills as well, giving them a 1,000 gold advantage at this time. Also, looking at the farm numbers, things are fairly even, aside from in the top lane, where Rumble has roughly a 30 farm advantage over the Mundo. Of course, in the mid lane, Sarath has roughly a 20 farm advantage over Brand, and Vayne has a 20 farm advantage over the Lucian as well, which seems to even out the overall farm numbers, kind of counteracting the advantage that Rumble has currently in the top lane. Taking a look down the goal score, Rumble has about 200 gold over Vayne on the blue team, so doing very, very well for himself, despite not being able to carry the game for his team quite yet. We'll see how things progress so as we get into the mid and late game. Nami will go down in the bottom lane, and Vayne could be in trouble here, though she will pick up a kill onto the Lucian. Exchanging the support for the ADC could be a very good trade. Ultimate comes out from the Janna, though, keeping Jarvan 4 alive. Vayne not quite able to pick up the double kill there. It looked like she had that one. Mundo is getting extremely low here, goes back in for a little bit more damage onto the Rumble. Rumble just missing that second poke. Mundo could remain alive through that fight. Looking currently at a 10-8 kill score in favor of Gummy Bunnies, a 2-0 turret score in favor of HRG. by re-engaging onto the Rumble. Mundo will continue the engagement as well. Rumble looks to pick up the kill onto Mundo, but does not manage that before he goes down. Vi succeeding in getting the last hit there. Brand looking for a little bit of farm there, actually misses his skill onto them. Mundo finally backing from the top lane. Vi will look for pressure against that top lane outer turret. Vayne doing the same thing in the bottom lane. Actually engages onto Janna under the turret as Lucian comes back into the lane. Vayne goes down to about half her HP, but will quickly begin to regen as she farms out on those minions. Seeing pings from the blue side onto that mid lane outer turret. Not quite sure what they have planned here. Vayne and Nami doing a great job of zoning the Lucian behind their bottom lane outer turret. Vayne and Nami will continue the engagement well behind this turret, and Lucian will go down to the Vayne. Vayne and Nami should turn around here. Actually, Vayne begins to proxy farmers and make their way back towards the turret. They do have minions in range, and Vayne will begin to finish off that bottom lane turret, making now a 2-2-1 turret score. Mundo looking to make it 2-2 as he exchanges the top lane turret as well, potentially. Vayne juking away from the damage coming out from the Brand, comes back into this, and ultimate comes out from the Nami, connects onto Jan, ultimate comes out from the Serath, and Vayne will go down here. For ultimating onto the Nami as well. This will be 2 kills onto HRG. Maybe now a 13-10 kill score, still in favor of Gummy Bunnies, but a great play there by the purple side. Ward comes out from the Janna, spots out the Serath as Vi also comes in. Jaren4 going to go a little bit ham here. It's going to be the mid laner and jungle versus the support in jungle, though Rumble is making his way into the bottom lane here, so it will be a 3 versus 2 in favor of HRG. That bottom lane tier turret has also gone down, so Serath could be in trouble. Indeed, Serath will go down. Vi looking to dash away from this. The flash comes out from the Janna, but the Q does not connect. Rumble hammering away on the top lane outer turret here. That turret will go down to about a quarter of its HP. Looks like he has enough time to finish this off before anyone can get into range to respond to it. The purple side will respond with a dragon play, and Rumble actually teleports back up to the top lane, so he will get there in time to respond, but the turret goes down nonetheless. Could cost Mundo his life. And Vi looking to respond to the dragon play, does not jump in time. Gets locked down over by the Jarvan. Looks to come back into this. Could have to flash over the wall, but does have her dash available. Purple side will back off of that despite them being in a 3 versus 1 situation in their favor. Mundo effects recall from the top lane, and Rumble will look for a little bit of additional pressure here. Vayne also picking up her second red buff of the game. Again, guys, we have Gummy Bunnies on the blue side here with HRG on the purple side. This is round 1 of play. Looking like we've actually had a second round 1 game conclude this evening. Looking like Yisung Is So Sexy has won their round 1 game, so congratulations to that team. Also, guys, just a quick reminder about the secondary tournament. If you do lose a round 1 game, you are likely going to qualify into that secondary event tonight. The first 8 teams qualifying to participate in a second tournament this evening. Getting some action in the mid lane here. Janna is fairly low, looking to continue that engagement for her team, though. Jarvan4 is going to go a little bit hand. The ultimate comes out from the Nami, but he jumps over, picking up a kill onto the Nami. Rumble picks up the kill, actually, but Jarvan4 has overextended, looking to go down under that turret. Indeed, he will go down to the Serath. Vi will also go down, though, to the Brand. Going to be a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of HRG so far. Sonya's also comes out here from the Rumble, but Mundo looks to continue that engagement. Rumble taking turret hits here, getting fairly low, but Mundo also getting fairly low. The ultimate comes out from the Jen and blasting him back under the turret, potentially costing them a kill here. Serath down to about 300 HP as 4 members from HRG hound away onto this mid lane outer tier turret, and it will go down, making that a 3-4-3 turret score. Mundo forced to flash out of this engagement. Lucian looking for a kill here. Will take 1 turret hit, 2 turret hits, gets stunned down to about 400 HP. Pokemon out from the Serath, does not connect though. Comes out from the Janna, not able to connect again. Mundo looking to chase down the Lucian. I think Lucian could pick up a kill here. Janna gets vision onto the Mundo, looks to continue the engagement onto Mundo. Serath also in range here, and Brand coming back in for the fight. Going to be action into the bottom lane as Vayne picks up a kill onto the Jarvan4, looking for a kill onto the Rumble. Rumble forced to flash out under that turret, but Vayne will pick up the double kill by herself. Brand getting extremely low here in this fight will go down to the Mundo as Nami comes back into the fight. Serath still on the map, looking to back fairly soon, potentially Vi also coming back out into her jungle, seeing another turret go down there. Looking, that was that bottom lane inhibitor going down to the Vayne. The split push from this Vayne being extremely effective for Gummy Bunny right now. They will pick up an inhibitor as well. Indeed, we are seeing that purple side inhibitor go down in the bottom lane. A great play by Gummy Bunny's Vayne. Of course, a great play by the remainder of their team as well. A little bit of an overextension potentially by HRG in the mid lane team fight. Vayne managed to push down the bottom lane, did a great job, and Rumble picks up a double kill for his team here. Looking like Gummy Bunnies could have the tides turned back around despite just picking up that bottom lane inhibitor turret. Sorry, bottom lane inhibitor turret and inhibitor. Mundo actually managing to recall from that bottom lane bush. Rumble is not able to engage on that in time, but will continue to exert pressure into the bottom lane here while the remainder of HRG pushes into the mid lane. Serath will get cut out by the Jarvan for the rest of the team, a little bit slow to respond to that advance. Looking to farm out on those minions, get pressure onto this mid lane inner turret. Inner turret will go down about a quarter of its HP, almost down to half HP. They're going to be forced off as Mundo gets into lane. Serath will also return as Nami comes out as well. Vayne and Vi coming in from behind. Going to be a 5 versus 4 fight here in favor of Gummy Bunny. Jarvan 4 goes down almost instantly. Rumble being extremely low here makes this a 2 versus 5 fight. Vayne comes into range and will quickly pick up that outer tier turret, getting 3 auto attacks to finish it off as it only gets 1 turret hit onto the Vayne. Going to see Gummy Bunny look to pursue up the mid lane here for a fairly hard siege, and a well-placed bubbles from the Nami onto Lucian as he just comes into range. A well-utilized sight ward under that mid lane inner turret. Indeed, that inner turret will go down. Vayne looking for more here. The rest of her team is still here and fairly healthy. I believe Mundo has his ultimate available. Actually does not have his ultimate available, but it will be coming up fairly quickly. I do apologize, I had a quick roster change to effect for Squirtle Squad as they're getting ready for their round 2 game, and Nasty Nas joining their team for the evening. Of course, they had a round 1 bye, so we will allow them that roster change. This is technically their first game in the evening. Nami looking for some vision control, utilizes her vision ward to clear out a purple side sight ward before effecting a recall from the dragon side pixel bush. Vayne also looking for a little bit of additional farm on Vi's Wolf Camp. Well, that is not Vi's Wolf Camp, that is a little bit of counter jungle being performed here by the blue team. Again, a fairly close game here so far, but HRG is now down by 3 turrets. Vayne being successful in split pushing down that bottom lane inhibitor and taking down the inhibitor as well. Only a 2 kill divergence between these two teams, so we are seeing roughly a 4,000 overall gold advantage in favor of Gummy Bunnies. Most of that gold is going to be onto the Vayne. Vayne sitting up about 4,000 gold over the purple side ADC. That is onto Lucian, who has about 7,400 gold to Vayne's 1,106. Sorry, 11,600. Blue side will initiate onto Dragon here and will go down uncontested. It's going to be the 2nd or 3rd dragon they are picking up in this game. But that's actually their 2nd dragon by managing not quite the steal onto the 2nd dragon of the game where we had HRG set up for it. The bottom inhibitor will be coming up fairly soon. Blue side not able to utilize the bottom inhibitor going down to pick up a Baron play for themselves. They have picked up a fair amount of additional pressure. We've just seen Janna and Rumble both go down. It will cost Vayne her life after picking up the double kill though. Engagement will continue as Nami lands a nice bubble. The ultimate coming out from the Srath. Mundo going full ham here. Brand should go down, will go down as Lucian looks to juke into that and juke back out. Jarvan 4 is going to be in trouble here as Vi picks up a kill. Lucian unfortunately not able to get out of that situation. Mundo too tanky at this point. They're looking to pick up that that bottom lane inhibitor once again here and potentially end the game. Only 4 seconds till Janet comes back up, though I don't think they're going to have time to finish things off here. They will be successful taking down that bottom lane inhibitor. Q comes out from the Janet. We're going to see all 4 remaining members from Gummy Bunny look to engage onto these Nexus turrets. Rumble back onto the map. Gummy Bunny fairly low here. First Nexus turret will go down there. Vi down about 100 HP. Mundo continuing the engagement. Mundo down to 300 HP. Begins to back off this one. Make that 2 turrets. The Q comes out from Janna. He is still alive, but he will go down to an auto attack from the Janna. Rumble picks up a double kill. Looks to continue on to Nami, but Nami almost picks up the kill, and Jarvan 4 finishes her off, coming in just in time. Vayne now the only summon remaining alive on the side of Gummy Bunnies, though Vayne by herself has been fairly scary, managing to succeed in 1v2 and 1v3 situations. And we are going to see HRG now set up for the first Baron play of the game. Gummy Bunny is coming back onto the map, is not in position to contest, and Baron is down to half of his HP. This could be a great play for HRG. They are down about 6,000 gold, down 4 turrets, but only down by 2 kills at this point. This Baron could actually put them back into the game. Okay, guys, having a number of win reports coming in here. Have Clanra and Sally on top of doing the bracket updates for us this evening, so give us a few moments while we get those matches recorded onto the bracket, and as soon as both teams are showing into round 2, you are free to start those round 2 games. Again, do please be patient with us as we get wins that you report to us affected onto the bracket. It can take up to a few minutes for us to do that. If you don't see it happening, though, feel free to message us on Twitch or message me in-game, and I will double-check that all win reports we have are getting affected onto the bracket currently. In there, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games that have currently concluded and affected onto the bracket. Seeing some action in the game at hand, though, as Jarvan 4 Pacific Heal onto the Vi. Ultimate will come out from the Serath, but Nami goes down to Jarvan 4 as he picks up a double kill. A great play here by HR. They have now evened out the kill score, with Nami and Vi being down for 30 seconds, though Vayne is in the mid lane, looking like Vayne is going to be collapsed on fairly quickly here. King's out from the Janna, not able to connect. Vayne almost had that second inhibitor turret as she split pushed away. Ultimate comes out from Vayne and she will tumble over the wall. Jarvan 4 will engage onto her though, and the Q comes out from Janna, not able to connect. Vayne down to 100 HP, she will go down. Mundo and Serath, however, are in the top lane as Vayne distracts the entirety of HRG. Mundo Serath will succeed in taking down this top lane inner turret, despite HRG having a Baron buff for themselves currently. We are seeing a pause come out here, looking like Brand has disconnected from the match, and as we are past the 5-minute mark into this game, unfortunately a restart cannot be allowed should he not return, though both teams are allowed up to 15 minutes of pause time, so I suspect that Brand will be able to get into this match in a fairly timely manner, and we will be able to continue in a 5 versus 5 fashion. Of course, should he not, and 15 minutes should go by, they will be forced to play this through in a 5 versus 4 manner, which is always unfortunate. Indeed, we're seeing Brand reconnect fairly quickly here. And while we wait for the pause timer to tick down, I'm going to take a quick look across the scoreboard. Still seeing Rumble do extremely well for a team. He's sitting 11, 4, and 6. That's a huge kill participation. 24 kills for his team, 17 that he has been involved in. For the blue side, Vayne also doing fairly well for her team, is sitting 10-6 into not quite as impressive a kill score. She does have 243 farm at this point in the game though, doing very well in managing those last hits and clearing out those minion waves, getting huge amounts of pressure for the blue side. And we are going to be back into play here. Brand says, sorry for disconnecting ever the courteous players. Bottom inhibitor sound like it will be coming back up momentarily. HRG has been fairly successful in maintaining pressure off of that turret, off of that inhibitor spot, seeing those minions forced out all the way to the midpoint of that bottom lane. Those siege minions or super minions are still coming in again, so do have a little bit of pressure they'll need to mitigate to keep that inhibitor alive. Inhibitor has now respawned onto the map for them. They're going to be in a decent position here, though Baron will be, the Baron buff will be expiring off of them momentarily. With that bottom lane inhibitor back on the map, they could be looking for a mid lane siege of their own here, or potentially sieging down into the bottom lane, knowing that it is their most vulnerable position. And Vayne has been fairly successful so far in split pushing for her team every time HRG tries to make a play for themselves. I think Brand has lost it. Going a little crazy running around here. We are going to be back into action though. Seems like he's found the minions. Indeed, Brand, where are you going? Finds Mundo. That skin, oh that skin. If you want to look cool playing Brand, that's the way to do it. A little bit more poke onto Mundo here from the Brand, poke coming out from the Rumble as well. And Mundo losing about a quarter of his HP to that double shot coming out from the Lucian onto Nami as well. More poke coming through, connects onto Mundo once again, I believe, seeing HRG look to mount a huge base defense here. We have all 5 of their summoners in the mid lane on this mid lane inhibitor turret. We'll see if they can manage to pick up a pick here. 5 members of Gummy Bunny are involved in a siege, so they're going to fall off and look to pick up a dragon here for themselves. Again, Gummy Bunnies has roughly a 4,000 gold advantage over HRG. We are at the 34-minute mark in this game, so not that huge of a gold advantage. The Dragon will look to increase their gold score lead, though. Mundo pushing down into the bottom lane. Rumble and Jarvan 4, as well as the Brand will respond to this, see if Mundo can be caught out by them. Mundo will get caught out by the Rumble, so but Nami is going to respond. This remainder of the purple side is not going to come in. They will be forced off of that advancement, looking to keep this bottom lane inhibitor alive once again, as 5 members from Gummy Bunny come into the bottom lane. Pressure coming in on inhibitor down to half his HP. Vayne doing huge amounts of damage with her auto attacks. Inhibitor will go back down. Jarvan 4 going to get a nicely placed ultimate onto the Vayne. Mundo also caught out in that. Ultimate comes up from the Nami as well as the Janna through this fight. Everybody going everywhere right here. Serath looking to back off this. Nami taking huge pressure from the Rumble. Nami will go down. We've seen Nami and Vayne, both and Lucians also go down in this fight. Janna looking to retreat from this as Mundo and Vi continue the engagement. Mundo and Vi could look for pressure onto that Nexus turret, though Serath is getting pressured out by the Jarvan and Rumble. They're looking to save on the Serath. Sorry, looking for a save on the Serath. Zhonya's comes out. Serath will remain alive for the time being. There are 4 members of HRG onto him. Mundo could be in trouble as well. Will flash out over their base wall. Rumble follows him up with the flash of his own. Slow coming out onto the Mundo. Mundo go down to about 200 HP. Mundo will go down. Only a buy remaining for Gummy Bunny. Looking like she will be safe as she makes her way back to her half of the map and begins to recall from that Tribush potentially. Actually making her way farther back onto her side of the map. Realize she is now safe into the river and begins to recall. HRG looking to siege down into the mid lane here, looking for that mid lane inner turret potentially. Jarvan 4 and Brand going to head in as Jarvan begins to face tank it. Rumble did not come with them though. We'll see if they have enough damage to finish this off while Jarvan 4 is tanking it. Turret down to about a quarter of its HP, but Jarvan 4 is down to a quarter of his HP as well, and Vayne will make his way into the map. Into range to contest against the Jarvan 4 and the Brand. Rumble getting visual control around the Dragon Pit here. I didn't even, now know that Dragon was taken once again by Gummy Bunny. Looking like we have about a minute and a half of time remaining on that Dragon, though it could be a little longer. Not seeing it on my screen currently. 30 seconds remaining until Baron is back to being available, though. Again, guys, is looking like 7 round 1 games have concluded. Just 2 more round 1 games underway. Either the losers of this matchup or the losers of the matchup between Team Big Dong Muchachos and Seraphnas Warriors will be the last team qualifying into the secondary event before we release that bracket as well for the evening. Again, guys, if you have lost your round 1 game and you're waiting for that secondary bracket to begin, we have one more team waiting to lose, and we've seen Baron go down here to the blue side this time. Now 1 Baron to 1 for these teams, a 4-kill advantage in favor of HRG. They are still down ever by 5,000 gold, and Gummy Bunnies now has Baron in their favor. Mundo is an extreme tank here, mitigating the damage from both Lucian and Rumble in this fight. Ultimate comes out from the Serath, and Rumble could be in trouble here, but it's going to be a killing spree onto Vi for the Brand. And well played for the Brand. Brand picking up a double kill before Rumble does go down. Jarvan also fairly well here. Rumble going down to the Serath in that fight. Vayne picks up the kill onto Jarvan, going to be a 3-4-2 trade as Brand picks up a triple kill. Brand going full crazy here, back onto the Serath. Flash coming out from the Lucian as Lucian goes full ham onto Serath. We could see the Baron buff being removed from all summoners from the blue side here. Mundo is down to about 500 HP as Brand and Janna continue the engagement onto him, but there is huge pressure from the minions into their base. Super minions spawning from the bottom lane, making sure that that Nexus turret gets destroyed. Their Nexus is now going to get hammered away onto. HRG is going to be forced to respond to this, but Mundo is also coming into their base to assist with his minions. Brand is going to do his best to control this fight. Janna coming back into things as well. Mundo back down to behind. His ultimate has been activated, though he's regenerating extremely quickly. Janna looking for a Q. They're not able to connect it. Mundo back up to almost half HP here, looking to X-peak the Nexus. Mundo, can you do it? Minions have been forced off. A second wave coming back into the bottom lane, though. Mundo going to be forced out of this as the entirety of HRG begins to respawn. Mundo will go down in their base. Still a great play and a huge distraction by the Mundo. HRG's bottom lane inhibitor will also come back onto the map as that happens, so you would have had no chance of actually succeeding in finishing off the Nexus. Even if there were a few more seconds before HRG's members had respawned, the inhibitor coming up would have stopped his advancements against it. A little bit of a lull in the action here as Jarvan 4 begins to recall. Again, that inhibitor has respawned onto the bottom lane of the map in favor of HRG. They are now 6 kills up over Gummy Bunnies, but they are still down by 4,000 gold, down by 6 turrets as well. They have removed the Baron buff, however, from Gummy Bunnies after Gummy Bunnies successfully took down Baron in an earlier play. Some huge action into the bottom lane as Rumble gets caught out all by himself against 4 members of Gummy Bunnies. Gummy Bunnies will have a huge advantage. You're going to be 5 versus 4 for the next minute of play, and they're going to look to siege down into the bottom lane where there is only an inhibitor defending that lane. HRG is grouped up around this bottom lane inhibitor, looking to keep it alive as long as possible. Mundo taking a huge amount of pressure here. Vi makes her way into range, Serath into range as well. Vayne and Nami coming in from behind. The inhibitor looking like it will go down. Into the inhibitor once again, going down in the bottom lane. But that's the 4th time we're seeing Gummy Bunnies take down that bottom lane inhibitor. There are no Nexus turrets remaining. They're going to begin onto the Nexus almost immediately. Formers of HRG are here to contest it. Mundo taking a huge amount of pressure there, but Jarvan 4 will be forced to flash out. Vayne with only 300 HP. She does have Guardian Angel available to exhaust onto Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4 will go down, but he has his Guardian Angel as well. Jarvan 4 coming back up momentarily. Rumble back up in 7 seconds. The Nexus down to about a quarter. They are going to start focusing the Nexus. Nexus could go down here. This will be the game in favor of Gummy Bunnies. That is going to be round 1 of play here in Not So Stuck Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. That is round 1 concluding, aside from one last match we're waiting for a win report from. And indeed, Headrush Gaming Inc. will be the 8th team that has lost a match. Is going to be the last team qualifying into the secondary bracket tournament. So give us a few moments and we'll have that bracket released for you guys. Also going to be looking for a member of Team Gummy Bunnies to invite me into the next round of play here. Apologize for my silence here, guys. Quick admin issues to deal with there. Somebody not quite sure how they report their wins. Again, guys, you do report your wins to the same page that you would have checked in through. Instead of checking check-in, you would check report match or report win. Yes, I apologize, guys. It is a drop-down for the round of play, which can be left as blank or selected as 1 when you're checking in, and 3 radial buttons of win, check-in, or loss. So when you conclude a match, you select either win or loss, depending on your win and loss status. And when you're checking in, of course, you would select check-in. Again, looking to get into this round 2 game between Gummy Bunnies and not Countermeasure. As Countermeasure reported they would not be playing this evening, will be Chinatown, yeah. See who's on Chinatown, see if I have a summoner from that team, get us into the matchup before it gets itself started. Would be unfortunate to have them start up without the stream. Again, guys, we're heading into round 2 here. Also, the secondary bracket tournament will be starting up momentarily. Looking like I do have an invite into that round 2 game, guys. Alright, looking like everybody is also ready, just waiting on one more summoner to come into the lobby. I think it's Latoine or Latoine. Lechois? Are you French, Lechois? Sorry, just looking at the in-game chat there. Unfortunately, I was having trouble pronouncing the name Letoine earlier on, having reports that it is Latoine or Latoine, or however exactly you would pronounce that, not phoneticking that as well as we could be. Anyways, guys, heading into round 2 here. I do believe it's going to be Chinatown, yeah, facing off against Gummy Bunny. Also, the secondary bracket is showing up on the webpage here. Second bracket has been released for you guys. If you have any problems finding your opponents, please let us know. If it takes them more than 15 minutes to field their team, or you find they are currently in games, etc., etc., we will add the next couple of teams to lose in place of teams that do not show up for that secondary tournament. Reports that one of the summoners here has to restart their tournament. I mean, restart their League client. We're not restarting the tournament, that would be unfair. Just restarting the League client of one of these summoners heading into round 2 of play here. Again, it's going to be Chinatown, yeah, on the blue side, and Gummy Bunnies on the purple sides this evening. Getting some requests in Twitch chat that we watch the UW Cowboys. For those of you not aware of how the stream generally works here for Not So Stock, we pick a more or less random round 1 game. I had a member of one of the teams message me pre-tournament asking a couple of questions, so I decided that we would go with them for round 1, as I knew they'd be available and raring to play. So we got to see that round 1 game between HRG and Gummy Bunny, where Gummy Bunny emerged victorious, which means we're going to be heading into round 2, where we follow the winners of our previous round into the next round of play on the stream, meaning we have Gummy Bunnies for our round 2 game, and they're facing off against Chinatown, yeah. Seeing Turtle the Cat jump into the lobby, that is not the summoner we were looking for. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here. Alright, guys, we are going to be into a champion selection here. It's going to be, once again, Chinatown, yeah, on the blue side, and Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Seeing Rammus as the first ban coming out here from Chinatown, yeah. An interesting ban, as we didn't see Gummy Bunny playing Rammus in round 1 of play, and we don't traditionally see all that many Rammuses played at really any level of play in the current meta. Morgana will also be banned out by Gummy Bunnies here. Morgana, one of those standard bans, not surprised to see her being removed from play here this evening. Seeing Rumble now banned out by team name. Team name is, I apologize guys, it's Chinatown, yeah, on the blue side. Can't believe I almost forgot that. Indeed, we are seeing a Rumble banned out by Chinatown, yeah, and we did see a great Rumble game by HRG in the last round. So not the team that actually won that round of play. It was actually the purple side in round 1 that played the Rumble. So potentially a miscalled target ban here. The Rumble, an all-around strong champion at the gold to platinum level. This is a bronze to gold tournament. So seeing Rumble come in and play it fairly well means you are doing fairly well, as the Silver Rumbles tend to have a little bit more difficulty with that mechanic. Of course, I've tried Rumble a few times and had zero luck on him myself. We're also going to see Zed, Yasuo, and Tristana banned out, leading to a Thresh pick for Element 9, the first champion to select for Team Chinatown yet. Also a Nami being hovered over here by Azen X on Gummy Bunny. The Nami and the Caitlyn will actually be locked in here for Gummy Bunny. We saw them play a Nami in round 1, so I believe their ADC was a Lucian pick. No, it was a Vayne pick for their ADC. It was a Vayne Nami pair in the bottom lane for Gummy Bunny during round 1 of play. Going to see a Nami Caitlyn pair for them in this game. Lucian being almost insta-locked in by Chinatown, yeah, and Gnar also being hovered over here. The Gnar will get locked in here for Chinatown, yeah, which hands things back over here to Gummy Bunny, waiting on Unreversed and Letoin to pick up their champions, or Letoin, or I know you tried to tell me how to say it, and I really do apologize. The Orianna will be locked in here for Unreversed. Jace still being hovered over here. We'll see if Jace makes it into the matchup at hand. Again, guys, this is going to be round 2 of play this evening. We have Chinatown, yeah, on the blue side, with Gummy Bunnies on the purple side. Kha'Zix will be insta-locked here once again for Death Pain Zoom. Seeing a lot of quick picks come out from Chinatown, yeah. Seems like these summoners know what they want to be playing on. Still waiting for Atmosphere to pick up a champion. The Gangplank will be hovered over here. An interesting pick with Gnar already being locked in. Could end up being GP in the mid lane if that does get locked in. Apologize for my silence there, guys. Just letting our admin team know that they need to check on that last game that hasn't concluded yet, as we've been 75 minutes from when matches should have begun, or should have been getting themselves started, of course, an hour from the exact time that matches would have had to begin. Seeing matches go over that hour mark is fairly rare, but does occasionally happen. Also going to see a Warwick locked in here for Gummy Bunnies as their last champion selection, which means summoners now have 1 minute remaining to finalize their runes masteries and their summoner spells before we head into that 3-minute spectator delay period, and then on to the Rift after the load screen. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here this evening. Going to be Chinatown Yeah on the blue side, and they're going to be facing off against Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Alright guys, we are into the spectator delay here, and I've actually just finished my water, so I'm going to leave you guys in silence for a brief moment while I restock on that and come back into Shoutcast for our second game here for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. Again, it's going to be Chinatown Yeah facing off against Gummy Bunny in round 2 of play this evening, and this is Dark Corpse. I will be back in roughly 2 minutes to continue this stream. About 10 seconds remaining for spectator delay. We will be onto the Rift momentarily here, heading into load screen in just 2 more seconds. Again, this is round 2 of play for Not So Stuck Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. We have Chinatown Yeah on the blue side, and they're facing off against Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Gummy Bunny emerged victorious through round 1 of play against HRG, while Chinatown Yeah had a round 1 bye. This is actually going to be their first game this evening, at least in a Not So Stock Gaming tournament. Coming into the lobby here, seeing 5 untrimmed summoners on the blue side. A platinum, gold, and silver trim coming out from the purple side with 2 untrimmed summoners as well. Of course, last season's rankings do not technically matter. We do base things off of your current solo queue rank. All of these summoners are currently between bronze and gold in their solo queue rank, as summoners are required to be between bronze 5 and gold 1 in order to participate this evening. Again, guys, heading into round 2 of play here, we have Chinatown Ye on the blue side, and they're facing off against Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Also to Ginger Slayer 177 in the Twitch chat, getting reports that the last matchup in round 1 is still underway. It did get itself started. You can take a look at those team rosters, head over to LOL Nexus to see exactly how far into game they are. I had one of our other admins take a look at that for me, or I would send you the link directly. And we are going to be on to the Rift here, guys. Again, round 2, Chinatown Ye on the blue side, Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Both teams effecting their buys here. Chinatown Ye being a little bit slower about it. Their mid laner and top laner not yet out of the base, and we are at the 30-second mark. A pause will come out from the blue side. Not quite sure what's happened to Gnar or Sarath. Getting reports that Gnar has actually disconnected. Did not see him sitting in the center of the base, so he may have loaded into the game and then disconnected, which is an odd situation for the start. Or, of course, it's always possible that I am mistaken. He is sitting directly in the center of that pool. Those of you not aware, summoners that load into the game in the very center of the base are actually not loaded into the game. And there we go, we see Gnar reconnect here. Also seeing Sarath sit very close into that base, has not yet purchased his items. The pause timer will be ticking down here. See if Sarath is moving, so he is in the game looking for his items here. And a quick note for everybody, I did not see either team asking if both sides are ready before they unpause, which is technically required. Please verify your opponents are ready before you continue after you pausing a game, and ensure that it is the team that paused the game that unpauses it. Of course, we will let them off with a brief warning. Should they win their event, we will let them know in the next game lobby that they need to make sure both teams are ready before unpausing. Also seeing both teams set up for strong jungle defenses. Purple side looks like they could have been going for an invade, but have retreated from those early plays. A little bit of laugh coming out from this Wrath. Kha'Zix will also come out of his bush to put some moves on. A little bit of a Lance and Dance. Ooh, laugh and dance party on the blue side of the map here. Kha'Zix looking to head into vision range of Purple Team, but there is going to be nobody there to spot him out. Of course, they do have a sight ward into the pixel bush, so he's going to be aware he has not been spotted out. Minions now onto the map, and 20 seconds until the buffs come up for both of these teams. Warwick looking like he will be starting on his blue buff, while the blue side, Kha'Zix starts with his red. Speaking of those junglers, I should likely get the scoreboard reorganized here. Alright, minions have reached the mid lane and buffs are onto the map. A nice poke comes out from Sarath onto Orianna as minions reach the midpoint of those lanes. The auto attacks from the Lucian and Thresh, and they will head towards their lane as Kha'Zix finishes off his red buff. Decent inner poke coming out from Jace onto Gnar as well. Gnar and Jace attempting to exchange poke. Jace doing a little bit better of a job there. The boomerang from Gnar not actually connecting onto Jace, and Gnar is down to about 250 HP after that exchange. A great start for the top laner from Gummy Bunnies. Again, guys, it's Chinatown Ye on the blue side, and Gummy Bunnies on the purple side. Going to see another pause coming here, this time from the purple team. Also getting reports that Secluded Singularity has not yet made their game. I believe that is going to be in the secondary bracket tournament. Alright, are you a member of Northern Tempest reporting that to us? SSS Crazy in the Twitch chat. Let us know. You remember from Northern Tempest. Also, again, we have had a pause come out here. Apparently, a phone call is lagging out Nami's internet. That should not happen. You might want to talk to your service providers about that one. RIP Wi-Fi indeed. Alright, SS Crazy. Should they not form up that match in the next couple of minutes, the next team that loses in the rounds will be added in as your new opponents, so we will do our best to update you in that position. Again, guys, a couple minutes of pause. We'll be taking down here, waiting for Nami's internet to get itself fixed as somebody is on her phone. Alright, and we are going to be back into game here, guys. Alright, it's a nice distance from the Thresh onto Nami. Nami's down to about 100 HP there, but Caitlyn is fairly healthy, looking to keep Thresh and Lucian off of the kill there. Also, Kappa feel we will be looking into that, having the admins on the brackets check out the exact timings between your matchup being formed up and your opponents reporting their win. If it was actually under the 15-minute mark, we will be overturning that win, but if you did take longer than 50 minutes to form up the game, technically it is their right to report the win against you. Jace also getting fairly low here. First blood will go over to Serath as he comes into range for a long-range poke, finishing off that last hit onto Jace. Well played by the blue side here tonight. Again, this is going to be Chinatown yet on the blue side, and they're facing off against Gummy Bunny on the purple side. We are about 4 minutes into the game at hand. Some poke coming out from Serath once again onto the Orianna this time. Orianna sitting at about half her HP, but Serath is out of mana here, and a nice poke comes out from Orianna onto the Serath. They're both fairly low here. A well-timed shield from Orianna, keeping her fairly healthy through that exchange, though. Ping is coming up from the blue side towards the mid lane there. Serath looking for a kill onto Orianna here. Kha'Zix looking like he could respond to that, but he will stop on his Wraith camps. Orianna still in the mid lane. Careful Ping has come out from the purple side as well. Warwick onto his Wolf camp is not going to be in range to respond, or could end up coming into range to respond. Orianna actually going to end up backing from the mid lane, poking out from the Caitlyn. Not going to connect onto either the Thresh nor the Lucian, but gets her a little bit of farm in that play. Descent from the Thresh again, not able to connect onto either champion from the purple side. A nice juke coming out from the Nami. Serath looking for more pressure in the mid lane. Warwick has come into the mid lane to hold that turret up for Orianna while she's forced into her base. Jace and Gnar in the top lane are trading fairly efficiently. Jace seems to have a slight farm advantage at this time. Serath also with a slight farm advantage over the Orianna. In the bottom, Lucian with roughly a 5 CS advantage over Caitlyn as well. Still a fairly tight game here. A well-placed death sentence from the Thresh connecting between the minion waves onto the Caitlyn. Gets a huge exchange onto both sides. Lucian down to about 300 HP. Caitlyn coming down to about half her HP, has utilized a health potion and is quickly becoming fairly healthy once again here. Kha'Zix looking for a gank from a counter jungle-esque position. There is not going to be able to jump in over the wall behind that turret. The fight not quite going as strongly in favor of the Thresh Lucian pair as he wanted, potentially. Makes his way quickly up into the mid lane. Warwick looking for a counter gank into the mid lane, but there's going to be no action there at this time. Jace taking a little pressure in the top lane here. Will re-engage onto Gnar. Does not have assistance from his team at this point. Could be taken down by Gnar should he choose to come back in. But Gnar is not going to engage onto Jace despite Jace only having about 400 HP here. The health potion is slowly regenning him. And Jace will end up going down indeed in the top lane as Gnar transforms and picks up the kill. Do apologize, I was looking over at other admin stuff momentarily throughout that, but that's a great play by the Gnar. Finally capitalizing on Jace staying out in lane with so little HP remaining. Seeing now a 2-0 kill score in favor of Chinatown Ye. They are doing fairly well so far in this matchup. We are almost 8 minutes in. They have roughly a 800 gold advantage. Serath looking for additional poke onto Orianna, and the minion has cleared out the minion wave. Both summoners have cleared out the minion waves. Serath just staying a little bit longer, looking for damage onto Orianna. Orianna not punishing him for it quite as efficiently as she could be. Potentially Jace could pick up Gnar, but the Gnar will affect his recall. And by pick up, I meant he could have stopped the recall from the Gnar, picked up a little bit of additional damage onto him, but Gnar's recall was effective, and Kha'Zix will come into the mid lane for a gank onto Orianna. Orianna down to about 300 HP here. But she flashes away almost to safety, down to 50. One more auto attack, and it does come in from the Serath. He will pick up the kill onto Orianna in the mid lane. Jace now into the mid lane, gets a huge poke onto Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix goes down. Warwick now in the mid lane as well. Warwick's ultimate will come out. We will see a double kill going through here. I believe heal comes out from the Serath, though, but he goes down to Warwick in the end. Now seeing a 3-2 kill score despite losing their mid laner. That was a great play for Gummy Bunnies, picking up their first 2 kills of the game. They are now down only 200 gold under Chinatown Ye. Taking a look at the individual gold scores, Jace is actually up 300 gold over Gnar at this time. That's a full kill worth of gold. Looking, that's actually mostly a Siswold with 5 CS advantage to himself. And the junglers are fairly even as far as their gold scores go, doing a fairly decent amount of work for both of their teams. Warwick with 1 kill and 45 CS, Kha'Zix with 2 assists, and 35 CS. Going to be action in the bottom, and though Thresh could go down. Here's Flash comes out, not quite sure why. Going to see Nami go down though as Kha'Zix comes in for a gank into the bottom, keeping his team healthy and safe. Well, not so much healthy in the case of Thresh, but at the very least alive. And great play by the Kha'Zix to pick up kills onto the Nami there. Again, talking about those junglers doing work for their team. In the mid lane, we are seeing the Serath of about 500 gold over Orianna. He does have 2 kills to her 0. There's going to be more action in the bottom lane as Caitlyn goes down behind the bottom lane outer tier turret. Seeing Kha'Zix and Lucian hugely extended here. They're going to begin to proxy fire as they try to make their way back out of lane. A turret onto Lucian, though he could go down as Warwick comes into rage. Indeed, Lucian will go down to an advance from the Warwick. Warwick also chunking down the Kha'Zix, looking to do even more work for his team. Will pick up a double kill here potentially. If his ultimate is available, just needs to pop that, but it looks like Warwick's ult. Ooh, it is up. Why did you not finish that off? Alright, Kha'Zix will get himself to safety as Thresh and Serath respond to that. Warwick forced back into his jungle to be acted into the top lane too now though. Gnar down to half HP. Jace continues the engagement, but Gnar goes down to 200 HP, gets behind his turret, and will begin to recall almost instantly. Serath making his way back into the mid lane to contest against the Orianna. Gnar will be teleporting it back up to his top lane turret to defend against the Jace. And taking a look at that Jace, he is empowered by double buffs at this point in the game. Not quite sure where he picked those up, if it was a quick pick or actually going into his jungle and counter jungle there. I imagine that would have been a kill onto Kha'Zix though. Actually, that was a kill onto Kha'Zix in the mid lane as him and Warwick came in after Serath finished off the Orianna in an earlier play. Warwick once again engages onto Serath around the mid lane. I apologize, onto Kha'Zix around the mid lane. Serath will begin to respond to that though. A Sight Ward does go into the bush but gets spotted out by a Vision Ward and quickly cleared. Gnar opting to engage onto Jace in the top lane. Gets a little bit of poke there, and pings coming out from the top lane for assistance on the purple side. Orianna, however, forced out of her lane in the mid lane with only 100 or less HP remaining. Strath looking for that first turret of the game. We are 12 minutes in. It's high time for a turret to go down. Poking out from the Jace, not quite able to to connect onto the Gnar as he jumps to safety. Or taking his pressure in the mid lane from the Serath as he attempts to hold up that mid lane turret, doing a fairly decent job despite being very outranged by the Serath. Serath opting to recall here as Kha'Zix look for some roam into the top lane onto Jace potentially. Caitlyn and Nami's turret is down to about half HP, and there's going to be another minion wave pressured onto it. Lucian and Thresh waiting in the midpoint of that lane, not ready to recall here quite yet. Looking for another wave to push back in, looking for some kills or that turret potentially. Again, guys, we are sitting at 5-3 as far as the kill score is concerned. That is 5 kills for Chinatown, 3 kills for Gummy Bunny, and Kha'Zix comes into the top lane, making that a 6-3 kill score in favor of Chinatown, Currently roughly a 15,000 gold lead. Sorry, a 1,500 gold lead. 15,000 at the 12-minute mark. Not only nearly impossible, but very, very impressive had they managed to do it. Again, that is a 1,500 gold lead. 1,500 gold in favor of Chinatown, but that will be nearly negated as Gummy Bunny picks up the first dragon of the game at the 13-minute mark. Again, still no turrets being taken off of the map. We're going to see a team fight ensuing here. A nicely placed ultimate from the Nami, stopping the advance of the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix taking some damage from the Orianna. Kha'Zix under about 400 HP. Ultimate coming out. I apologize, not an ultimate coming from the Warwick, but a Warwick coming in for huge amounts of damage, looking to pursue onto the Serath. His ultimate will now come out on the Serath. It's going to be a double kill for the purple side Warwick. Great plays coming out from this Gummy Bunny jungler this evening. A nice death sentence from the Thresh. He lances over, or follows it up over onto the Warwick. I apologize, guys. I'm stumbling over everything I say. Lance's death sentence, follows it up onto the Warwick, looking to get himself out of that dragon pit, but the damage from Warwick was way too much for Thresh to survive, and Thresh did go down a triple kill for the Warwick. Going to see now the first turret of the game going down in favor of Gummy Bunny. Gummy Bunny quickly turning this matchup around in their favor. Now a 6-6 kill score. They picked up the first dragon and the first turret of the game. They now have a 2,000 gold advantage, coming back from a 1.5k gold deficiency only minutes ago. Looking for their second turret of the game here in the bottom lane now. That first turret did go down in the mid lane, seeing that mid lane outer turret off the map. Now the bottom lane outer turret off the map as well. Double shot from Lucian onto Caitlyn. As the turret goes down, they will disengage that fight. Gonna be action into the top lane, and nice bash from the Jace, knocking Kha'Zix away, but Kha'Zix re-engages onto Jace. Jace goes back and looking for a kill onto Kha'Zix, but does not have quite enough damage as Kha'Zix and Gnar engage onto him. Jace will go down there. Now a 7-6 kill score in favor of Chinatown Again, this is round 2 of play in Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. We're seeing a Chinatown face off against Gummy Bunny. I apologize, Scary. We will get back to you in one moment. I was waiting for that last round 1 game to conclude, but it looks like it has actually concluded. That was the game between Team Big Dong Muchachos and Seraphnas Warriors. And go ahead and try to contact Team Big Dong Muchachos. Going to be subbing them in place of Secluded Singularity for your round 1 game in the secondary bracket. Going to be action in the mid lane here as I'm distracted. Serath will go down to a 3-man advance from Gummy Bunnies. Apologies for my distraction there, guys. A little bit of an issue getting the secondary bracket tournament started off. Apparently, Secluded Singularity did not show up for their round 1 game, so we're subbing in the Big Dong Muchachos, who are the next team to lose a round 1 matchup. Of course, should they not be available as well, we will find the next team that lost their games. Gnar is going to engage here onto the Jason. Nice poke coming out from the Gnar with a boulder toss poke coming through from the Jace as well. Kha'Zix now up into the top lane. Nami, Warwick, and Orianna responding from the purple. I believe Jace will go down before they can get there. Yes, indeed, Jace will go down, but Kha'Zix and Gnar are going to be collapsed onto by the Warwick, and Nami. And also comes out from the Nami connecting onto Kha'Zix. Orianna now getting into range. Kha'Zix jumps over the wall. Exhaust comes out onto Kha'Zix though, and he will go down here. Going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane now, an 8-to-8 kill score, seeing roughly a 3,000 gold advantage here in favor of Gummy Bunnies. Currently, they have a 2-to-1 turret score. We're going to see a pause coming out here from the blue side. Also, we've just seen a purple team turret go down, I believe, in the bottom lane to the Lucian. Going to be a 2-for-2 turret score here. Again, seeing them pause and unpause without clarifying with their opponents that they can unpause. Again, guys, you do need to request or remind both teams that the unpause is coming and make sure everybody is ready to continue play. Going to some action here into the ball lane, also coming out from the Warwick onto Lucian. Lucian Fairlow here will go down as poke comes in from the Jace. Jace is to poke onto the Kha'Zix there as Rosai looks to retreat onto their half of the map. Dragon is available here because you can contest happening into the river. Dragon is being contested here, will be initiated by the Kha'Zix, beginning to have some damage pumped in onto the Nami Warwick before sitting in the pit. 4 members of Chinatown yet are around to contest this Dragon. Should it be set up for the side, we see all 5 members of Gummy begin to recall here. Gnar recalling from the blue side, Jungle as well as could be an uncontested Dragon for Chinatown. Yes, should they choose to engage here, but they begin to recall as well, Dragon being left on the map. Lucian making his way back out into the bottom lane here. Seeing Nami look to respond onto Thresh, who was in the river once again, would have been spotted out by those sight wards. Also a few more win reports straight lane here. Alright, I'm going to get myself back into this matchup, guys. I do apologize for my silence there, looking to get the secondary tournament started up without too many hiccups. The ultimate comes out from the Nami in this fight. Looking at a box coming through from the Thresh. Thresh going full ham into the back line of Gummy Bunnies there. A great play by his team, though he might get out by the Caitlyn here. He's taking a huge amount of pressure. Ultimate will come through. And it's going to be a kill onto Thresh actually for the Jace as opposed to the Caitlyn. Poke coming through from the Jace hasn't picking up so many kills for him. Though he's sitting 4 and 5, not doing as well as I would expect. The Warwick, however, on Gummy Bunnies doing very, very well for their team. Sitting 5-0-6 has been unkillable to this point. Kha'Zix getting caught out here by the Jace once again. Kha'Zix standing with 300 HP, but he will effect his way all the way to safety. Going to be more action into the bottom as Jace actually catches up onto the Kha'Zix and picks up the kill. Jace walking out of that with about 300 HP remaining. Taking a look across the scoreboard here, we're seeing roughly a 5,000 gold advantage in favor of Gummy Bunnies at this time. They have a 5 kill lead, kill score being 13-8 in their favor, though they are down by 1 turret at this time, currently a 3-2 current score in favor of Chinatown Ye. Seeing 5 members of Chinatown Ye in the mid lane. They're looking to mount as strong a defense as they can. Little bit of pressure forming up in their bottom lane, looking like Lucian and Kha'Zix will respond to that. Nami in the mid lane solo for her team, looking to do a little bit of harassment against the members of Chinatown Ye, who are there to defend. Kha'Zix using a sleeper takes out the first sight ward in that bottom lane mid bush. Will take out the second one as well. No, it will remain with 1 hit on it, so he has not cleared out vision in that bush. Pings coming out from the blue side onto the Jace or onto that Baron side of Pixel Bush. Sleeper coming out from the Gnar as well. They do not spot out any sight wards into the river. Jace, Nami, Warwick, and Caitlyn make their way onto the top half of the map here. Jace will engage onto Gnar. Serath is in range to defend the Gnar, poking through from the Serath and not able to hit onto Jace. Jace once again with double buffs for himself here. Jace will take a huge amount of pressure, gets shut down by the Serath. Serath with the double buffs now. Double buff transfer has been completed. Nami goes down now to the Gnar. They're going to be a 2-for-0 exchange in favor of Chinatown Ye, and Ninth Death Sentence comes through from the Thresh. Warwick, however, will flash away down to half HP. A shield comes out from the Orianna. They are looking to keep this Warwick alive through this team fight, but he will get caught out here. Ultimate comes through from the Warwick as he goes back in onto the Kha'Zix, but that is going to be a shutdown onto the Warwick. It's going to be his first death in this game. Well played by Chinatown Ye to take down the Warwick finally. They will actually engage onto Baron here while Serath clears out a vision ward behind the Baron pit. Of course, they say they will take down Baron, but Baron is a little bit too strong for their team at this time, seeing 3 of those teamers retreat from the Baron pit with only 300 or less HP remaining. Purple's making their way back out into the lane once again, guys. Chinatown Ye on the blue side with Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Nami looking for some vision control here. Both her and the Thresh will throw a sight ward into the Pixel Bush, waiting for a sweeper to come out and clear one of those out potentially. Jace, Caitlyn, and Orianna now into the mid lane. Warwick not far away. Could be looking for a siege down onto that mid lane inner turret, looking for their 3rd turret of the game. Though that top lane outer turret is still on the map and would likely be an easier target. Musical coming up from the Serath onto Caitlyn here. Jason, Caitlyn getting down just below half HP. Lucian and Serath as well as Kha'Zix now are in range. Two contested. Stretch also coming into range. A well-timed or well-placed death sentence could result in a nice pick for them. Gnar now into the mid lane. We're going to be a 5-man advance here for Chinatown. Yeah. We're going to see a little bit of a split coming out from Gummy Bunnies, but it's going to be a successful split as they pincer back in here onto Chinatown. Yeah, Lucian manages to block the ultimate coming out from the Caitlyn, keeping Thresh alive and onto the map. The Thresh only has about 300 HP remaining. He will be forced to recall from this fight. Well played there by the Gummy Bunny team on the purple side. They're now looking to siege down once again back into this mid lane, looking for that mid lane inner turret potentially, but there is going to be huge pressure from Chinatown yet onto the top lane inner turret of Gummy Bunnies. Minions doing a fair amount of work for their team right now. Seeing blue side look to defend their base here. The pressure from their top lane has been relieved, I believe, by the Caitlyn. Caitlyn now back onto the bottom half of the map. Iorna making her way slowly back out of the purple side base. Potentially going to see Dragon being set up here. It is going to be respawning in 1 second. Dragon back onto the map there. 3 members of the pro team are in range. Fourth member comes in as the Caitlyn. They will initiate onto Dragon. It's going to be contested by 5 members of Chinatown. Yeah, though. Nice poke coming through from the Jace onto Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix just below a half HP here. Boy, looking for an engagement. Pokes him through from the Serath, potentially forcing her not to come into that fight. Pro side will once again engage onto Dragon here. Dragon down to almost half HP, almost instantly. Dragon now down past half HP, down to a quarter HP, looking for a steal from the blue side, but it will not come through. Oryx finishing off Dragon with his smite. Jace getting stunned down in the river, down to about 100 HP. Shield comes out from the Orianna to try and keep him alive. Ultimate comes out from both Serath and the Lucian, but Jace will stay alive with his flash and the shield from the Orianna. Poke coming through from the Gnar, but will not be quite enough. Warwick using his ultimate to stop the Gnar's advance. Gnar will go down to the Caitlyn. Warwick taking a huge amount of pressure that goes down to Lucian, though, looking like it could cost the blue team a huge amount. Serath down to about 100 HP here. Gnar looking to Orianna looking to re-engage her. Nami goes down though to the to some poke from the Serath. So we're going to see a 13 to 16 kill score still in favor here. Upcoming his ultimate comes out from the Caitlyn onto the Thresh, and he goes down to about 200 HP, but Serath gets shut down by a well-placed poke. Orianna looking for that mid lane inner turret. Will tank 2 turret hits, make that 3 turret hits. Her shield will take most of that damage. She goes in with a second shield, looking for a few more auto attacks onto that turret, and she actually successfully phase tanks the mid lane inner turret while waiting for minions to arrive. Getting 5, make that 6 auto attacks onto it, using her shield very well to keep herself alive through that. Blue side looking to now relieve pressure from the mid lane after just losing that 2nd tier turret. We're now seeing a 3-2-3 turret score in favor of nobody, as it is 3-3, but a 17-13 kill score still in favor of Gummy Bunnies. They have roughly a 7,000 gold advantage in this matchup. Chinatown potentially looking to make a play here. They have 5 members of their team into the mid lane. Warwick is in the top lane. Nami and Orianna in the top half of the jungle could be responding into the mid lane momentarily. They're going to see a bit of a split coming out from Chinatown. Yeah, Kha'Zix will engage onto the Nami, but Orianna comes into range. Kha'Zix could be in trouble there. Then he comes up from the Thresh, pulling Kha'Zix potentially to safety here. Serath looking for a little bit of poke on to Gummy Bunnies. I believe he did not connect that. They're going to get a huge amount of Winion Wave clearage here from the poke from the Lucian, as well as Serath compiling into that. Orianna flashing in, gets stunned out by the Serath, though. Was looking for an ultimate onto a few members of the blue team there, I think. Seeing 5 members of Gummy Bunny now siege down into the mid lane of Chinatown. Yeah, poke comes out from the Jace. May have connected there. We could not quite see where it landed. Gummy Bunny is looking for some counter jungle here. That red buff will go over on to Caitlyn. Going to be a successful red buff steal there for Gummy Bunny. Looking for the blue buff from the blue side as well. Jace is blue in power, but I'm not quite sure if that was a steal or he has it from a team fight. Alright, and it looks like Team Big Dong Muchachos may be getting replaced by HHS Esports in the secondary bracket moment. China's going to be the second team to not show up for that secondary bracket event. If there are any other teams having trouble locating their opponents, please let us know, as it's been roughly half an hour since that bracket was released, and all those matches should have started 45 minutes ago at this point. I apologize, it was half an hour, should have been started 20 minutes ago at this point. I over-exaggerate occasionally. Seeing Purple Side set up for a Baron play here, though, at the 31-minute mark. Getting Baron could be a great choice, and there are 5 members of Chinatown yet available and on the map to contest this should they be able to get into range. Baron's down to a quarter of his HP already, though. We'll see if Chinatown can get into range here. They will not. It's going to be a successful Baron for Gummy Bunny. Serath down to about 300 HP will not be able to contest this as the Thresh will go in. Thresh will go down as well. 4 members of Chinatown now looking to escape this with their life. Warwick looking for a kill. Ultimates onto the Serath. That's going to be a double kill for the Jace as his poke comes in. Following up on the Serath, ultimate triple kill for the Jace. Ultimate coming up from the Caitlyn. Not able to finish off the Lucian, but Jace has it in him. It's going to be the mid lane inhibitor turret as well as inhibitor. Gummy Bunny's picking up 3 kills there after finishing off the Baron, have successfully taken down the mid lane inhibitor for their team. Pick up Nami as well, but Kha'Zix has just respawned, seeing Warwick and Orianna into the top lane where they have some main pressure looking for that top lane inner turret here. Jace responding into the bottom lane for another inner turret would mean only the inhibitor turrets would be remaining for Chinatown yet, and only 2 of them at that. Baron is working extremely well in favor of Gummy Bunnies in this matchup, picking up the Baron while Chinatown was still available and on the map to contest. It was an extreme risk, but we are seeing it pay off for them very, very quickly. Chinatown looking for a little bit of catch-up here. We see Kha'Zix go for as much jungle as he can, but most of it was just cleared out by members of Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Exerting pressure into the blue side of the map. They've been extremely effective in clearing out their jungle as well, denying them as much gold as potentially possible. Seeing roughly a 15,000 gold lead now in favor of Gummy Bunnies on the purple side. They are 7 turrets to 3, 20 kills to 14, and they are currently empowered by Baron. Aside from Nami, apparently. Warwick and Nami is setting up for a dragon play here. Have not been spotted out by the blue side. Will be successful taking down that Baron. Kha'Zix coming in, but Lucian ends up taking the poke from the Jace. Caitlyn free farming in the mid lane, or looking for pressure in the top lane, which Serath is trying to defend against. Taking a look down the scoreboard, Serath actually out farming Orianna by about 10 CS, and with 3 more kills than her, though she has 13 assists over him at this point. Looking at their gold score, she has roughly a 2,000 gold advantage on him, translating into a slight itemization lead as well. Pressure will make it to the Nexus turrets of Chinatown. We're going to say 3 members of Gummy Bunny, make that 4 or 5 members of Gummy Bunny, setting up to siege down onto the top lane. The inhibitor turret will be going down here almost instantly once again. Looking for them to pick up that inhibitor as well, though there are 5 members of Chinatown here looking to defend. Jace split pushing into the mid, looking to get as much pressure against that, those Nexus turrets as possible, spawning those super minions in. Serath ends up taking a little bit of poke, and Warwick going to try and go full ham onto him. Will actually end up not advancing onto Warwick, but ultimates onto the Kha'Zix instead. Takes a couple of turrets and backs out of that fight. Seeing Warwick extremely tanky here, though not going to be too concerned about taking any amounts of damage. Serath will go down there to the Orianna, though, and it's going to be a 4 versus 5 defense for Chinatown. As Gummy Bunny try to end this matchup, they have taken down 2 inhibitors. They do have super minions against the Nexus turret, and are going to go into the enemy team, going to however cost Muslim, Lucian, and Thresh. Going to have only Gnar and Kha'Zix to defend. Gnar will go down as well. No members. No, make that Nami going down as well as the next turret. Make that the second turret. It's going to be the Nexus as well in a few short moments. This is going to be a round 2 victory for the Team Gummy Bunny. Congratulations, Gummy Bunny, emerging victorious through round 2 of play. They were facing off against Chinatown yet on the blue side there. Again, guys, that was Gummy Bunny on the purple side, emerging victorious in round 2, where they faced off against Chinatown yet. Looks like we're heading into round 3 here, where Gummy Bunny is going to be facing off on the blue side this time against Team Muffin Tops. Again, guys, going to be Gummy Bunny on the blue side facing off against Muffin Tops on the purple side in the quarterfinals of play this evening. I'm going to see if I have a member from Muffin Tops on my friends list currently. I do not believe that I do, but with a member named the 12th Doctor, I think I have to add one. Of course, I'd be adding one either way, looking to get an invite into that game, though Gummy Bunny was fairly successful in making an invite come out to me during round 2 despite not having any of their members on my friends list. See an invite from Bongadongar, not currently a summoner I am looking to get an invite from, as far as I can tell. There we go, the 12th Doctor is there, just letting him know that I'm going to need an invite into that round 3. Again, a quarterfinals game, already got that invite and he's letting me know I've gotten it. Indeed, heading into the lobby here. Or he's just saying that I got it, and he's going to make sure I got my invite, but I'm already in the lobby. What a surprise he's going to get. Ha. Anyways, guys, heading into the quarterfinals of play here, going to be Gummy Bunny on the blue side in our quarterfinals matchup on this stream this evening, and they're going to be facing off against the team known as Muffin Tops on the purple side. I'm getting reports that Muffin Top's opponents in round 1 and round 2 both did not become available within that 15-minute time period where they need to. Actually, looking at the bracket, Muffin Tops had a round 1 bye, and then Kappa Field, after winning their round 1 game, had some disconnection issues and were not able to field their entire roster within that 15-minute period, which advanced Muffin Tops into round 3 by forfeit. So this is actually their first game being played in the tournament. Seems a little bit crazy, but one win for them tonight will mean a victory into the semi-finals. Gummy Bunny, however, did start in round 1, has won 2 games so far, is warmed up and doing well. We'll see if Muffin Tops can stop them. Again, guys, heading into round 3, the quarterfinals for the evening. Going to be Team Gummy Bunny on the blue side, facing off against Muffin Tops on the purple side. Looking for 2 more summoners to come into this lobby. Again, guys, this is going to be the quarterfinals of play. I believe all of our quarterfinalists are currently qualified in. No, waiting on one more round 2 game to conclude. The game between UWYO Cowboys and the Seraph Nas Warriors in round 2. Still underway. That was a little bit late getting itself started as that round 1 game took over an hour to conclude. The winners of that matchup will face off against Squirtle Squad in a quarterfinal game. I kinda hope Squirtle Squad wins all the way into the finals tonight just so I can cast a game saying that name for an hour. Of course, that's not a bias towards the team, just their name being as epic as it is. Of course, saying Gummy Bunny and Muffin Tops. Gonna be interesting for this matchup. Waiting for one more member from the blue team to get into this lobby. Again, guys, gonna have Gummy Bunny on the blue side for this match. And we're gonna have Muffin Tops on the purple side for this match as well. Again, this is going to be a quarterfinals game, round 3 of play in Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament for this evening. Getting a report from a member of a team in the secondary tournament, the team has actually paused during a team fight. Seen a number of pause rule violations this evening. Team in round 2 of play on the main tournament that we got to watch last game forgot to ask their opponents if both teams were ready before unpausing on 2 separate occasions. That team was defeated, however, so I'm not going to get a chance to mention that to them in this lobby. We can send them an email as a reminder that they need to be more courteous to their opponents when using the pause feature. Also getting a report that a team has paused during a team fight in one of the secondary tournament events. Of course, it does occasionally happen. If somebody disconnects, I know you're going to type in pause, you're going to hit that button. It's fair, it happens, we accept that. But if you're repeatedly pausing during key gameplay moments and it's affecting the gameplay in general, that's frowned upon for obvious reasons. Alright, and our 10th summoner is coming into the lobby here for our quarter-finals matchup. Again, guys, gonna have Gummy Bunnies on the blue side, and we have Muffin Tops on the purple side. A whole lot of sugary treats heading into the quarterfinals. Will it be Gummy Bunnies emerging victorious, those chewy little candies, or will it be Muffin Tops savoring their chewy victory as well? I guess Muffin Tops aren't all that chewy, but they are the best part of a muffin. Of course, I assume the purple side already knows that the tops of muffins are the best part of the muffin with a name like Muffin Tops. And of course, you can't go wrong with Gummy Bunnies either. Alright, both teams saying that they're ready. Looking like we are going to be heading into the matchup here. Again, this is going to be the quarter-finals game for Not So Stuck Gaming's tournament stream this evening. It's going to be Gummy Bunnies on the blue side, and they're facing off against Muffin Tops on the purple side. Again, guys, Gummy Bunny is on the blue side here, Muffin Tops on the purple side saying they are ready to go. Blue side, I believe, is not quite ready to go here yet, but we are getting ourselves underway momentarily. Alright, now both sides, no. Once again, purple side saying they are ready again. Needed a quick break there, apparently, but it was less than 30 seconds. They are ready to go once again, still awaiting here on the blue team to become available. We do have all 10 summoners into the lobby, just waiting for them to be officially ready to hit that start button, and we are ready to go. Looks like we'll be into champion selection momentarily again. Round 3, quarter-finals of play this evening. Alright, everybody. Saying ready or yep or yarp or something along the lines of affirmative. Where is champion selection? Not quite sure who has the start button, but we need to hit it. A little bit of confusion here. Apparently one of those summoners is currently AFK despite them saying they were fully ready to go. So we're going to have a slight delay here while the summoner with the start button returns into the matchup. Again, guys, getting ready for the quarterfinals. The pregame shenanigans have already begun. Alright, and here comes champion selection. We are finally into this game again, guys. Quarter-finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. This is still Dark Horse shoutcasting for you guys this evening. Looking for that first band to come out from Aizen X on Gummy Bunnies. Gummy Bunnies playing on the blue side for this matchup. Alright, Morgana will be the first band from Gummy Bunnies. That does hand things over to the 12th Doctor from Muffin Tops. Waiting on the Doctor here to select a champion to remove from the game. Warwick will be selected. We saw some great Warwick plays during the last round, and indeed banning him out will not be a bad choice. A message from the 12th Doctor that respect ban was incoming after they banned out the Warwick. Indeed, that is a respect ban onto the Warwick we saw played in the last round of play by Gummy Bunnies. Also, Rise banned out by the blue side. Morgana and Rise so far banned out by Gummy Bunnies into this matchup. Warwick and Nami banned out by Muffin Tops. Both of those targeted bans against members of Gummy Bunnies. The bans from Gummy Bunnies may or may not be targeted to very strong, very meta champions. Seeing Tristana as the last ban here from the blue side. Again, a fairly standard ban coming out from Gummy Bunnies into this matchup. Waiting on a third ban now from Muffin Tops. We'll see if it's a Lucian ban. Maybe Oriana or Sarath. It will indeed be a Thresh ban, banning out the support picks, but Janna will get selected, and Lucian being available on the map if it's not picked away by the purple side, I suspect will be played once again here by Gummy Bunnies. Actually, I apologize, they had a Vayne and then a Caitlyn ADC. Not quite sure where I've been or what I've been watching. Alright, the 12th Doctor and Genius waiting to select their champions here. Janna was locked in for Gummy Bunnies on the blue side, Muffin Tops on the purple side, waiting to select their first two champions now. They do have 35 seconds remaining to select them. Also, guys, if this is your first time joining us for a Not So Stock Gaming tournament, feel free to hit that follow button and come back for future events. We do host 3 events per week currently. We have our open bracket semi-pro, as well as our amateur tournaments that you are currently watching, hosted from Friday through Sunday. Somehow almost said Saturday in the mix, as we do host them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday currently. Seeing Karma and Caitlyn locked in here for Muffin Tops. Kind of curious if Karma will be their support or their mid laner coming to this matchup. Karma also a viable top lane champion in the current meta, so we'll see where they select to play that Karma tonight. Shaco being hovered over here by Blaze 2. We've seen 2 successful junglers come out from Gummy Bunny. Shaco was not one of them. In Warwick, one of them was banned away. So we'll see how this Shaco pick plays out for them. The Shaco will get swapped out for a Maokai, however, and Vayne will also get almost insta-locked by Unreserved. Maokai will make it into the game. He is currently showing Smite, though I suspect that could be traded off onto a summoner playing in the top lane. Waiting on Snowed and Mr. Wednesday to select their champions for Muffin Tops now. Looking for some top, mid, and jungle picks from this team. Potentially, if we assume that Karma is their support pick. Of course, Karma is viable into multiple lanes right now. Alright, seeing Jarvan 4 and Rumble hovered over here for Muffin Tops. Jarvan 4 will get locked in. The Rumble will get locked in as well. Waiting on the last 2 selections now from Gummy Bunnies. Zed or Yasuo could get locked in here for their mid lane. I believe we saw them play Oriana in the last round of play. Malphite also being hovered over here. Yasuo being swapped out from the Zed. Not yet locked in though. With Malphite being hovered over, it could go either way for their top laner or their jungle. Kind of curious if it will be Malphite or Maokai playing in the top lane for Gummy Bunnies in this quarterfinals matchup. Just 5 seconds remaining for the Summoners to finalize their last 2 champions for Gummy Bunnies. The Yasuo will be locked in before the timer, and Malphite will be forced to lock in as time expires. Indeed, seeing a teleport onto Latoin, I believe that will be a top lane Malphite with Maokai in the jungle. Odin's not the last summoner from Muffin Tops looking to pick up a champion here. I believe we are currently looking for a mid laner from Muffin Tops. Odin's not hovering over an Orianna selection here. We could see Orianna coming into the purple side once again. We saw Orianna played by Gummy Bunnies on the purple side in the last matchup, but they have selected an AD mid laner for the current matchup. Could see Odin's not selecting Orianna for Muffin Tops into this game. Orianna into Yasuo is a decent selection. I believe that is more or less a skills matchup. Going to double check what we're seeing there, make sure that we're not seeing a counter being affected. Of course, my mid lane matchups aren't quite as good as they could be. Alright, just type Yasuo counter into Google, up pops championselect.net, and indeed Orianna not on that list. So I believe we are indeed seeing a skills matchup in the mid lane. Top lane, I believe, is going to be Malphite versus Rumble again. I believe to be a fairly skills-based matchup for those 2 laners. In the bottom lane, Caitlyn Karma versus the Vayne Janna. Seeing a mainly poke composition versus the all-in from the Vayne, though Janna can be great for poke comps as well. We'll see how that bottom lane decides to match itself up, how the summoners handle themselves into that lane as well. And the junglers, Maokai and Jarvan, for 2 fairly strong tanky utility junglers coming into this matchup once again. Again, we'll see how they can affect the game coming into the quarterfinals matchup for Not So Stuck Gaming's amateur tournament. Alright, and as we have reached spectator league here, guys, I'm going to make a brief absence to refill my water, run to the washroom, and I'll be back before we get on to the Rift. the Rift. Once again, guys, this is going to be a round 3 quarter-finals game for Not So Stuck Gaming's amateur tournament for November 2nd. We have Gummy Bunny on the blue side, and they are facing off against Muffin Tops on the purple side. Both sides making their way out of the base, going to have no connection issues as we get this matchup started. Everybody purchasing their items and making their way onto the map in under 30 seconds here. We've now officially been welcomed to the Summoner's Rift. Malphite making his way onto the top half of the map. All 5 members of Muffin Tops heading into the bottom half of the map, looking for a counter jungle play here. Caitlyn walks in for a deep ward potential. I don't think she actually threw that ward onto the blue side of the map at all. And they're going to retreat back onto their side of the map, look for another entrance potentially, as they did get spotted out on their first entry attempt. Karma drops a sight ward into the tribush. There's a sight ward from the blue side in that tribush. They will once again be spotted out as they go for their invade here. Maokai throws a sapling into the bush, gets damage onto 3 champions from the purple side. Again, guys, Gummy Bunnies on the blue side and Muffin Tops on the purple side for this quarterfinals matchup. It appears that Muffin Tops, after baiting the sapling from the Maokai, will begin to make their way back onto their side of the map, looking to start on the top half of the map here, potentially seeing all 5 summoners head towards their red buff. Could see a counter jungle into the blue side, sorry, the upper half of the jungle onto the blue side of the map, but it looks like we will indeed see them starting on their red buff. Caitlyn and Karma making their way back down onto the bottom half of the map here, looking to get into lane before the minions do, or at least as the minions do. They will be getting there fairly even with the Vayne Janna pair from the blue side, as they give a couple auto attacks onto the red buff to make their way safely into the lane here. Looking they're going to avoid that tribush in case anybody is still waiting for them. Caitlyn and Karma will get out to lane. Caitlyn gets a little bit of poke with an auto attack onto the Karma, but her Pillager Peacemaker will not be able to connect. Karma in the blue side bottom lane bush currently will be spotted out, though gets a poke onto the Vayne, and Vayne is down to half HP almost instantly, getting a little poke from the Caitlyn Karma pair. Vayne comes back in again. Caitlyn gets 1 auto attack onto her. Shield comes out from the Janna as well. Pillager Peacemaker will connect onto Vayne. Vayne back to being fairly healthy though after popping a health potion. Heal coming out from the Janna, I do believe. Or at least a shield coming from the Janna. Not as familiar with the Janna kit as I could be. Caitlyn looking for as much farm here as possible, and I will get the scoreboard reorganized for you guys. A little bit of action into the top lane here again. We do have Maokai in the jungle for the blue side. Looking like we have a Malphite versus Rumble top lane. Malphite on the blue side, Rumble on the purple side. Maokai versus Jarvan 4 in the jungles, with a Suo versus Orianna in the middle, and a Vayne Janna versus a Caitlyn Karma pair in the bottom lane. Again, Gummy Bunnies on the blue side for this matchup with Muffin Tops on the purple side. This is a quarterfinals game. We are in round 3 of play for tonight's tournament. Yasuo looking for an engagement onto the Orianna, gets a nice amount of damage. She goes down to almost a half HP before getting her shield out. The shield not quite clutch enough to stop her from losing all of that HP to the Yasuo. Poke coming out onto Vayne in the bottom lane as well. The Caitlyn Karma pair using their poke to their advantage here. Seeing Caitlyn sitting up about 4 farm over the Vayne. Not a huge farm advantage, but she does have her health potion where Vayne has been forced to use it. Looking like Rumble overheated in the top lane, but Malphite is in a worse position than the Rumble is as far as his HP is concerned. Rumble back to throwing a little bit of damage. Malphite tries to re-engage, but gets punished for it. Malphite going down to half HP here. Rumble still fully healthy. Gonna be purple side ping into the middle. I believe J4 might be coming for a gank, though he would be smart to go for a little bit of additional farm on his way out. Malphite using a health potion in the top lane. Will still have 2 health potions available, as well as his Crystalline Flask. Opting to start Crystalline fast is a bit of a questionable choice on a Malphite, though he's doing fairly well so far, seeing him sit even farm with the Rumble despite taking a fair amount of pressure where his HP is concerned. We'll see how these two summoners opt to build as they continue in the game. Seeing Rebel start with the Doran's Shield, also not the optimal choice on a top laner. Doran's Shield actually being considered a weaker item than even the 400 HP health item. I forget the name of the red crystal. Somebody in Twitch chat, remind me what I'm forgetting there. I believe it's the Ruby Crystal or Ruby Shard. Vayne and Caitlyn poking each other in the ball lane with their auto attacks. Caitlyn being sped out by the Karma. Janna looking for a poke against the Caitlyn. Could engage it. Gets a nicely timed Q. Caitlyn down to 300 HP, but Janna will go down. It's going to be first blood for the Caitlyn. Exhaust onto Yasuo in the mid lane as well. Q comes out from the Yasuo, not able to connect onto neither Orianna nor Jarvan 4. Vayne down to 200 HP as poke comes in from the Karma. Once again, Caitlyn looking for a pilled over Peacemaker here, potentially gets an auto attack onto Vayne. Maokai coming in from behind the Caitlyn Karma here. Caitlyn down to 200 HP, looking for more poke onto the Vayne. Vayne gets exhausted and Caitlyn gets away with by Flash as well as the 90 caliber net, I do believe. Karma looking for pressure back onto the Maokai, completely ignoring Vayne, who is coming back into lane trying to farm as he has utilized a health potion. Is back up just over 200 HP. Karma with fairly low mana is looking for a little bit more poke here. Gets blasted back by the Vayne. The poke comes out, gets Vayne down to 50 HP. A shield comes out from the Janna as she makes her way back in lane. Maokai looping around through the Tribush back into the river, comes back in onto the Caitlyn. Caitlyn's down around 300 HP here. Q comes out from the Janna. Caitlyn down to 50 HP, and Caitlyn will go down to the Maokai. Potentially a little bit of an overstay by the Caitlyn, though. Vayne definitely overstaying here as well. Is back up to 400 HP and doing fairly well for her team once again. However, Vayne is down 13 farm under the Caitlyn. Is going to make a great play here by staying out in lane, getting as much farm as she can, while Caitlyn tries to make her way back out to the lane as well. Of course, that won't give her a huge gold advantage, but it will get her back into the up to par with the Caitlyn. Caitlyn actually managing to purchase a BF sword already. Malphite in the top lane is fairly low and out of mana against Rumble, taking huge amounts of pressure. Going to see him begin to affect his recall as he pushes minions off of the turret. Rumble will be quickly getting pressure back onto that outer tier turret, though. Rumble actually uses his ultimate as he reaches level 6 onto the Malphite. Malphite down to 150 HP here. Rumble continuing onto the minions, has overheated. Rumble begins taking turrets, just misses poke on Malphite as Malphite cancels his recall. Malphite does have pressure against that top tier turret, will begin to go back in against the minions. Rumble looking for the poke onto the Malphite, potentially in that top lane, looking to finish off the kill here. Malphite begins to recall once again. Rumble doing very well for himself, though down 10 farm under Malphite at this point in the game. So despite Rumble getting huge amounts of pressure, Malphite has been out farming him to this point. Take a look at the mid lane. Yasuo also managing to out farm Orianna fairly significantly. Bottom lane, Caitlyn is up 20 farm over the Vayne, however, which nearly evens things out. Also, 1 kill to 1. We are seeing an even gold score in this matchup. 9,600 gold for both teams, making that 9,700 gold. You see we're looking pressure against that mid lane turret, while Orianna picks up a blue buff for herself with the assistance from the Jarvan 4. Yasuo looks to go into the jungle, but will think better of it as Orianna returns into the lane, the safe route. Bottom half of the map is going to be entering this lane momentarily. Malphite also onto the bottom half of the map, has teleported down. Ultimate's in onto the Caitlyn. Q comes out from the Janna, not quite able to get on the Caitlyn. Lance comes through from the Jarvan 4. Flash comes in from the Malphite. The EQ combo not completed by J4. Caitlyn will go down here to the Vayne. Jarvan 4 also goes down to the Malphite. That's going to be a great play by Gummy Bunnies once again. Now a 3-2-1 kill score. Gummy Bunnies have roughly a 500 gold advantage. They're going to set up for their first dragon of the game at the 9-minute mark here. A nice Q from the Yasuo, gets an ultimate queued up onto the Orianna, and he will pick up the kill under the turret, but it does cost him his life as he takes 1 too many turret hits with no escape route. Notably, he also got the flash from Orianna. That flash likely almost saving her life there, but not quite enough as the turret wasn't quite fast enough in doing the damage that she needed to finish off the Yasuo. It was enough to make an exchange in the mid lane for her, however. Currently seeing a 4-2 kill score again in favor of Gummy Bunnies. We have Gummy Bunnies on the blue side in this semi-finals matchup, as well as Muffin Tops on the purple side. Seeing roughly a 1,500 gold advantage in favor of Gummy Bunnies at this time. Also in the top lane, things have turned around for Rumble. Rumble actually managing to outfarm the Malphite by only 3 CS at this time, has closed the 10 farm deficiency he had a few minutes ago. In the melee, however, Yasuo has managed to increase his farm lead. Kayn doing the same thing over the Vayne. However, both teams are still fairly even as far as their creep scores go. The Dragon, as well as those 2 additional kills for Gummy Bunnies, are going to put them ahead by the 1,500 gold. We are seeing them ahead, however. Yasuo back onto Orianna. Orianna exchanging a little bit of damage back onto him. We're going to see a bit of a stalemate in the mid lane here. Yasuo has completed his first item, opting for the Static Shiv. Orianna has completed the first 2 portions of her first item, looking like she is going to be building a Grail here. Maybe that mid lane turret going down to the Yasuo as Jarvan 4 comes in for gank. Jarvan 4 will go down to Yasuo, though looking like Orianna could pick up a kill. The ultimate comes in from the Yasuo. Orianna might go down. Here's a double kill for Yasuo in the mid lane as Maokai comes in to make sure things get secured. He is not going to be near there, at least not for the kill. Yasuo walks into range of that inner turret, looking to continue damaging, continue pressuring with the Maokai, but he walks in at the same time as the minion. The turret actually manages to hit him instead of the minions. He walks in a little bit too fast, and it costs him his life, handing a second kill over onto Orianna without even thinking about it. Of course, without Yasuo, Maokai was not able to finish off that second tier turret in the mid lane. Even with Yasuo, I doubt they would have been able to finish off before the Jarvan forehand Orianna came back into the map. Seeing Rumble in the top lane getting a little bit of free farm while Malphite waits for him to push minions towards his turret once again. Rumble setting up only 5 farm over the Malphite. Malphite's doing a great job of last hitting under his turret. Also taking a look at the tournament bracket, looks like we've had 2 quarterfinal games already conclude, meaning the winners of this matchup will be facing off against Team Thomas Cat in the semi-finals. Going to get that bracket posted back into Twitch chat for you guys. I apologize I have not posted it recently. Yasuo looking to engage onto Orianna in the mid lane. Gets a fair chunk of damage onto her, but it looks like she will get out of that with her life. Jarvan 4 making his way into the mid lane as well here, while Vayne and Janna look for pressure against the Kayn. A Q comes out from the Janna, but Vayne will not be able to capitalize on it. Jarvan 4 now making his way towards the bottom lane as Karma also makes her way out to that bottom lane outer tier turret. Jarvan 4 has been spotted out. He clears out his side ward. Janna and Vayne will slowly make their way back towards their side of the map here. Malphite and Maokai in the top lane against her. Malphite not moving though. Malphite begins to recall here, may have activated his recall and had it cancelled by the Rumble and not quite noticed in time, thinking he was safe recalling from that top lane. Like they said behind his team screaming, Malphite, you're not recalling, man. Hit your button. Gonna be action into the mid lane jungle here. Yasuo getting fairly low. J4 also fairly low. Ultimate coming out from the Yasuo. J4 will come. It's gonna be another double kill for the Yasuo. That is another amazing play by the Gummy Bunnies. Yasuo picking up a double kill in a 2 versus 1 situation. Hopefully this time he will not walk directly into the turret and give up his life. Action into the bottom lane though as Caitlyn and Karma get a huge amount of poke onto the Vayne. Also comes out from the Caitlyn. Poke coming through from the Karma as well back onto Vayne. Vayne back up to it. 300 HP as a heal comes out from the Janna, as well as health potions being utilized by both Vayne and Janna into the bottom. And more action into the top lane though as Malphite looks to engage onto the Rumble here. Rumble down to about half of his HP and has overheated. Going to be a second turret going down into the mid lane to the Yasuo. Someone is going to need to do something about Yasuo at this point. He is sitting 5 and 2, has most of the kills for his team. They need to respond into that mid lane. He is taking 2 turrets while nobody else has taken an outer tier turret yet from the map. Yasuo going full ham and getting rewarded for it. That stated, we are only seeing a 3,000 gold difference between these 2 teams, so it's still a surmountable odds. That didn't come out quite right. What I'm trying to say is that Muffintop still has a solid chance of coming back into this game. Jarvan 4, Rumble, and Orianna being fairly strong late game champions. Kayn also scaling fairly well into the late game, though not quite as well as the Vayne. We'll see if Yasuo can maintain his relevance coming in this game, if he continue to snowball out of control, or if they'll shut him down and become stronger as we come into the mid game here and approach late game, coming into the 30-40 minute mark. If Muffintops can survive that long, I suspect they will pick up an advantage if they can keep the gold gap less than 5 to 10,000 gold. Maokai back into the bottom lane. Caitlyn getting a fairly low. Malphite also into the bottom lane. Caitlyn will go down. Karma should go down as well. Ultimate comes out from the Malphite, making sure that Karma goes down, and Vayne picks up a double kill. Yasuo putting huge pressure into the mid lane currently, looking like he's going for that mid lane inhibitor turret. Nobody looking to respond to this though. Jarvan 4 forced to respond into the bottom lane, trying to keep that inner tier turret alive. Going to see a turret go down to Rumble, however, making that a 2-to-1 turret score, making that 3-to-1 turret score, as the bottom lane outer turret goes down to the 4-man advance from Gummy Bears. I apologize, Gummy Bunnies. Rumble looking for some vision control as he clears out a vision ward from the blue side in their Tribush. He has exerted pressure onto that top lane inner turret with his minions. Going to look to respond into the mid lane here, potentially. Blue side also picking up their second dragon of the game here. They have roughly a 5,000 gold advantage. Muffin Top's definitely not in a position of power here, but they are still in a position where they can come back from this deficiency. We'll see how they respond, if they can shut down the Yasuo, if they can get control of their other lanes as well. Vayne sitting 3-0 is doing fairly well for herself despite being down half Caitlyn's farm. So looking at the gold scores, Caitlyn actually is only down about 200 gold under the Vayne. So Caitlyn doing very well for her team so far. We'll see if Caitlyn can be the saving grace for Muffin Tops. Karma also not doing all that shabby, has only died once, doing actually the second best on her team compared only to the Rumble, who has not yet died in this matchup. Caitlyn for some additional gold onto the Wraith camp while they allow Vayne and Janna to get minions back onto their side of the map so they can farm safely once again. Orianna looking to engage on the Yasuo. Yasuo going to go full ham into it though as Orianna goes down to Habibi. The ultimate comes out from the Orianna. J4 coming into the mid lane as well. The EQ combo onto Yasuo, and Yasuo will go down. Two other members of Team Muffin Tops in the mid. Caitlyn and Karma responding to make sure the Yasuo go down, as the Orianna Yasuo combo has not been quite enough to finish him off in previous attempts. We are seeing them successful in finishing off the Yasuo. Yasuo now sitting 5-3, has in fact been shut down once again, is not doing all that well despite picking up the 2 double kills. Well, he's still doing very well. He's sitting with 150 farm, 5 kills to 3, has the most kills on his teams in both teams, actually, has half kills on his team. Only a 50% kill participation ever action into the top lane as Rumble takes huge pressure from the Maokai Malphite pair. Malphite ultimates back in while Maokai takes about 5 turret hits, and they will be successful in taking down the Rumble. It's going to be first death onto Rumble in the top lane, and it takes a lot to finish him off, but Maokai is quite tanky, quite beastly at this point in the game, despite only having his second tier boots and the MR item known as Negatron Cloak. There we go. Orianna gets coming out by the Malphite and the Maokai here once again. Janna also in there. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 fight though if Orianna can come back into this and remain relevant. Pink's coming out onto Caitlyn into the middle. Yasuo and Vayne coming into the side to make it a 5 versus 4 if summoners maintain where they are. Caitlyn actually onto that mid lane inhibitor turret. Vayne looking to split push down onto the inhibitor turret as well. Yasuo and Janna looking to join them, make it a siege instead of a split push. Again, an 11-4 kill score here in favor of Gummy Bunnies. Muffin Top's looking to mount a base defense here. Muffin Tops will be successful in clearing out these minion waves into the mid lane, but Vayne is going to get pressure into the bottom lane, meaning the Caitlyn Karma pair will likely be forced to respond onto that bottom lane inner turret. If J4 goes down as well, they could pick up a kill onto the Vayne. Should she overextend, there's going to be more action into the top lane here as well, as Rumble looks pressure against the Malphite. Malphite and Rumble both sitting at level 11. Rumble has a slight farm advantage though. Malphite is up 1 kill and 3 assists over him. Malphite down to about half of his HP as Rumble continues the engagement. Rumble only losing a quarter of his HP to the Malphite. No members from either team are looking to respond into the top lane at this time, though Janna and Yasuo could make their way up there fairly quickly. Between the Malphite and the Rumble will continue a little bit of a wet noodle fight, and Yasuo will hard engage onto the Orianna despite Karma, I apologize, being in range. J4 will engage onto Yasuo after Orianna goes down. Another Q coming out from the Yasuo. Yasuo juking all over the place, but is not going to be able to pick up a double kill there. He's assisted by the Janna, but Janna looking to get out of that fight. Maokai going back in though, picks up the kill onto Karma, looking for a kill onto J4 as Janna comes back in as well. J4, however, EQ combos back over his wall onto safety. Kaylin coming in from behind, could be in trouble here, stopping him out from the Maokai. Q catching her out from the Janna as well. Kaylin out of 300, 200 HP. Heal comes out from the Kaylin, looking to get her to safety, but Janna will continue the engagement. Maokai choosing not to finish things off there. Chooses now to go back in on the Kaylin, throws the sapling. The sapling I don't think is going to be able to think, but he ultimates in there. Kaylin at 50 HP, she will go down. Could cost Maokai his life. It does cost Maokai's life as Caitlyn somehow picks up that shutdown despite the Jarvan 4 and Orianna doing damage to him. Not quite sure how the turret had got the Caitlyn the kill there. I swear Jarvan 4 and Orianna got a little bit of damage. He got crowd controlled somehow at the very least. Gonna have to rewatch that one later. Again, a 15-6 kill score here in favor of Gummy Bunnies at the 20-minute mark. There are also 4 turrets to 1 over Team Muffin Tops, having roughly a 6,000 gold advantage. If Muffin Tops can survive the next 10 to 15 minutes maintaining that inner turret, that inhibitor turret in the mid lane without losing any of their inhibitor turrets or their inhibitors, they could once again look to come back into this game. They're going to have to maintain their gold deficit or close that gold gap. They cannot continue to let it grow the way it has been. Malphite looking to do some work against the Jarvan 4, gets a shard out onto him. Gonna see Karma coming in from behind, and J4 lances out. Caitlyn, J4, and Karma are there. Malphite, I believe, was by himself. Would have been a great time to engage onto him. But Malphite is extremely tanky. They could have potentially not picked up the kill despite being in a 3 versus 1 situation. The other thing is Malphite actually only has about 2,000 HP. He does have 1 MR item and no armor at this point in the game. Caitlyn going in on him, as well as the Jarvan 4, could indeed have potentially finished him off fairly quickly. Jarvan 4 looking to engage here, takes a shard from the Malphite and falls off of their engagement. Meanwhile, Dragon will go down to the Vayne, Maokai, and Janna. I believe that is going to be the 3rd Dragon of the game, going down to Team Gummy Bunnies on the blue side in the current matchup. Q comes out from Yasuo, actually connects onto the Jarvan 4. He will go in with his ultimate. Ultimate comes out from the Rumble as well. Yasuo could be biting off more than he can chew, and indeed Yasuo goes down in a 2 versus 4 fight. Yasuo now sitting 6 and 5 despite doing very well, nearly doubling Orianna's farm at this point in the game. Has been not utilizing that to his advantage as much as he could been. Going full hand there, has picked up 2 double kills as well as a couple of other kills, but it has cost him his life as often as not. Janna potentially overextend here against the Rumble Orianna pair, but it looks appears that they will not be able to do huge amounts of damage to the Janna, and they will be disengaging that. Maokai and Vayne now making their way into the mid lane. Malphite already in the mid lane coming in from the side. Jarvan 4 and Rumble will get caught here. Exhaust coming out onto the Caitlyn. Maokai re-engaging onto Caitlyn. Caitlyn down to half HP. Caliber net will come out, but she does go down fairly quickly as Vayne comes in doing huge amounts of damage as well. Going to see Orianna look to get out of that fight. Having used her shield, J4 will go down there as Vayne picks up a double kill, continuing the damage, picking up a Rumble as well here potentially, but Vayne mitigating turret damage, takes 3 turrets here coming out from the Janna, keeping him fairly safe. Minions will get towards this mid lane inhibitor turret, and with Vayne there to damage, they could potentially take this down with only 2 summoners on the map to defend. Rumble and Karma both being forced into their base. Karma actually in the bottom lane looking to recall still, is definitely not going to be able to get in range in time to defend this turret. The turret will be going down, the inhibitor potentially going down as well here. Caitlyn back up onto that, going to be a careful be coming out from the blue side. Sapling comes out from the Maokai, connects onto the Rumble. Q comes out from the Janna onto Karma. Vayne looking to re-engage this fight. Disengage after getting 2 auto attacks back onto the Karma, however. The inhibitor turret has gone down in the mid lane, but the inhibitor is still alive. If they can keep that inhibitor alive, they still have a chance, but once Gummy Bunnies pick up that inhibitor, I suspect that Muffin Tops will have an even harder time defending. We are seeing them currently down 11 kills and 4 turrets, a 10,000 gold lead in favor of Gummy Bunnies at the 25-minute mark of this game. Gummy Bunnies looking for some end conditions here, potentially. Muffin Tops looking for the answer, the way to stop the Gummy Bunny blue side. Yasuo overextended all by himself, does not get spotted out though. Picking another kill onto Yasuo could have been a decent choice for them, though the Malphite and the Vayne have both not been killed yet in this matchup. Kills onto those summoners will be worth a fair amount of gold. Yasuo re-engages onto Orianna in the bottom lane. There's going to be 3 summoners from Team Muffin Tops in the mid lane. However, Caitlyn will go down to a 3-minute advance from Gummy Bunnies in the mid jungle. Sorry, in the jungle near the mid lane. Malphite re-engages onto Rumble in the top lane. Q comes out from the Janna, as well as more damage from the Malphite. Janna begins to tank the turret for Malphite. Maokai also comes in from the side. Maokai engages onto Rumble, and Rumble will go down in the top lane. Both of those summoners remaining fairly healthy as Janna exits the fight. Q comes out from the Yasuo, not able to connect onto the Orianna. Yasuo now taking turrets here. Damage coming out from the Orianna, not quite able to connect onto him though. Seeing a Vayne come in behind that turret, I suspect Orianna will be going down here. Indeed, Orianna goes down as Vayne lands a crit, and Yasuo comes back, and I believe with an ultimate there. No, not an ultimate. She wasn't or maybe Vayne ulted and he ulted into it as well. I'm kind of confused. Could have just been his dash going in. And there's going to be action into the top lane. There's 3 members of Gummy Bunny siege down towards that top lane inhibitor turret. Yasuo and Vayne looking for the bottom lane inner turret for their 7th turret of the game here. Ping came out onto that mid lane inhibitor, but we are not seeing any members of Gummy Bunnies respond onto it. Picking up inhibitor, backdooring that inhibitor without having to take down a turret would have been a great choice for them, as they were ahead without Orianna on the team, available to defend for Muffin Tops. Again, a 21-7 kill score currently in favor of Gummy Bunnies. We're seeing Gummy Bunnies do very, very well in this quarterfinals matchup. Yasuo has gone full ham, done very well, but been punished for it. Vayne, meanwhile, has been playing fairly safe, but quickly picking up kills, picking up farm for herself, sitting 7-0 into this matchup. Gonna be some action in the bottom lane as Yasuo overextends fairly heavily once again. We see him go down, now 7-6 for his kill score. Despite having the best farm in the game, he also has the most kills on his team. Actually tied for most kills in the game with Caitlyn and Orianna from the opposition. Again, it is Gummy Bunnies on the blue side and Muffin Tops on the purple side. Vayne gets a couple of attacks there onto Rumble, but they're going to disengage this fight. Also get the bracket posted back into Twitch chat for everybody. Looking like we still only have 2 semi-finalists qualified in our main event, though all of the semi-finalists for the secondary tournament this evening have been determined. There's going to be more action on the map. The Orianna will go down to the Vayne. A nicely used ultimate from the Malphite. Janna's ultimate coming out as well here. Vayne getting extremely low here. Vayne could go down. A heal comes out from somebody, keeping Vayne alive through that fight. Vayne is going to come back and picking up an inhibitor here, potentially. They are looking to end the game. Poke comes in from the Karma. Rumble looking to come back in as well. They have 20 seconds until the Caitlyn, Jarvan 4, and Orianna become available. Vayne looking to farm out the minions proxy into the bottom lane a little bit, looking for minions to get onto that turret so they can pick up the 2nd turret, inhibitor turret, and inhibitor of the game for themselves, looking not to be able to finish off those Nexus turrets, potentially 10 seconds until the other 3 carries from Team Muffin Tops come back onto the map. Malphite face tanking the next turret. Will take down the 1st Nexus turret of the game. 2nd Nexus turret getting fairly low here, but all summoners from Muffin Tops are back onto that. This could be a gross overstay for Gummy Bunnies. We're looking to exit out into the mid lane. Also comes out from the Jarvan 4. Vayne will flash away almost to safety, but comes back in looking for more damage here. Poke coming out from the Jarvan 4. Sorry, from the Orianna, but Vayne will dash away, or tumble away, should I say. Malphite gets a shard onto the Orianna. J4 looking to re-engage on him. J4 is just too Malphite is just too fast, though. Will look to get himself to save. Yasuo coming in from behind with a Q is not going to be able to distract the advance from Muffin Tops. So Muffin Tops looking for a turret here. Would only be their 2nd turret of the game should they pick it up. Actually going to rotate it and look for a Baron play potentially. Indeed, picking up Baron would be a great call by Muffin Tops. Now denying that Baron to Gummy Bunnies would potentially save them a defeat in the next couple of minutes. Would allow them to time out that inhibitor going down. Get a chance to get back into this game despite being down nearly 15,000 gold as we hit the 30-minute mark here. Baron will get smited down. Oh, not smited down, but taken at least by the Caitlyn. However, 2 members of Muffin Tops will go down. 3, 4 members of Muffin Tops will go down. Karma down to 100 HP. Q comes out from the Yasuo, not able to get, but the Shark comes through from the Malphite. She does not go down. That was a nicely timed shield comes out, but Malphite finishes things off, and that's going to be an ace. That's going to be the game. Gummy Bunnies will be emerging victorious here, needing to finish off that last Nexus turret and go for the Nexus. Again, Gummy Bunnies looking to finish things off here. 10 seconds until members of Muffintops begin to respawn onto the map. Only the one Nexus turret remaining. Nexus turret will go down as Malphite teleports into Muffintops base. Nexus down to half HP. J4 going to engage. Ultimate comes out from the J4, but it's not going to be enough. Nexus down to a core between minions onto the Nexus. Minions looking to finish things off as Gummy Bunnies go full ham onto the team. Muffintops looking for as many kills as they can get at the end of that matchup. Again, guys, that was Gummy Bunnies emerging victorious over Team Muffintops in round 3 of play. Again, guys, Muffintops had a round 1 bye, and then their round 2 opponents didn't actually show up for their game despite playing their round 1 game. So this was the first game played tonight for Team Muffintops, coming into this game not warmed up. Could have been their main detracting factor. We've seen Gummy Bunny emerge victorious in 3 rounds of play here this evening, making their way on to the semi-finals here tonight. Again, they are going to be the 3rd semi-finalist team qualifying in this evening. Looking like they'll be facing off against Team Thomas Cats in the semi-finals. The semi-finalists waiting is D Coffee Shop. They're waiting for Squirtle Squad and Seraphnas Warriors to conclude their quarter-finals game. Alright, I'm seeing a game invite coming in here from a summoner from Gummy Bunnies. Looking to get myself into this round 4 semi-finals matchup. Seeing 9 summoners currently into the lobby, meaning they are going to be ready to go momentarily. Again, Team Thomas Cats was waiting for the round 3 matchup to conclude, where Gummy Bunnies did emerge victorious. Again, guys, waiting on one more summoner to come in this lobby. Actually, we've had that last summoner come in, but now one summoner has disappeared from the blue side. Apologies for my silence there, guys. Still waiting on one more summoner to come in this lobby. Just looking at the Twitch chat, people not overly happy with Gummy Bunnies, apparently. Not feeling that the Vayne has been playing is playing at the level that they say they're playing at, which of course is something that we do look into, as smurfing is not allowed. We require summoners to play on their highest rated accounts. Of course, it being your highest rated account does not mean that you're not stuck below the level that you can play at. Though if you have less than, say, 50 to 100 games, then it's hard to say you're not inaccurately placed. Looking at the purple side, I believe first side is Gummy Bunnies, seeing between 20 and 200 wins, depending on which summoner you look at. So fairly accurately ranked for Purtus, at the very least, who has almost 200 wins in ranked, which means he has likely around 400 games played. The other summoner sitting between the 50 and 100 mark. It's hard to say how far they've climbed, how far they can climb. And of course, if you guys do report that people you feel are smurfing, we do look into that as best we can. And of course, as I've stated, we have already looked into one of these accounts tonight, and we do feel it's a little bit questionable, but as we are this far into the tournament, it's not really fair to disqualify a team just for performing very well without some sort of additional proof. So you do need to allow us additional time to continue that investigation, see if we can find any sort of conclusive proof, in which case we do ban summoners and entire teams from the events once we have that kind of proof. And we have banned, I think, 4 or 5 teams at this point for obvious smurfing, where we've actually managed to find them competing in other events on their main accounts, which we do definitely frown upon, and we end up banning all 10 or more summoners involved in those incidents. Looking like 2 members got timed out from the lobby somehow, so we're going to be remaking this lobby. There's my second invite into the game. Again, guys, heading into the semi-finals matchup tonight. It's going to be Team Tomcats on the blue side, and they're facing off against Team Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Alright, seeing all these summoners coming back into the lobby slowly, and I should probably move down to a spectator slot. Again, guys, heading into round 4, the semi-finals of play this evening. Both of these teams have to be undefeated to get here. We have Gummy Bunnies on the purple side with Team Tomcats on the blue side. Gonna head over to the bracket momentarily, see where both of these teams started. I guess we started with Gummy Bunnies in round 1. So we know they've emerged victorious through 3 rounds of play. And it looks like Team Tomcats also started out in round 1. So both of these teams undefeated through 3 rounds of play. Looking forward to an intense and a little bit closer of a matchup than that last game where we had Gummy Bunnies against Muffin Tops. Muffin Tops having a round 1 bye and advancing through round 2 by default, as Cap of Field was disqualified for using too much time getting their matchup started. Again, we do allow for 15 minutes once your team shows into the matchup on the bracket for you to get started. Should you cause delays past that time, your opponents are free to report a win against you. Getting questions about the time limits for matches to begin. Technically it is 15 minutes between games, but as we are into the semi-finals round here, should teams need a couple extra minutes to field their entire rosters, we will generally allow for that in order to promote fair play and get these matches to occur. Sounds like the blue team is having some login issues here. Clients looking like they may have recently failed. Something about timing out from that last lobby. Not quite sure exactly what happened, but we are getting the lobby reformed here, waiting on those last 3 summoners to get us rejoined. Again, guys, we are heading into the semi-finals of tonight's tournament. The matchup we're going to have on this stream is going to be Team Thomas Cats facing off against Team Gummy Bunny. The Coffee Shop, our other semi-finalist team that is currently qualified in the main event, is currently waiting on a round 3 game between Squirtle Squad and Seraph Nass Warriors to conclude. Also looking like our first finalists have been qualified in for the secondary event tonight. The Reapers making their way into the finals match, while Silence It heads towards the bronze match. The other semi-finalist match in that tournament is HHS Esports against Head Rush Gaming Inc. So good luck to both of those teams. Well, I believe that matchup is actually just getting itself started. So the finalists in the secondary tournament will have a slight delay. Again, we're heading into champion selection here. Again, guys, we're in a champion selection for our semifinals game, and seeing Zillion as the first ban from the blue side. Once again, the blue side here is Team Tomcats. Also, Gummy Bunny is on the purple side, opting for a Tristana ban right off the bat, followed up by a Soroth ban coming through from Team Tomcats. Waiting on a second ban from Team Gummy Bunnies. Again, guys, Gummy Bunnies on the purple side with Team Tomcats on the blue side. This is the semi-finals of play. This is round 4 of play in Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament for November 2nd. Seeing Morgana as the second ban here from Team Gummy Bunny. Two very strong, very meta bans from Gummy Bunny. Two fairly strong, one meta ban and one, I believe, targeted ban from Team Tomcats, as well as a Ryze ban rounding things out. So 2 mid and a top lane ban, though Ryze kind of valid as a mid laner as well, though not currently played very frequently into that position. I apologize, guys, it is not Team Tomcats, it's Team Thomas Cat. Waiting on that third ban from Gummy Bunny here, it will be Yasuo getting banned out, potentially taking that away from themselves. Warwick will be locked in here by Blazed. We saw Warwick played very, very well by Gummy Bunny in round 2 of play. Also, we've seen Lucian insta-locked by Team Thomas Cat. Almost didn't realize they were first pick there. Nami also locked in here. The Warwick still only being hovered over, however. Again, guys, round 4, semi-finals of play for Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. Both of these teams started out in round 1, are undefeated throughout the tournament so far tonight. That means they have 3 wins to their name. One team in the semifinals, however, must win, one must lose. Of course, once you get to the semis, whether you win or lose, you have one more game to play. The winners moving on into the finals matchup, where they compete for a first place title. Losers going home with their second place prize package, of course. And the losers of the semifinals going on into the bronze match, where they compete for the 3rd or 4th place titles. Of course, all 4 places are prized in Not So Stock Gaming, and we do have 40,000 RP and 5 Tremont Ryze skins to give away for both of our tournaments this evening. Looking like Janna and Lee Sin get locked in by Thomas Cat and iPod Soup, with a team name of Team Thomas Cat and a summoner Thomas Cat. I think we know whose team it is on the blue side. We'll see if Janna makes all the plays for them tonight as well. Zed and Vayne will also be almost instantly locked in for Team Gummy Bunny. We've seen Vayne played very, very successfully by Gummy Bunnies in 2 separate games so far. Going to be the 3rd Vayne game for Unreversed. We've also seen Zed, I believe, played in 1 game here so far by Gummy Bunnies, though we saw him play on Yasuo instead in the last round of play. May have actually opted for a Yasuo pick the other time I saw him hover over Zed. I cannot completely recall where we started this morning. Seeing Katarina and Jace now hovered over here by Team Thomas Cat. Stop Flawless on the Jace and Hamster the Cat. Hamster the Cat. Don't hamster the cat. That sounds like the hamster would be in trouble. Yes, for those of you not aware, I am a fan of hamsters. Had 6 of them at one point. Ran a little breeding business. No more hamsters for Dark Corps at this point, though. Anyways, guys, back to more serious business. Jace and Vladimir will get locked in, which hands things back over to Latoin, where he is going to be the last champion on Gummy Bunnies to the last summoner on Gummy Bunnies to select a champion. Looking like Latoin will opt for a Malphite pick here into this semi-finals matchup, seeing some comfort picks come out from Gummy Bunnies. We've seen a fairly similar team roster from them almost every game so far tonight, and we have followed them all the way from round 1, where they defeated Team HRG, which is Headrush Gaming, Inc. Looking like the Malphite could be swapped out for a Mundo pick here. Mundo now being hovered over by Latoin. We've also seen Gummy Bunnies play on a Mundo in their top lane tonight. Guys, the Mundo will get locked in, meaning we have now 50 seconds for summoners to finalize their runes, masteries, and summoner spells, as well as trade around those champions if they've selected champions for different summoners on their teams. And a little bit of hype for iPod Soup in the Twitch chat. iPod Soup, the Lee Sin from the blue team. Once again, guys, it is Team Thomas Cat on the blue side, and they're facing off against Gummy Bunny on the purple side. We have watched Gummy Bunny from round 1 play some fairly impressive games, and Team Thomas Cat also started in round 1, though we didn't catch them on the stream. I assume their games have been fairly impressive to manage that 3-game win streak they require to get all the way into the semi-finals tonight. Looking forward to a great matchup here in round 4 of play. Once again, guys, blue side is Team Thomas Cat, purple side is Team Gummy Bunny. And as we are getting into spectator delay, I'm going to take my much-needed 3-minute break, and I'll be joining you again once we get into the load screen and onto the Rift. problem loading into the game here. Not quite sure what's just happened. Looking like we are retrying to load in. Hopefully we'll get a load screen this time. Potentially the game was discontinued after hitting James. No, we are into load screen now. There we go. Do apologize for any delays there. Of course, I went for my 3-minute break as we got into Spectator. I came back to the League of Legends sign. Of course, the pop-up only occurred after I returned, though, like right as I returned, so nearly perfect timing. Hopefully it didn't sit with that black screen for too long on you guys. And we are coming in about 30 seconds into this game, so not too long indeed, hopefully. Alright, seeing a little bit of pre-game action there. Janna going for a deep warp. Potentially apologize for my distraction, getting some reports about some BM from a team in the semifinals of the secondary tournament. Of course, should that be verified, we will be speaking to those teams, as we do require summoners to adhere to the Summoner's Code. We do hold people to a fairly high standard. I mean, we expect that you guys be respectful, not only to your teams, but to your opponents and to our admins as well. Minions now onto the map here. 15 seconds for buffs to spawn. Seeing both sides opt for their bottom half of the map buffs. Purple side will be going for a blue buff start, while Lee Sin on the blue side starts with his red buff. Speaking about the junglers, should get them into their positions. Looking like we have Lee Sin versus Warwick for the junglers. Mundo versus Jace for the top laners. Put us back on the directed camera there as I break things. Mid laners are going to be Vladimir in the top lane, Jace in the mid lane. I apologize, Jace is going to be against Zed in the mid lane, with Lucian versus Vayne and Janna versus Nami in the bottom lane. Alright, we are good to go, guys. Again, this is round 4, the semi-finals of play. All teams that make it into the semi-finals have qualified for prizing. They're not competing to determine exactly how much prizing they'll be getting. And as I say that, Zed picks up an extremely early first blood in the mid lane. Lucian may pick up the second kill in the bottom lane, but Vayne tumbles to safety. Nami getting a fail here. Lucian might take a turret hit, will take 2 turrets before he picks up the kill, toss him his life, but he picks up the double kill for it. That is a well-calculated or a very, very lucky play for the Lucian. A 2-for-2 kill score here. The game has now more or less been reset as Lucian picks up those 2 kills and dies to the turret, seeing a 4.4k to 4.4k goal score. Actually seeing the blue side tick up to their 500 mark before the purple, so they have a slight advantage here. Lucian will be sitting with 1100 gold over Vayne's at 900, though Zed is sitting with 1100 over Jace's 700. Thinking across the map, I'm not quite sure how that divergence is working out to be quite so even. Lee Sin also has a 100 gold advantage over the Warwick, which is where we're seeing things even out. Lee Sin into the top lane for the first gank of the game. Mundo down to 300 HP, down to 200 HP. His passive taking away, hurting him even more. Well, it's not his passive, but I believe his W. I tend to call skills that have a lasting effect, such as a degen, or things like Mundo's spinning flames, I forget the name of that skill, a passive effect, as it does damage semi-passively, but it is not actually their passive, which is a skill that they have which is not actively activated. Lee Sin now heading into the mid lane. Zed is fairly low. Lee Sin will hop onto the Jace, miss his Q onto Zed though, and Zed will return into this fight back onto the Jace. Jace looking for more poke onto the Zed though, and Lee Sin potentially wrapping back around in this fight though. It looks like he could be roaming into the bottom lane. Huge action will break out into the bottom lane. Janna lands a double Q, but Nami lands a double bubble as well, seeing all 4 summoners in the bottom lane getting knocked up into the air. Mundo fairly low in the top lane. Vladimir looking to dive this. Vladimir will succeed in picking up the kill onto Mundo and Pools to get himself safely out of the turret range. Zed has activated a health pot into the mid lane. Both bottom laners for the purple side have activated health potions as well. Again, guys, this is Team Thomas Katz on the blue side. and they're facing off against Gummy Bunny on the purple side. Zed and Jace fairly low here. Lee Sin coming in for a gank in the mid lane. Jace forced to flash out of that, but Lee Sin is fully healthy against Zed. Q's in and picks up the kill. Now a 4-2 kill score in favor of Team Thomas Cats in this match. They have roughly a 1,000 gold advantage over Team Gummy Bunny. Janna looking for some poke onto the Nami. Gets punished a little bit by the Vayne for it, though, seeing a health pot once again popped out here by the Nami. I believe Nami has utilized both of her health potions at this time, though she does have 2 wards and she has backed already. So we are 5 minutes in the game. That is not completely unexpected. Health potion being utilized by the Lucian here. Looking like Lee Sin is going to affect his first recall here. Warwick already purchasing his first set of items. Now making his way back out of the base, looking at that is both junglers' first recall at the 5.5 minute mark. Again, guys, this is going to be the semi-finals matchup between Team Thomas Cats on the blue side and Gummy Bunny on the purple side. So far, we are seeing a 2-kill advantage in favor of Thomas Cats. Only 6 minutes into play. There's been some great action so far. Neither team managing any kind of strong rotations yet. Most of those kills going over into solo lanes or to ganks from the junglers. Of course, we saw the first blood go over to Zed in an outplay in the middle lane, and then Lucian picking up a double kill in the bottom with cost him his life. Junglers being involved in both kills after that fact. Lucian will pick up a kill under Vayne's turret once again and actually get out of the turret range this time. Janna fairly low as well. Both junglers into the mid lane. Jace will be forced off of this fight. Lee Sin will begin to make his way back into the jungle as well. Warwick loops back around to his jungle respectively, beginning to initiate onto his Wraith camps. Mundo getting fairly low against Vladimir in the top lane. Seeing Janna still in lane at only 200 HP. Nami also still in lane, but Vayne is beginning to come back out to lane. About 15 seconds for Vayne's return. Lee Sin looking for a gank onto Nami, potentially looking to stop Vayne from coming back into lane. No, he is on the Wraith camp. No, the white camp, I apologize, the large white. In the purple side jungle, Lee Sin going for some counter from here. Could run into Warwick in the purple half of the map. Jace lands a decent amount of poke onto the Zed. Zed seeing just down a quarter of his HP, looking to engage onto Jace. Jace now down a quarter of his HP. Lee Sin into the mid lane. Jace engages onto Zed. Zed re-engages onto Lee Sin. Zed will go down here. I believe his ultimate was used to try and keep himself alive, but he does go down in the end. Only 50 HP remaining when you ultimate only on top of yourself. Not overly likely to get out of that one. See now a 6-2 kill score in favor of Team Thomas Cats. They're doing extremely well into this matchup. Again, guys, this is a semi-finals match. Blue side is Team Thomas Cats, and the purple side is Team Gummy Bunny. As we're seeing a 7.5 minute dragon going down, potentially uncontested here to Team Thomas Cats on the blue side. And the smite comes in from Lee Sin. That will be dragon secured. Vladimir looking for more pressure against this top lane outer turret. I believe Mundo has activated his ultimate here to try and get a little bit of health back for himself. Jace looking for more poke against that. Zed doing the same thing against the Jace. Lee Sin is in range to respond as well. Warwick is on his wolf camp. In the bottom lane, Lucian and Janna are getting pressure against the Nami Vayne pair. Seeing Vayne sitting down about 10 farm to Lucian. Lucian has picked up 2 kills and an assist here. Not quite sure how he didn't get that 3rd kill onto the Vayne earlier on. Thought he picked up the last hit there, but it must have been the Janna. Janna sitting 201 for her, sorry, 102 for herself currently. Q from Janna not quite able to connect onto Nami, but it does catch out the Vayne. Coming through from Lucian, again connecting onto Vayne, but not onto Nami. Still, Vayne is who you generally want to focus there. Ping coming out from the purple side into the mid lane. Warwick could be coming in for a gank onto Jace, but he will get spotted out by a side ward. Jace begins to retreat almost immediately. Through comes out from the Warwick, and he will clear out the side ward in that mid lane bush. It's going to be the first turret of the game in the bottom lane to the Lucian Janna pair. Lucian and Janna doing very, very well for their team so far. So you've seen them zoning the Vayne Nami pair against that turret, picking up kills under that turret almost all game. Janna now into the mid lane is going to be potentially overextended here, but Jace as well as Lee Sin will come in to assist her. Warwick will be exiting that lane with about half of his HP remaining. Zed will remain healthy and in lane to defend the turret. Ping coming up from the pro side into the bottom lane where Lucian is pushing solo against the Vayne. Vayne now behind her. Lucian looking to continue the dive, activates the culling, I believe, but it also comes out from the Warwick. Lucian overextends here. Heal comes out from Lucian, flashes away as well, comes back in onto the Vayne. Vayne will get out of that with her life, but Lucian will not go down, will go down to the Nami. Nami finishing things off there. Warwick with 50 HP remaining. Janna finishes that off, though. Nami looking to pick up a kill onto Janna. Bubbles came out onto the Janna from the Nami. Nami getting Janna about 200 HP. Lee Sin being advanced onto by Vayne as Vayne comes back in the fight. Zed onto Jace as well. Zed back down to 100 HP. Exhaust onto Zed. Going to see both him and Jace go down, though. Janna actually picking up the kill onto Zed. Janna doing wonders for her team here, sitting 3-0-2 until Mundo teleports in to get the last hit onto Janna. Pool coming out from Vladimir, who has also, I believe, teleported into this fight. Mundo will go down. I believe that's been a 3-4-3 exchange so far. Seeing Thomas Cats go from 6 kills to 9, and Gummy Bunnies up to 5 kills, I believe, from 2, so indeed 3 kills apiece throughout that huge team fight in the bottom lane and the jungle. It's going to be the first strong rotation we see from either and both teams. A great fight ensued there. Again, guys, we are in the quarterfinals. I apologize, the semi-finals of play here. This is round 4 of play. Both of these teams actually started in round 1, so they are undefeated through 3 rounds of play so far this evening. We are seeing Team Thomas Cats do a little bit better than Gummy Bunnies, but Gummy Bunnies has managed to dominate 3 matches so far. Looking to see them come back into this match as we get into the mid and potentially the late game, but we will see how things progress. Janna and Nami looking to duke things out while Vayne takes out the white camp. If Vayne responds, it could potentially be a kill onto the Janna, though Lucian is also in range to respond. Sweeper comes out from the Nami, clears out his sight ward from the blue side. I believe Janna may have just placed it and bubbles down onto Janna as well. Vayne coming into range here. Lucian has not yet responded. Going to be action in the mid lane as well. Lee Sin will leave that fight and Warwick will head down there, potentially responding onto the Janna here. Going to be a 3 versus 2 as Lucian comes to this fight with the Warwick. Vayne and Nami looking to retreat from that engagement potentially, though. Going to see that top lane turret going down to Vladimir. That's going to be the second turret for Team Thomas Cats. Going to be a 2-4-0 turret score so far. They're setting up 5,000 gold over Gummy Bunnies at the 13-minute mark into this game. Doing very well for themselves so far. Lucian never gets caught out in a 4 versus 1, and Lucian will go down. Now a 9-2-6 kill score still in favor of Thomas Cats. That's going to be 400 gold over onto Vayne. Zed looking to engage onto Vladimir, keep that top lane inner turret safe. Vladimir sitting with the double buffs in the top lane is fairly powerful right now. Gummy Bunnies looking for their bottom lane outer turret, but Thomas Cats are going to respond by taking down the mid lane if they're going to be their 3rd turret of the game. Mundo being engaged onto fairly heavily by the Jace and Lee Sin. The turret will go down. Now a 3-0 turret score. Vayne as well as Nami actually falling off of that bottom lane turret could be a huge mistake for them. Warwick also heading up towards him, looking for some kills as opposed to that bottom lane turret. Lucian making his way back out to the wards of the bottom lane. Lee Sin and Jace also heading towards, towards the Dragon for the seeing Dragon get out in only 3 seconds until Dragon is back onto the map. We will see a contested Dragon, potentially Nami going for some vision control around that Dragon pit. No, just running past the Dragon pit towards the bottom, looking to assist her Vayne as Lucian comes in. Nami coming in behind the Nami into the bottom. We'll have a 2 versus 2 fight, though. Janna is down to about half HP. A well-placed Bubbles could cost her life. Bubbles not able to save. The Q comes out, only lands onto the Janna. There's going to be action onto Mundo as Warwick's ult comes out onto Jace. Jace blasts Warwick back away from himself as Mundo and Jace look to, Mundo and Warwick re-engage onto the Jace, but Lee Sin comes in from the side. Going to be a 4 versus 5 fight here, I believe. Q comes out from the Janna. Going to be an engagement onto the Vayne Nami pair. Jace and Lee Sin looking to exit this engage onto Dragon. Actually, 5 members of the blue team are engaged onto Dragon. 5 members of the purple team looking to contest it. Vladimir pools to try and keep himself alive, but he will. Ooh, I believe he flashed out of that. He is alive with 200 HP remaining. getting blasted back. Sorry, the Zed getting blasted back with exhaust on him. He ends up going down to Lee Sin as he tries to come back into that. Warwick and Nami down to about 200 HP in this fight. Everybody from the blue side also fairly low in this fight. We're seeing a 1-for-0 exchange so far. The Vladimir not going down after his pool is what's throwing this fight in favor of Thomas Cats. This Warwick will go down. Mundo goes down. So it's going to be a 3-4-0 trade here. Nami forced to flash out as Vladimir comes into range as well. Team Thomas Cats have just picked up a huge advantage and will engage onto Dragon as well here. Looking for their second Dragon of the game. They are extremely low, but with 3 members of Team Gummies having gone down in a recent team fight, they will be fairly safe to take this. Alright, looking like Squirtle Squad emerged victorious from the quarterfinals game and is currently facing off against D Coffee Shop in the semifinals. Depending on how quickly this game ends up. What just happened there? Just watch Lucian dash over that wall, then walk back over it. May have been a bit of a visual glitch there. Again, guys, depending how long this game ends up taking, we may get to catch a little bit of the Squirtle Squad versus D Coffee Shop game while they wait for it to conclude and the finals match to be ready to go. That game should be just getting itself started. I believe that matchup came in 10-15 minutes ago and is showing on the bracket. This matchup being 15 minutes in currently, there should be a slight delay. As long as they take roughly the same time, or this one takes less time, we'll see how things go there. Jane lands a Q onto the Mundo, but Mundo will retreat to safety. Looking at a 12-6 kill score currently in favor of Team Thomas Cat. They also have 3 turrets to 0 over Team Gummy Bunnies, roughly a 9,000 goal lead at the 17-minute mark in this game. Zed looking for action in them in the queue from Lee Sin, not able to connect. Could have potentially cost Zed his life if Lee Sin ulted him back into those 2 other team members. Warwick using his super to clear out some vision control from the blue team. Once again, guys, blue side is Team Thomas Cat, super side is Team Gummy Bunnies. Zed jumps away to safety, but Lee Sin will follow him up. Ignite goes in onto Zed, ultimate comes out from the Zed as well. He ends up flashing to safety after his ultimate expires. Q comes in from Lee Sin, but does not connect. And the guy's choice by Zed, opting not to walk the direction he was, where Lee Sin would have landed that Q. Team Thomas Cats looking for their first inner tier turret of this game. They will siege down onto the mid lane turret. Mundo, Nami, and Warwick are in range to contest. Vayne coming in slowly. The turret has gone down. They're going to be a 5 versus 4 fight. Vladimir in the bottom lane looking for pressure. Culling comes out from the Lucian, and Pearl side will retreat off of this engagement. Nami takes a huge amount of poke, and she will go down. That is not going to be good for... seeing the game stop. Looking like spectator mode could be having some issues here. Again, I was going to say that's not going to be good for Team Gummy Bunnies to be down their support, with Team Thomas Cats able to push into the mid lane, but I'm not quite sure what just happened. Going to, I guess, exit the game and try to get back in here. Looking to see if I have members of either of these teams currently on my friends list, which I don't believe I do. Had to get an invite into the game, though if we exit I should be able to reinitiate the game from the spectator mode slot I was in. A little bit confused by what just happened there. Hopefully servers are still intact. Spectator servers are still intact as well. A little bit of a lag spike or something there. I haven't seen spectator servers have any kind of issues in the last couple of months, so leading up to Worlds starting up, there was a full month of them just not working at all. Again, guys, we're about 20 minutes into this game, not quite at the 20-minute mark when we lagged out. Not quite sure how things are going to progress here. I believe we've seen Purple Side's inhibitor go down to an advance from the blue side. Also, their top lane inner turret going down now, a 6-0 turret score, seeing a 17-6 kill score. and spectator mode is going to once again not do what it's supposed to at all. Yeah. So this hasn't actually occurred in quite some time and is extremely unfortunate. It looks like this game is going to potentially go in favor of Team Thomas Cats, though there is still hope for Team Gummy Bunny to come back despite just losing their mid lane inhibitor and having no turrets to their name. They're down about 15,000 gold at the 20-minute mark of this game. Again, seeing spectator mode lag out here, but spectator mode comes back to us. Hail, spectator mode. Hallelujah. Oh no, I may have called it too soon. Here we go, rubber banding it back in once again. Zed going to head up into the top lane. Alright, again, the spectator servers are uncooperative here, getting reports from another semi-finalist team member that they have disconnected from the game as well. They were just creating the game and have it disconnected. Alright, if you're not yet in your game, if we're having connection issues, going to see if Riot has released an official statement, and we've always progressed through them, though we will allow for an additional delay here in order to have matches occur as smoothly as possible. We do have the pause feature as well in the event of lag spikes and connection issues during games. The restart rule can be extended past the 5-minute mark, though I don't like doing that. We could see about getting it extended to the 10-minute mark potentially. Of course, once you're past the 10-minute mark, it's really rough to try and restart a game. Resetting it all the way to 0 when somebody's up 5 kills to 1 or something along those lines, makes people unhappy. Anyways, guys, we're seeing spectator mode continue to not cooperate here. I'm not getting reports from the current team members in this game that they're having issues, though we are getting reports from one other team that they are having issues. Seeing this actually ending up in a blue team win, so we'll be heading into the finals matchup potentially. Actually, in reports, the other semi-finals matchup hasn't yet started because of some connection issues, so we're going to be heading over to stream that other finals matchup. Looking for Young Chu here. Gonna get an invite to the lobby if he's back into game. He is back into game. Alright. Alright, I'm not seeing an in-game message here. I'm gonna head to the home screen, see if there's anything up. Alright, Riot is not yet aware of any kind of server issues. We did see the spectator server acting up. We've gotten a few reports from teams having issues throughout the entire event. I've seen a few weird disconnects. I've seen some people disconnecting from lobbies, which is also weird. But yeah, we are going to progress as normal. Hopefully the games aren't affected hugely. Right now your client is still dead. It shows you in team select. Indeed. Are you able to access NA? Are you able to try and sign in again? Just try and reboot it. If rebooting doesn't work, go to your control panel. Open up your Internet Explorer settings, yes, Internet Explorer, not just your internet in general, and reset to default. Also clear your caches. League of Legends, the client, is built on the same technology as your browsers, and despite whatever defaults you set on your computer, for one reason or another, League of Legends defaults to your IE settings. So when you have issues that you can't log in, or you have issues that your store glitches, or you have issues that you can't find the NA server, for instance, weird things happen. Just reset your Internet Explorer settings, and miraculously, they're normally fixed. Of course, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it's actually a server issue on LeagueSpire, and we're having weird issues. But we can hope. So we are going to head into that second semi-finals matchup, as it has not yet occurred due to some weird glitches going on here. But we are going to try and get that other semi-finals matchup underway as soon as we get everybody back into the games. Hopefully somebody can get me an invite to that while Young Chu looks to get in. Going to take a look and see who are on those two teams. I believe I added Chowmander from Squirtle Squad earlier on in the evening. See if he accepted that invite. Unfortunately not. Getting an invite from Kenny Mango. Who is Kenny Mango? Are you a team member? Yes. Alright. Send me an invite. Gonna see what's going on here. Crazy times. Again, guys, we've watched one semifinals game already conclude. I believe we have one semifinals game also concluded in the secondary event. Also getting an email from Squirtle Squad, so I am heading into that lobby. We will deal with as many issues as we can at once. The issue, of course, being as reported was they disconnected, trying to get into champion selection, and then they're having their opponents now having some connection issues. We saw spectator mode do some weird things at the end of that last semifinals matchup. We didn't actually get to see the end of it, which was unfortunate. So hopefully we can get into this semifinal game. Hopefully we can get this game started again. No official report into the client from Riot at this time. Hopefully there are not widespread chaos issues about to ensue for the Riot servers. Again, just looking for an invite into the semifinals game. We can see how many members of the teams are currently available into the lobby. What we can do about getting it started up. Going to be a bit of a delay for the other finalist qualified teams. Again, we just watched Team Thomas Cats win over Gummy Bunnies. Thomas Cats waiting in the final position while Gummy Bunnies are into the bronze match, waiting for this semifinals matchup. We're trying to get started to actually conclude. Seems like I have a tournament draft invite. Alright, we're looking for two more summoners into the lobby here. Both members from, I'm gonna check out the purple team. Again, it is, not Silence to Death, it's the secondary tournament. Squirtle Squad on the blue side, D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Alright, just letting both teams know that we will do our best to wait this out, though it is technically 15 minutes for teams to come available. Once we get into the semifinals, we like to be a little bit more lenient, make sure those matches as well as the finals matches occur, and Riot is able to find those matches so they can send out the prizes to those summoners who definitely deserve it for their performance throughout the events. I can report that one more member from D Coffee Shop is having trouble getting himself back into the game. Also getting someone requesting that we potentially change up the same picks and bans for this matchup, which if both teams agree to it, and as I'm watching, if they do, I will technically allow it, though seeing one side say no. They do not want to switch picks. They want to go with the same picks, same bans, so it will be same picks, same bans for this matchup. Of course, I didn't see what those picks and bans were. Going to rely a little bit on honesty. Getting reports there's apparently a login queue, but Young Chu has gotten back in the game, is waiting for their last summoner. Hopefully he can get himself in and will progress without too many connection problems. Again, guys, we had some spectator mode issues in that last semifinals matchup, and normally we do only catch one semifinals matchup per tournament, but when there's a large divergence between their start times, or a large difference between their finish times at least, we get to catch parts of the second semifinals matchup. And as there was a huge delay getting this one started, as there was a delay throughout the previous rounds, as one matchup in the beginning took about an hour and a bit to get itself concluded, and their next round took 40-50 minutes, and other matches have been fairly quick. Anyways, leading into the semifinals matchup, this one got itself, with both opponents showing into the bracket, a little bit later than the other one, so we were about 10-15 minutes into that game before this one could have even attempted to start. And once they did attempt to start, they had some lag problems with the weird server hiccups we ran into, just waiting for their last summoner now to get into the lobby again, and then we'll be doing our best to get underway for that semi-finals game. Again, this game will be Squirtle Squad, the team I have been waiting to say their name all night. I have been finding excuses to find them in their bracket and be like, look, it's Squirtle Squad. So I'm finally getting to cast Squirtle Squad. No idea who they are, but I love their name. And Squirtle Squad is facing off against D Coffee Shop. I've seen D Coffee Shop on a number of occasions. They've been playing in Not So Stuck Gaming tournaments for quite a few weeks now. I think they've come in second, third, and fourth throughout multiple events, but they have not yet managed a first place finish, which they have so been looking for. Looking for those triumphant Rise skins for their 5 core team members. If they can emerge victorious in the semis tonight and victorious in the finals after that. Or if maybe Squirtle Squad will give them a Squirtle stomping in the semifinals, and they'll be heading into the bronze match to face off against Gummy Bunnies instead. Getting reports that D Coffee Shop actually did manage to pull off 1 win in the past, which I somehow managed to overlook, so congratulations, guys. Alright, and apparently Astral77 is back into client and is the last member of D Coffee Shop, waiting for an invite to be sent out to him, and he'll be getting into this game so we can get underway. The other spectator in the lobby here is Walpurgis Knight, a previous member of D Coffee Shop, who has, unfortunately for his team, gotten himself all the way up into Platinum in the solo queue, meaning he's not able to participate tonight, so he's showing his moral support from the spectator slot. And of course, Not So Stuck Gaming has no rule, technically, against spectating games, so that is allowed, and we are going to be into champion selection for this semi-finals matchup, and here is hoping everything goes smoothly. No server issues, no spectator issues, no connection issues in general. Fizz, Fiddlesticks, and Jarvan 4 will quickly be banned out. We have gone through champion selection partially once before for this matchup. I'm not quite sure what their previous bans or picks were or how far they got through those, but we will see Fizz, Jarvan 4, and Gnar banned out by the blue side. Once again, guys, it is Squirtle Squad on the blue side. And Fiddle, Serath, and Delusion banned out by the purple side. Again, D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Tristana, Vi, and Morgana fairly quickly locked in for the blue team. We're next in Thresh, Zed, and Lee Sin very quickly locked in for D Coffee Shop as well. Aurelia and Teemo. Well, Aurelia locked in, Teemo being Hoveter, but Siberic will switch it out for the Syndra, which I believe was his pick in the first champion selection, though we did see him in the pregame lobby potentially trolling a little bit, being like, can I change it? Can I play Teemo? Please let me play Teemo. So we did see him hover over that Teemo and be like, guys, you should have let me play it. But he locks in the Syndra as he is required to. Also getting a request in Twitch chat that we start the tournaments earlier on in the evenings. And as it is the weekends, we could potentially do that for our Saturday and Sunday events, but with our Friday night tournaments, they would have to still start around 7 o'clock, as our admin team works till 6 or so at their other jobs generally. If there is support for starting events earlier, we could look into that. We've had 2 requests, I think, for this now over the last couple of weeks, so we'll be looking into opening up some sort of poll to see about what kind of start times you guys would like to see. When we first started Not So Stuck Gaming tournaments, we started them at 6 o'clock, but our East Coast members thought it was a little bit too early for them because they're 3 hours behind us, and they requested we actually bump it up an hour, so we hosted a poll then and got the average start time that was thought appropriate by the summoners who were currently participating, and they ended up being 7 o'clock, but since it's been 4 or 5 months now since we've done that, definitely time that we could reassess that for you guys. Also, we will be into a spectator delay here. Hopefully into spectator delay. There we go. A little bit of a hiccup coming into spectator delay makes me a little bit worried. Servers have not been behaving quite appropriately. Anyways, guys, we have a Tristana Morgana bottom lane for the blue team with Aurelia in the top lane, Syndra as their mid laner, and Vi in the jungle. Of course, they're facing off against D Coffee Shop, who has Renekton as their top laner, Zed in the mid lane, Lee Sin as their jungle, and an Ashe Thresh bottom lane pair. Opting for Ashe ADC is an interesting choice, but against Tristana, I think it could be effective. Anyways, with 2.5 minutes of spectator remaining, guys, this is the period where I traditionally take a quick break. So I'm going to leave you in unfortunate silence for 2 minutes here, and then I will return to showcast our second semi-finals match. Again, hopefully without any further issues. Load screen, seeing 2 gold trims on both teams as well as a platinum trim for both teams. 2 untrimmed summoners for the blue side with 1 silver and an untrimmed summoner for the purple side coming into this matchup. Looking forward to a fairly intense, hopefully fairly even semi-finals matchup this evening. Looking like most summoners are at 100% just waiting on Morgana to reach that 100% mark. Though technically all these summoners are currently into the game. Not quite sure why the load screen takes as long as it does after spectator delay. Alright, we hear the sounds of the Rift. We will be seeing the Rift momentarily. Again, guys, this is our second semifinals game we're getting to watch on the stream this evening. This is going to be the matchup between Squirtle Squad on the blue side and D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Also getting a report that Headrush Gaming Inc. has defeated HHS Esports in the semifinals for the secondary event, meaning that the finals matchup between Headrush Gaming and the Reapers, while the bronze match between HHS Esports and Silence to Death. Of course, in our main event, we got to watch that one semifinals game that already occurred, which was between Team Thomas Cats and Gummy Bunnies. Team Thomas Cats emerging victorious, waiting on in the finals position, while Gummy Bunnies are waiting in that bronze match. Also seeing a little bit of level 1 shenanigans. Zed will go for a deep ward onto the blue side of the map. Again, guys, it is Squirtle Squad on the blue side, with Team D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Getting the scoreboard reorganized here, looking like it is now good to go. Looking like Lee Sin will be starting with his red buff on the purple side. Interesting to see him not start in the bottom half of the jungle. The red start for Lee Sin is a fairly standard start, opting to make his Renekton leash for him though, as opposed to getting the bottom lane to leash. Can set Renekton a little bit behind. Aurelia also in the top half of the map looking to defend the blue buff for the blue team, though their jungler will be starting on her red buff as well. Buffs now onto the map. Vi has initiated onto the red buff. Leash will be engaged by the Morgana Tristana pair, but Tristana only goes for one auto attack. We're seeing Ashe and Thresh actually waiting in that tri-bush, but the Tristana Morgana pair go the safe route. Not quite sure if Ashe and Thresh were spotted out as they entered that bush. Lee Sin opting to start on his red buff. It did allow the Ashe Thresh pair going for an interesting play, but unfortunately it is not going to work out in their early game favor. Morgana looking for a little bit of gold. She did start with the Spell Thief's Edge. There we go. Which grants her gold every time she gets a spell to damage an opponent, or she gets an auto attack on an opponent, assuming that it does have charges remaining. And those charges do stack up fairly quickly. Bunny will come out on the Thresh as well. The auto attack from the Morgana. A second auto attack comes through, but Death Sentence goes on to the Tristana. Thresh down to about half his HP. Morgana down to 100 HP. Ignite is onto her. Flash is coming out from 3 of those. Summoners. First blood goes over onto the Thresh. Ashe not quite able to pick up the last hit on Morgana. The Ignite potentially ticking her down from the Thresh. But that is going to be first blood gold onto the purple team. Assist gold for the Ashe. She's not going to be completely unhappy with those plays. Vi also ganking up into the top lane. Renekton already down to half HP, down to 100 HP here. Flash comes out from the Vi, and Renekton will go down under a turret action into the million as well. Syndra being queued into by the Lee Sin, but Lee Sin will not follow that up. Zed seems about 150 HP. May have gotten fairly lucky there with Lee Sin's gank to keep him alive. Currently seeing a 1-2-1 kill score between these two teams. Purple side, that is D Coffee Shop, has a 100 gold advantage at this point in the game. That is not a huge gold advantage. Seeing all lanes fairly even as far as farm goes. Syndra has a slight advantage over Zed, while Ashe has a slight advantage over the Tristana. Renekton has a slight advantage over Aurelia as well. All of those no more than 4 CS apiece. Ashe and Thresh were forced to recall from the bottom lane, meaning Tristana and Morgana will be able to get a little bit of farm for themselves. Well, Tristana will be able to get a little bit of farm for herself. She's actually now above Ashe as far as her creep score is concerned. Ashe does have that 1 assist, and Thresh has his kill, which will put him slightly ahead the Morgana as well. Looking at their gold score, Thresh actually has a 400 gold advantage over Morgana, while Ashe has a 100 gold advantage over the Tristana, despite Tristana having a 5 farm lead. Careful ping coming out in the mid lane as Lee Sin has entered lane. Zed also coming back in lane. Syndra has exited lane but will return behind her minions. Vi looking for some counter jungle against the Lee Sin here potentially. I believe Lee Sin's early game is a little bit stronger than Vi, so this could be a bit of a misplay for her. Zed, however, is very low in the mid lane. Vi could wrap around behind that turret, but she catches Lee Sin out on his wolf. Lee Sin down to about 100 HP, ward hops away to safety though. Vi would make a great play to head into the mid lane. However, Zed is going to head towards the jungle looking for the Vi despite being very low in the mid lane. Thresh looking for some plays in the bottom lane. Black Shield has come out onto the Tristana. Vi back into the mid lane, now coming in front of the turret with the minions. Zed still at 300 HP. Vi would make a great play to engage on him, allowing Syndra to finish that off, but she will not get the kill. Dark Binding not able to connect onto Thresh as he walks into the bush and onto the blue side of the map, not walking where Morgana expected him to head. Renekton and Aurelia in the top lane, also trading fairly efficiently here. Renekton will get a stun onto Aurelia. She's down to about half her HP, though he has a 6 farm advantage. He's going to pressure her against that top lane outer turret, where she'll be able to get a little bit of last hit advantage potentially. She's also doing a great job in the bottom lane, clearing this minion wave. Looking at Tristana sitting about 6 farm under the Ashe, though Syndra has a 6 farm advantage over the Zed, evening that out. Seeing Thresh also with 6 farm, and he does have the Relic Shields to be handing that gold over to the Ashe as well. Looking like a 400 gold advantage for Ashe, though we're seeing Syndra go down to Lee Sin in the mid lane. I apologize, I did not comment on that. He queued her, followed up, and finished things off fairly quickly while I talked through the entire thing. Now a 2-1 kill score in favor of D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Again, guys, this is a semi-finals match. Quarter-finals of Play at Descent lands onto the Morgana. Flay coming out as well. Morgana into half HP. Ashe getting a slow onto the Morgana. Morgana into 200, 100 HP, 50 HP. She goes down. Tristana also with about 400 HP remaining. He's a few auto attacks from the Ashe, and Renekton is fairly low in the top lane. We take a quick look at the bracket and see where these two teams started this evening. Looking like Team Gummy. I apologize, I'm on the wrong half of the bracket here. Alright, Squirtle Squads had a round 1 bye, I believe. Indeed, they would have faced off against Yisung Is So Sexy in round 2, which was their first game. They also defeated Seraphnas Warriors in round 3, so they've played 2 games and emerged victorious, a 2-game win streak heading into this semi-finals matchup. D Coffee Shop also fairly lucky with a round 1 bye, also with a 2-game win streak heading into this semi-finals matchup. So heading into the finals, we'll have a team on a 4-game win streak as well as a team on a 3-game win streak, as neither of these teams in this semi-final matchup started in round 1 of play this evening. Apologies for my silence here, guys. Getting reports about a summoner not being available on a roster but being fielded into a matchup. Of course, if teams let us know about their roster changes, we will add those summoners. Also taking a look back at the match at hand here, still a 3-1 kill score. D Coffee Shop has gotten themselves roughly a 1,500 gold lead over the Squirtle Squad. Again, guys, it is Squirtle Squad on the blue side and D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Alright, apparently we are adding the summoner You're Drunk to which team there, guys? A nice Dark Binding comes out from the Morgana onto Thresh, but the volley coming through from Ashe will stop the advance from the Morgana. Tristana pairing Lee Sin also into the mid lane against the Vi, seeing neither mid laner here, but both junglers into the mid lane currently. Both those summoners getting fairly low, but Vi will go down as a great play comes out from the Lee Sin. Ah yes, the Reapers, I apologize. Alright, the Reapers needing to add I'm drunk to their... Oh, you're drunk. I apologize. To their team roster. We will affect that roster change for you guys. I do apologize it wasn't affected earlier. Not quite sure where you messaged me if it was in client. I could have missed that. We do request that you guys normally send us emails about your roster changes so that we're sure that we, have a trace of them and can say, hey, yes, you did request that earlier. Our apologies. Anyways, back to the game at hand though. That roster change has been affected for you guys. You're good to play. Seeing a 5-2 kill score still in favor of the Coffee Shop, but a bit of a difference from the 3-1 we were seeing a few moments ago. Again, that was Lee Sin picking up a kill against Vian. Not quite sure where the other 2 kills went down on the map. We're netting over Treasure against Aurelia in the top lane. We'll take a turret hit for it, and Aurelia gets back into range of that turret. Mid-lane Syndra getting the pressure against the Zed. A little bit of poke coming in there, but no stun. Looking like a gang coming into the bottom lane from the Vi, but I think she has been spotted out by the Ashe Thresh pair and will not go in. Gonna see a Dark Branding come out, but not connect onto the Thresh. Huge volley coming out from the Ashe as well. Tristana sitting at about 500 HP in the bottom lane. Vi going to attempt to come in from behind. The turret has wrapped around the long way. Looking to try and get in this without being spotted out. Waiting to go in, waiting for a play here. It's going to be a huge delay for the blue side jungler, and Lee Sin is heading in towards the mid lane. Syndra could be in trouble. He's actually opting not to go in behind the turret. Wraps around the safer way. See if he lands his Q here. The Q will connect. He follows it up, goes into turret range, takes one to make that 2 turret hits, but he blasts her with his ultimate all the way onto the opposite side of the map where she is not going to be able to get to safety, and Zed finishes things off. Seeing now a 6-2 kill score in favor of the Coffee Shop. They have roughly a 3,000 gold advantage. Again, guys, this is round 4. The semi-finals of play for tonight's amateur tournament from Not So Stock Gaming. Seeing the Coffee Shop now set up for their first dragon of the game. We are 12 minutes in, and it is high time for a dragon. Death Sentence connects onto Vian. He follows that up full ham style. The box will come out, but it could cost him his life. He flashes away to safety. Ultimate comes out from the Ashe. Morgana will go down here. That was a huge play by the Thresh. Surviving that, using his flash in the box. That was well played by Thresh. And Renekton looking for some more farm in the top lane, more pressure against Aurelia and that turret as well. Taking a look at the farm numbers, he's sitting 108 to her 82, so roughly a 25 farm lead after only 12 minutes of play, doing very, very well for himself in the top lane. Death Sentence, unfortunately, for the Thresh connects onto a minion, and Tristana will continue to engage onto the Ashe. Flake connecting onto Tristana, though. Both those ADCs down to about 300 HP. Syndra looking for some additional farm in the mid lane while Zed potentially goes for some roam. Of course, as I said, that we spot him clearing out a site ward, utilizing the vision ward has been placed down by his team. And he will return into the mid lane. Renekton also returning into the top lane against the Aurelia. Both of those summoners doing fairly well for themselves so far. Seeing Aurelia with 1 assist while Renekton has a death. He is, however, up about 20 farm on her at this point in the game. Going to look at the goals. Of course, he has roughly a 500 goal advantage. It's going to be fairly significant. Of course, half of that gold being from the dragon that his team chose to take. He's going to continue engagement onto Aurelia. A huge lane bully at this point in the game. Lee Sin and Ashe looking for some counter jungle here. The blue buff will be going over onto the Lee Sin. I apologize, not looking for counter jungle. That is their own jungle. The blue buff will be going over onto the Zed. You can ignore Dark Corpse sometimes. Even with colorblind mode on, I don't know who's on which side of the map. It's blue on their side, purple on their side, or are they all just mixed together and red? Or is it blue-purple making purple? Blue and red making purple. Ooh, I can't even English now. Back to the game at hand, guys. Coffee Shop with 7 kills. Squirtle Squad with 2 kills. A nicely placed Death Sentence by the Thresh. Morgana could be in trouble here. The box also comes out. She flashed out a little bit too late. She will connect with the wall of the box. And the comes through from the Ashe, finishing things off on the Morgana. Strong looking like she could get to save there. Vi being engaged onto fairly heavily by Lee Sin. Renekton going to have to go the long way. Lee Sin finishing things off. The ultimate comes out from the early rally, continues the engagement on Lee Sin. Renekton will get back into range here. Lee Sin getting out with about 400 HP. You're going to see Zed also come up into the top lane. Syndra into the top lane here. But Aurelia will go down. Syndra potentially thinking better of entering into that fight, as there are 3 members of the coffee shop still remaining in the top half of that jungle. Ashe getting a little bit more poke onto Tristana in the bottom lane, while her and Thresh try to clear out the minion wave and get pressure onto that bottom lane outer turret. Morgana will be returning to lane momentarily. Looking like Morgana may actually be AFK in base. Not a great situation for the blue side. Suspected pause may come out here, but we don't see her moving soon. There we go, Morgana coming out of the base, a little bit late, but still coming out of the base. Potentially looking for some items to pick up there. Looking like the top lane turret will be going down to Renekton. That's going to be the first turret of the game. Quickly followed by the second turret going down to the Ashe Thresh pair in the bottom lane. Going to be a 2-4-0 turret score in favor of the coffee shop. They are sitting 11-2 over Squirtle Squad on the blue side. Syndra lands a stun onto the Zed. By looking to engage until her ultimate will come out. She locks it down a little bit longer. Ultimate comes out from the Syndra as well, and Zed will go down. Well played by the Squirrel Squad, picking up a kill into the mid lane. Again, guys, this is a semi-final matchup for NotSoStuck Gaming's amateur tournament for November 2nd. Again, the time did go back an hour tonight for anybody who hasn't yet noticed, so you're all staring at a computer screen, which would have told you. Anyways, Renekton taking a little bit of pressure in the top lane as he potentially overextends there. Vi comes in for a well-timed yank, and he will go down. Squirtle Squad looking to come back into this matchup despite sitting down 6,000 gold, 11 kills to 4, 2 turrets to 0. Vi making huge plays for her team. Seeing Vi actually with 100% kill participation at this point in the match. Of course, with only 4 kills on their team, that's not quite as impressive as some of the other scores we are seeing, with a 303 from the Lee Sin, who's been doing huge amounts of work for his team. Ashe also doing very, very well in the bottom lane. Lee Sin will go in under the turret of the blue side in the mid lane. We're going to see Syndra go down. Vi also going down there. Lee Sin and Zed going full ham into the blue team, exerting their dominance here. They have now grown their gold lead to roughly 8,000 gold. This turret likely going to go down here. Syndra actually disconnected. I'm not sure if it was before or after that fight. Likely going to be seeing a pause coming out here from the blue side. Again, we were aware of some server issues heading into this game, so seeing a disconnect is quite unfortunate, but not 100% unexpected. We have gone through almost 20 minutes of gameplay here so far, so to see this be the first sign of an issue, I'm kind of hoping Syndra didn't just rage quit. That would be BM for sure. Her team not pausing it after that disconnect. She is sitting in base. Not quite sure why Squirtle Squad is not going for a pause here. Zed coming out of that mid lane, they will pick up their 3rd turret of the game for the coffee shop. Squirtle Squad opting to play this 4 versus 5, potentially unaware Syndra has disconnected, though I think they would have seen the message as we saw the message. The coffee shop picking up a red buff from Squirtle Squad side of the map. Vi looking to engage onto the Renekton, but the ultimate comes up from Ashe. Actually doesn't connect onto the Thresh. That could have turned that into Squirtle Squad's favor, but they are 4 versus 5, and Morgana ends up going down. This could be a terrible way to lose a semi-final matchup. But Syndra has reconnected here. Again, not sure why your team chose not to pause. They're playing out for almost 2 minutes here, I think, without their mid laner. Going to be another dragon there going down to the coffee shop as well. I believe that is going to be their 2nd dragon of the game. By looking to engage here, but she would be 4 versus 1. Thinks better of going in there. Ping's coming from the pro side on both the top and bottom lanes. A nicely placed Lantern gets Renekton into safety as well. Zedding up towards the top lane, and a teleport going to come out from the Renekton. Zed will divert himself back towards the mid lane, pinking out towards their blue buff as well here. We'll see if Zed opts to engage that by himself, or Lee Sin will assist. As we reach the 20-minute mark here, we are seeing a 10,000 gold difference between these two teams. DCoffeeShop is sitting 14 kills to 5, 3 turrets to 0, and I believe 2 dragons to 0 as well. Squirtle Squad is going to need to start making some plays to come back into this matchup. They are significantly behind at this point in the game. Tristana getting a little bit of additional farm for herself in the bottom lane. No responders to be seen from the purple side. They could potentially get some pressure onto that bottom lane outer turret, though Zed is now making his way down towards the dragon pit and towards the bottom lane. Has been spotted out by the blue side. Will clear out a sight ward and not get engaged onto, as Vaya and Syndra make their way onto the bottom half of the jungle. Morgana also into the jungle. Tristana still in the lane, but in range to respond. Thresh makes his way back towards the dragon pit. They are exerting huge control as far as vision is concerned of this map, seeing 2 vision wards around that dragon pit, one placed directly in it, one towards the mid lane. Almost no blue side wards that far out on the map. However, we are seeing 1 vision ward in their tri-bush in the bottom lane, as well as 1 deeper into their side of the bottom lane, 1 also in the top side of the map. So actually an even number of wards overall. Also Vi engaging on Lee Sin. Lee Sin ward hops to safety. You're seeing an ultimate after a flash from the Syndra. That's enough to pick up the kill. That was well played by Syndra as she comes back into this matchup. Zed missing the poke onto Syndra. Syndra with her red buff. Now Vi with a blue buff. Fortunately for Syndra, that's not the buff she would normally be looking for. Thresh manages to pull a death sentence on Syndra, which likely saves her from the ultimate coming out from the Ashe. A volley coming through, not quite long enough to connect. Syndra will use her Zhonya's to try and stay alive. There's also a black shield coming on her by down to about 400 HP. You're going to see the engagement continuing as Tristana and Morgana continue to go full hammer. Renekton also coming in behind the blue side here will be engaged onto by the Aurelia and the Vi. Vi still fairly low. Hair's coming back in this fight. Morgana now down to 300 HP as things continue. Ashe still fairly healthy. Black shield coming out onto Tristana, but she does go down. Now a 15 and 2-7 kill score and a death sentence onto Mirana. She will be dead after that one. Going to be a double kill for Renekton. It's going to be a 4-4-2 trade in that fight, though Ashe comes in and picks up a double kill. I apologize, Ashe is on the red team. That is not unexpected. Not quite sure what I was seeing there. Again, that is a 4-4-3 trade as Renekton gets shut down by Syndra, I do believe. So not an overall terrible fight for Squirtle Squad in that fight up. But still a fairly strong play for DCoffeeShop. Now 18-9, a full double kill score over Squirtle Squad. Squirtle Squad down only 10,000 gold still. They've not let DCoffeeShop grow their gold lead in the last 3 minutes. They are looking to maintain their deficit and shrink it slowly as we approach the late game. Tristana doing her best here to continue catching up in farm to the Ashe. They say that if Tristana leaves the lane only 20 CS behind their laning opponent, they can be considered to still have won that lane. But Ashe has roughly a 30 farm advantage and 5 kills over Tristana at this point, so she is going to be fairly significantly behind, sitting down about 3,000 gold under Ashe. DCoffeeShop looking for a siege onto the mid lane inner turret. The minions, however, will be quickly cleared out by the 4 defenders from Squirtle Squad. Dark Binding not quite long enough to connect on any others of DCoffeeShop, and Thresh somehow grabbing 3 souls from so far away. Seeing Death Sentence come out, it does connect onto Syndra. Lee Sin follows it up. Her Zhonya's will come out, though. Lee Sin will get deleted fairly quickly under that blue team turret. Vi, however, goes down. 3 members of the blue team have gone out. Ashe picks up a double kill for herself, potentially a triple kill there. Renekton will go down for it, though. Ashe turns around and picks up this turret as well, potentially after the ace and that triple kill. Ashe going to try and finish off this mid lane inner turret, waiting for Zed to get minion pressure back onto it, though. Minions will come into range and they will re-engage onto the mid lane inner turret. No members of Squirtle Squad are available to defend. They could potentially pick up the inhibitor turret as well here. 2 seconds for Morgana, 7 seconds for Vi, 10 seconds for the rest of their team. And we're down to half his HP. Morgana looking to make her way back on the map as quickly as possible. Vi racing out as well with the inhibitor turret has gone down. Decoffshop will back off of this, not quite able to engage onto the inhibitor at this point. Still a very successful play for them. The ace and 2 turrets. Looking to back off and pick up a dragon as well here to increase their gold lead even further. And that will be a successful and almost contested, but in the end uncontested dragon. Going over to Decoffshop, seeing them now 23 kills to 11, still managing just above double the kill score of their opposition. And it is Squirtle Squad on the blue side, and a nicely placed ultimate from the Ashe, as well as Death Sentence following it up. Could cost Tristana her life, but it looks like she will actually get out of that alive. As Vi and Morgana continue the engagement. Flash and a Q coming out from the Vi, but not able to get back into range onto the Ashe. Vi looking like she will have her life revoked by the Zed Thresh Pair. Teleport coming in from the Aurelia, but she's going to have to retreat back onto her side of the map in a 3 versus 1 situation. Renekton now free to get pressure on that top lane inner turret. Will actually get minions to it and begin to back off. Drops a Sight Ward onto the blue buff bush and returns for pressure against the turret. Turret down to about half of his HP, and Tristana is looking to defend it. Lee Sin looking for the counter jungle here, has popped a sweep ward and will take down the Sight Ward that was just placed down by Morgana. Tristana and Syndra now up past that top lane inner turret. Renekton is farming out on their white. Could get caught out here, has been spotted out. But he will make his way to safety. Again, guys, this is a semi-finals matchup for Not So Stuck Gaming's amateur tournament. We're currently in round 4 of play, the semi-finals, watching Squirtle Squad on the blue side and Decoffshop on the purple side. We have Team Thomas Cats waiting in the finals matchup for the winners of the game, and a huge team fight will ensue. Thresh could go down here, but he remains healthy through that fight with about 300 HP. Goes back onto the cesspool though, has 50 HP. Syndra looking for a kill. Thresh with his life though, as Zed picks up a triple kill. Lee Sin looks to re-engage onto the Aurelia. Zed looks to come back into this for his quadra potentially. Zed goes full ham, uses his ultimate, comes back in on the Aurelia down to 300 HP, Zed down to 400 HP, he picks up the kill on Aurelia, but it's too late for the quadra. Too much of a time gap has occurred. Still a great play there by the Zed. Zed's quickly snowballing out of control in this matchup. Ashe also sitting 806 is going to be an unstoppable force. I believe Decoffshop may have this one. All they need is that mid lane inhibitor, a little bit more map pressure, which they are slowly exerting, sitting 5 turrets to 0, 2 if not 3 dragons to 0 as well, and 28 kills to 11 over Squirtle Squad. Remembering, guys, the winners of this matchup head on into the finals match, where the first and second place teams will be determined, while the losers have one more game to play still. Ashe engages onto the Vi, and Vi will go down. The losers playing in the bronze match to determine the third and fourth place teams. All teams that make it into the semis will be getting prizing for the evening. Syndra picks up a kill onto the Zed, but goes down to Ashe, as Ashe picks up a double kill. Renekton looks to engage onto Tristana, but Tristana continues to auto-attack him as he gets into range. He gets fairly low, as if she rocket jumps in, she could finish things off. She actually might not even need to rocket jump. She will flash to follow things up. The Renekton re-engaged onto Tristana. Tristana gets fairly low there. Will utilize her heal to try and stay alive. Needs this another skill to blast it back, but Aurelia comes into range. We could see a kill onto Renekton. However, Tristana goes down first. Renekton, who quickly is taken down by the Aurelia, who is still in range though. Lee Sin looking to engage onto Aurelia in the top lane, potentially looking for a steal on their blue, which is not currently available. Indeed, seeing him wrap in around behind the Aurelia, will be looking for this kill. Thresh also heading up towards the top and looking to cut off Aurelia's escape path. Lee Sin cues in on the Aurelia. Aurelia down almost a half HP already. Flashes out over the wall, but Death Sentence goes through. Ooh, it does not connect. That is going to be an unlucky Q from the Thresh of Vi now in onto the Lee Sin. Aurelia still with half HP remaining. We're going to see Lee Sin's Thresh begin to back off of this engagement. Vi engages onto Lee Sin. Aurelia continues the engagement. The ultimate comes out from the Vi. Lee Sin down to 300 HP. Lee Sin flashes out to safety, but Vi follows him up. We could see a kill going onto Lee Sin, but her next engage onto Aurelia. Aurelia goes down to the Zed. And that, sorry, Vi goes down to the Ashe. Black Shield comes out onto the Morgana, but Death Sentence still connects. It's an unfortunate situation for Syndra to have been in. Now a 34-13 kill score in favor of D Coffee Shop. Seeing them do very, very well in this round 4 semi-finals matchup. Death comes out from the stretch, but will not connect onto Tristana, who he was aiming at. 5 members of D Coffee Shop now into the top lane, looking for their second inhibitor turret of the game. Despite that mid lane inhibitor still being on the map, they'd be smart to rotate into the mid lane, but Death Sentence will come out on the Tristana. Tristana, however, has a Black Shield. Thresh follows it up, going full ham here. The box out. He takes 2 turret hits. Another attack from the Tristana. He will utilize heal somehow. How did he heal? I'm so confused. May have been the shield actually coming out from his face of the mountain. Not actually a actual heal, but a shield there. A little bit of confusion from Dark Horse coming through. We're next in onto this top lane inhibitor turret, going to be engaged on by 3 members, however, of Squirtle Squad. They're looking for a kill on Renekton. Renekton, so beefy at this point, may actually get out of this alive by re-engaging. Locks him off. Their Cinder looking for some stuns as well, potentially. Renekton, he will go down to the 3-man advance from Squirtle Squad. Now a 36-15 kill score. We're seeing D Coffee Shop of a solid 20,000 gold. 7 turrets to 0, 3 dragons to 0 as well. Baron has not yet been taken off of the map in this matchup. Dragon back on the map here, and it looks like Ashe will be engaging onto it. Zed and Lee Sin not too far away, though Zed appears to be going for his blue buff, while Lee Sin will quickly head towards the Dragon Pit. Zed heading back towards the mid lane, though there's not going to be any kind of pressure coming into the mid lane. Dragon will again go down to the purple side uncontested. Another great play by D Coffee Shop. Pressing for Death Sentence. Death Sentence will not connect, but Zed goes full ham onto Tristana. Tristana looking like she will go down here. Indeed, she does go down to the Zed. Zed potentially picking up the kill, but here goes down to Vi. Instead, Vi continuing the engagement onto Thresh. Thresh could be in trouble here. Morgana, Syndra, and Zed all engaging. Sorry, and Vi all engaging onto him. Indeed, that's going to be a double kill for the Vi. Vi now sitting 8 and 9, despite having quite a few kills taken away from her. She has 8 of them for herself, doing very, very well for her team, despite handing out a few kills for the opposition as well. Vi will go down there to the assault from the Ashe Lee Sin pairing. They're really going to be in trouble, as well as Lee Sin finishes things off there. Lee Sin looking to continue the engagement into the blue side base. Again, it is Squirtle Squad on the blue side and D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Tristana forced to rocket jump away from the Renekton, who's engaging her under the turret, completely ignoring the damage coming in from those turret hits. Renekton is a huge bully right now. And Ashe becomes even more legendary as she picks up her 13th kill in this matchup. Going to see that top lane inhibitor going down to D Coffee Shop. They pick up the inhibitor as well, looking to potentially end the game here. There are 3 defenders available from Squirtle Squad, and 2 of those Nexus turrets still available on the map as well. Destin connects onto the Syndra. Syndra will be in trouble here. Syndra will go down. We still have 4 members of the Coffee Shop available. Destin connects onto the Morgana. Should their team engage onto that, but they will not. Morgana could have gone down there as well. You're going to see the first Nexus turret getting dropped. 1 Nexus turret still remaining as Tristana comes back into play here. Tristana could be overextended. Their Black Shield will come out from the Morgana. Tristana picks up a kill onto Zed. A great play by Tristana. A huge lantern coming through from the Thresh, though. Getting Ashe back to I apologize, Renekton back to safety. A little bit of a lull in the action as the map gets reset a bit. That mid lane inhibitor has respawned for Squirtle Squad. Their top lane inhibitor is still down. 1 Nexus turret still remaining on their side of the map. C&D Coffee look to siege down into mid. They pick up this mid lane inhibitor once again for their team. We're going to see Aurelia quickly go down there. Now the inhibitor goes down as well. Going to see 2 members of Squirtle Squad get lead as Zed picks up a double kill onto Morgana. Believe this will be the game in favor of D Coffee Shop, guys. Going to be heading on into the finals if they can end it here. Second Nexus turret will go down. I believe the Nexus will be getting popped by, from Squirtle Squad. Renekton goes full ham into the base. It will cost him his life. A little bit of a throw there, but I believe it is too little too late for Squirtle Squad to come back from this. Vi picks up a double kill for her team as Lee Sin also goes down, picks up a triple kill as Zed goes down with a Nexus. Will get popped. That is D Coffee Shop emerging victorious from the semi-finals of play. They're going to be facing off against Team Thomas Cat in the finals matchup, while Squirtle Squad faces off against Gummy Bunny in the bronze match. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup this evening. Move myself down to the Spectre slot as the matchup's already getting itself started. Again, D Coffee Shop will be on the purple side, Team Thomas Cat on the blue side. This is going to be our finals matchup this evening. Again, guys, waiting on a few more summoners to come into this lobby. Not quite sure how Thomas Cat is not yet available to field their team. They had a huge delay between their semifinals matchup including and the other semifinals matchup including. So I would have expected them all to be sitting in that lobby just waiting to invite their new opponents. But we're actually seeing D Coffee Shop into the lobby well before the rest of the summoners from Team Thomas Cats. All 5 summoners from D Coffee Shop now available into the game, while we have only 2 summoners from Team Thomas Cats. Apologize for my silence there, guys. Again, we're waiting on a few more summoners to get into the lobby. Oh, getting a report from Young Chu that Hamsters isn't on their team, which is correct. He's a member of Team Thomas Cats, doing a little bit of team sleuthing potentially there, heading over to D Coffee Shops for a bit, but he will head back over to Team Thomas Cats as they get all 5 of their members into the lobby at hand. So we are actually waiting for 1 more member from D Coffee Shop to come into the game. Looking like Team Thomas Cat will be reordering their summoners for an ideal pick order heading into this matchup. Waiting on a 5th summoner still to come in for DCoffeeShop, and Astral says he is having some lag issues, so not quite ready to start this matchup. Looking like he'll actually be leaving the lobby momentarily as he needs to restart his router. Again, guys, waiting for 2 summoners now from DCoffeeShop to come back into the lobby. Getting reports that Astral is restarting his router to avoid any kind of lag and connection issues coming into the matchup. Getting reports that one of the team members has a big trigonometry exam tomorrow. Good luck with your trigonometry. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup for tonight's tournament. A little bit of a delay while DCoffeeShop gets their roster figured out here. One of their team members not yet coming into the game, and Astral needing to restart his router before we can get the game started. There we go, finally getting a laugh for my pun into the all chat. No love for Dark Corps tonight. Again, guys, heading into the finals matchup this evening, we have Team Thomas Cat on the blue side, and they're facing off against DCoffeeShop on the purple side, waiting on 2 summoners from DCoffeeShop to get themselves into this lobby so we can get things back underway. We had Astral leave the lobby in order to restart his router. 1 summoner from DCoffeeShop also not yet entering the lobby. He's waiting to see who gets here first. Again, guys, this will be the finals matchup for Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament on November 2nd. We've gone through 4 rounds of play so far. Team Thomas Cat is undefeated throughout all 4 of those rounds of play. Though DCoffeeShop did have a round 1 bye, they are still undefeated through 3 rounds of play. Also get the tournament page posted back into Twitch chat for you guys. You can check out the teams that were participating this evening should you choose to. Our schedule is also available from that website if you're looking to participate into future events potentially. Sorry guys, been going for a few hours now. I'm starting to slur my words and stutter a little, but we are getting into the finals matchup, so I'm ready to get excited once again. Looking forward to a great game here tonight. It's been 3, if not 4 matches in the making for both of these teams. One of them is going to go home victorious. The victorious team going home with 3200 RP and a triumphant Rise skin. For each of their final 5 summoners, a total of 16,000 RP and 5 Rise skins for the winning team. While the second place team goes home with 2,400 RP apiece. I believe that's 12 or 14,000 RP total. Somebody else can do that math for me. I've done it so many times and can never remember. course, the 3rd and 4th place teams don't go home overly unhappy either. They get 1600 RP for the 3rd place team and 800 for the 4th place team. Getting a question about prize distribution. I believe the rules state it can take up to 3 weeks, but that is assuming that we take up to a week to report that, and then Riot takes 2 weeks. Generally, Riot's fairly quick, within a day or two, and we do our best to get all the tournament victories reported on Monday following the tournament, so sometimes it does take a couple extra days for us to recollect all those names and get to submit it properly. But yeah. Anyways, normally it's anywhere from Wednesday to the next Monday, Tuesday that you see your prizing, generally within a 24 to 48 hours, but sometimes it can take that 1 to 2 week period, so we do say within 2 weeks you should receive your prizing, and prizing is actually distributed directly into your accounts, guys, so you may not even notice it. Just keep an eye on your RP number. It should jump up if you won a tournament. Alright, looks like we may have summoners joining into this gate. I'm seeing a Sindan into the lobby. Not quite sure who that is. Looking like it's not a member from either team. And again, guys, we are heading into the finals matchup here for the main event this evening. Alright guys, again heading into the finals matchup here, we do have Team Thomas Cats on the blue side, and at least part of TMD Coffee Shop sitting here on the purple side. Again, I apologize for my silence, you guys. Looking to get this finals matchup started this evening. Again, guys, a little bit of a delay while we get summoners from D Coffee Shop back into this matchup. I do apologize for my silence, you guys. Just looking into a couple of potential admin issues. I'm getting reports from D Coffee Shop. Their summoners may have disappeared. Would be extremely unfortunate if that were to happen. Maybe they have some substitutes available for their team. They do need to get 5 summoners into the lobby fairly soon and get things started up here. Also, during that last semi-finals game, our secondary tournament did conclude. We have the Reapers as the first place team in the secondary event, followed up closely by Head Rush Gaming Inc. as second, HHS Esports in the third place slot, rounded out by Silence to Death, taking home 4th in that event tonight. Again, guys, waiting on the finals matchup here to get itself started. This is a Not So Stuck Gaming amateur tournament. We have a team Thomas Cats on the blue side and D Coffee Shop on the purple side. 4 members of D Coffee Shop currently in the lobby, potentially looking to field one of their substitutes into this matchup. Apologize for my silence here again, guys. A little bit of late heading into the finals match, just trying to get everything sorted out, seeing what we can do for getting this finals matchup started. Looking for a sub for D Coffee Shop from their roster potentially. Also getting reports from Twitch chat that somebody would be happy to sub in for them. Playing in the finals match, you would be guaranteed prizing. Not a bad situation. Of course, I suspect they'll have somebody in mind that they'd like to substitute for them. Well, just getting silence here, just trying to get everything sorted out for this matchup. They're saying they could have this Sin Dane person join onto the D Coffee Shop team, but we have no idea who that summoner is, aside from somebody checking out their current rank. Apparently the Annie bot is free, but LTR Baby Moose says they have somebody coming. Alright, we will get this matchup started momentarily, guys. We do apologize for the delay. Looking for one more for D Coffee Shop again, guys. The finals matchup this evening, round 5 of play, is going to be the team Thomas Cat on the blue side, facing off against D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Alright, need to send an invite out to Buzzy, and Buzzy is going to be into the lobby. We now have all 10 summoners coming into this matchup. We should be into champion selection momentarily. Again, no idea who this person is. Welcome to New York. Alright. Welcome to New York indeed. Looking for both teams to be ready here. Ready question coming out from the purple side. We'll see how we progress here. They did cause a little bit of a delay, so it's like the blue side is ready and roaring to go. Again, guys, looking to head into the finals matchup here. It is round 5 of play. We have the purple side as D Coffee Shop, who has emerged victorious through 3 rounds of play with a round 1 bye. And we have Team Thomas Cats on the blue side, who has emerged victorious through 4 rounds of play, starting themselves out in round 1. We're seeing Thomas Cat ban out Gnar as their first ban selection. And a little bit more hype for iPod Soup into the Twitch chat. Also seeing Lucian banned out by D Coffee Shop, followed by a Zilean ban coming in from Thomas Cat and a Janna ban from D Coffee Shop. Seeing the Lucian and Janna pair banned out together. Zed also being banned out by Thomas Cat to round out their bans, and a Lee Sin ban coming in from D Coffee Shop. And we have Gnar, Zilean, and Zed banned out by Thomas Cat on the blue side. Lucian, Janna, and Lee Sin banned out by D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Looking like Hypotsu will select Jarvan 4 into this matchup, while Young Chu will hover over a Kha'Zix with Best from the West, showing off his Thresh pick. And Thresh will get locked in. Wait and see if Kha'Zix gets finalized for this matchup. Alright, seeing Nami and Tristana also locked in here for Thomas Cat, meaning they are showing their jungler and their bottom lane pair. Orianna will be hovered over by the summoner Buzzy, waiting on LTR Baby Moo also to select his champion. Also, despite that hugely coming in the finals matchup, I wasn't quite able to get away, doing my best to keep you guys up to date on what was going on. When we get into Spectator Delay, I will be taking a quick break to go refill my water, potentially run to the washroom, all of that fancy stuff. And then as we get back into the lower screen and onto the Rift, I will be joining you once again to do some more shoutcasting. LTR will lock in an Ashe pick. We've seen Ashe played very well in the last round by Astral77. If Blue Side had been paying attention, I potentially would have been banning that one away. The Ashe Orianna will be locked in, handing things back over here to Thomas Cat, Hamster the Cat, and Stow Flawless. Waiting to select their champions here. Ahri will be hovered over by Stow Flawless. I believe that will be their mid lane pick, waiting on a top laner to be selected by the blue team here. We could have a top lane Blitzcrank. It's never been done in a Not So Stock Gaming tournament, but personally I've done it, and I've done it successfully. So we know it can be done, but he gets swapped out for a Vladimir pick. We've seen Vladimir played by their top laner in a previous round, and Vladimir will get locked in by Hamster the Cat. Alright, also being locked in here for Team Thomas Cat. Hands things back over to D Coffee Shop, where Astral is left to select the final champion into this matchup. Astral taking his time selecting this final champion into the game. As the last pick, it'd be kind of nice to see them just lock it in quick. They know what their opponents have, they know what their team has, they're like, boom, I can't be countered. Seeing Jace now hovered over here in 10 seconds remaining for things to be finalized. The Jace will indeed be locked in. They start trading around their champions. 50 seconds remaining for summoners to finalize their runes, masteries, summoner spells, as well as the champion they're currently sitting on. And with that, guys, we do have about 40 seconds remaining for them to do so, and then 3 minutes of spectator delay following that. So I'm going to quickly take my absence and return as we get into the load screen.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Seconds late, getting back into this. You can see a little bit of pre-game or pre-buff action. I said here, Thresh and Jace going to go full ham into the opposition's jungle. They did spot out J4, but he was alone, so it's going to be a semi-successful in-mid. They will fall off of it. Pause will come out from the blue side here. Apparently we have a disconnect. Tristana is sitting in their base still. 53 seconds into the game, they should have paused well before this into the finals matchup. It's going to be unfortunate to see them a little bit behind starting things out. Ready question comes out from Vladimir. I believe Tristana has managed to get back in, but we have not seen her reconnect here. Tristana will push try to make her way out of the base. So she will get there before buffs come up. Going to see Nami engage onto Ashe. Ashe going to go full hand back onto the Nami though, and nobody is going to respond to Nami, but Nami will disengage that fight while Ashe does not choose to pursue. Ashe also showing Volley did not have her slow as available as it normally would be for her. Level 1 fights, not the greatest for an Ashe. About 30 seconds remaining until buffs come onto the map. Or large jungle camps, I should say. Blue side pings coming out towards both sides of the mid lane. Jace waiting in the top half of the jungle for the purple side. Again, guys, this is Team Thomas Cat on the blue side with D Coffee Shop on the purple side in this finals matchup. Pings coming out around the red buff for the Jarvan 4, and blue buff will be engaged onto by the Ashe for their team. Orianna actually opting for a leash assistance onto the Kha'Zix. She will make her way into the mid lane a little bit late. We'll see how that translates into their early game of play. Speaking about the summoners, I should likely get the scoreboard reorganized here. As I break the camera. My apologies, guys. Alright, here we go. Jace is the top laner. Vlad is the top laner. And we're good to go. Oh. Now we're good to go. There's going to be action into the bottom lane, though. Thresh and Nami both down to Havashi. Both ADCs fairly healthy here. One auto attack from both sides going on to each ADC. Thresh now down to about 200 HP. Nami has popped a health potion a little bit sooner. Will be fairly healthy as her heal comes out once again. Back up to full HP after that exchange. The damage onto Thresh has stuck though, despite him popping a health potion. Nami will engage onto Thresh. Bubbles come out. Thresh down to 100 HP. You could see First Blood coming out. And First Blood will go over onto Tristana. And great play there by Thomas Cat. Again, coming in from Jarvan 4 onto the top lane. LTR baby Moo on the Jace goes down. Going to now be a 2-4-0 kill score in favor of Thomas Cat coming into this matchup. 2 very early kills. Again, coming in for the purple side in the mid lane though. Ahri down to half HP. Kha'Zix will jump into range, gets his poke. She will be slowed down, flashes out over the wall though, and actually gets to safety. Jarvan 4 coming in for a counter gang in the mid lane. EQ combos onto the Orianna. Poke coming out from the Ahri as well. Kha'Zix forced to flash out of the fight. Teleport coming in from the Vlad as well. He will pull under the purple side outer turret. Picks up the kill onto Kha'Zix. Orianna looking to punish him for it, but Vladimir gets out of that with his life as well. Now a 3-0 kill score for Team Thomas Cat. Rushing some damage onto Tristana. They will back off of that engagement despite Nami going for vision control into the river. She's actually not dropped a ward in the river despite making her way up in that direction. In fact, I assumed she would have been going to drop her warding totem, but it is not currently available. Seeing Ward come off of cooldown, she will make her way back up into the river, potentially making her way to ward a little bit early there, knowing what her job is, but the ward was not actually available. Nami not knowing the timing of the warding totem is going to cost them a little bit of action in that bottom lane. Potentially going to be action into the middle though as Jarvan 4 comes into a gank onto Orianna. The flash will come out a little bit early from Orianna. EQ combo from the Jarvan 4. He will take 2 turret hits here. And the camera transfers over to the bottom lane where Tristana is hammering away on the Ashe. Thresh also getting fairly low here. Bottom lane combo for the purple side down to about 200, 300 HP apiece. Flash comes out from the Ashe as well there. Going to be an unfortunate situation for the coffee shop's bottom lane right now. Kha'Zix making his way towards the bottom half of the map on the blue side of the jungle though. Jarvan 4 and Ahri backing from the mid lane. Kha'Zix will come in well behind the Tristana Nami pair. He has been spotted, going to engage here onto Nami. Tristana will engage onto him. Rocket jumps away. Destiny comes out onto Nami. Nami should go down here potentially. The Flay from Thresh not able to connect as her flash comes through, and the slow from both the Ashe and the Kha'Zix again not connecting onto Nami. Nami coming back in with only 300 HP and no mana remaining, having popped her health potion. We'll see if she can come back in this and get a little bit more health. She does not have a lot of mana available. Coming back into this fight could be a mistake, though the Thresh Ashe combo are not in the greatest position either. Thresh has regen back to full HP, Ashe down to about half HP. Kha'Zix has recalled from the bottom lane. Alright, so to poke onto Orianna in the mid lane as well. Again, coming from Jarvan 4 onto Orianna once again here. She's going to go down 2 damage from the Ahri. Going to be a 4-0 kill score here for Team Thomas. Cats and Thresh could go down to the Tristana as well. Ignite onto Tristana though. She's going to pick up a double kill under the Ashe's turret. Ashe getting one more attack, but it's not quite enough. Ashe does go down, a double kill for the Tristana. Very, very well played by Tristana in that fight. Seeing her now sitting at 3-0 at this early point in the game. Ignite comes in onto the Vladimir, but he will pool trying to keep himself safe. And it's going to be a kill onto Jace for Vladimir as both Ahri and Jarvan 4 come up into the top lane. We're seeing a huge rotation from Thomas Cat right now. Tristana still in the bottom lane looking for additional farm. She's actually 10 CS above the Ashe here. Overstaying could cost her her life. Potential of a death sentence could connect onto her, but she will rocket jump away before Thresh comes into range. Begins to affect her recall from the safety of her bottom lane bush. Nami looking for roam into the mid lane here. Potentially drops a ward into the purple side jungle. Nami does indeed head up into the mid lane, looking to hold the mid lane while Ahri and J4 make their way out as well. J4 potentially looking for more damage onto the Orianna here. We'll show onto the minions before Ahri actually gets back out of the lane, and Orianna will completely back out of that situation. Ultimate comes out from Jarvan 4 and Kha'Zix will be deleted. A huge counter jungle coming in here now from Thomas Cat. Orianna looking to contest against it, but the blue buff is down to a quarter of HP. It will go over to the Ahri from the blue team. That indeed is a huge counter jungle by the Jarvan 4, Ahri, and Nami trio. Tristana by herself in the bottom lane as Nami comes back into lane. Ashe and Thresh could have their work cut out for them down here. Dancing next onto Tristana, she's pulled into turret, flashes out there, and bubbles comes in from the Nami, keeping Tristana alive through that exchange. A health spot has been utilized by the Tristana, who's going to go for as much pressure against this bottom lane turret as she possibly can. The Ashe and Thresh are fairly healthy here. An auto attack comes in from the Tristana onto Thresh as well. Orianna going for poke against the Ahri, gets punished for it though as poke lands from both of those champions. Jace going for poke onto the Vladimir as well, but it's about a half HP. Vlad looking for a chance to go back into that onto the Jace. Eventually Jace will recall from the top lane as Kha'Zix makes his way up there. Vladimir coming in under Jace. The turret gets blasted back behind the turret, and Kha'Zix is in the top lane as well. Vladimir could be in trouble here. Vladimir tries to pull himself to safety. His flash is available. He flashes back into the bush as opposed to over the wall. Poke coming out from the Jace. He could get away, but he gets slowed down and 200 HP, and he will go down to the damage from the Jace. A great play by the Jace Kha'Zix combo Ahri and J4 looking to roam up into the top half of the map. Have not managed to spot out either of those summoners though. Will make their way back towards mid. Could spot out Kha'Zix as he's onto his Wraith Camp, but do not make their way in that direction. Descends onto Tristana in the bottom lane. Ultimate comes out from the Nami, locking down the Ashe Thresh pair. And Tristana once again maintains her life. There's Ashe and Thresh are fairly healthy though, and Tristana is down to 400 HP. They could be looking to make a play here. Nami going for pressure against the Thresh, so picks up a few little bit of gold for herself. Ahri looking for roam into the bottom, and here Kha'Zix also potentially heading down. Could end up with a 3 versus 3 fight in the bottom lane, though Kha'Zix ends up on his white camp. J4 in the mid lane defending. Ahri will make her way into the bottom. It has not been spotted here. Makes her way towards that bottom lane blue side bush. Potentially looking to make her way to the bottom side purple side bush, but minions are in the way. Waiting for Ashe and Thresh to extend off of their turret here, letting J4 defend their lane. Kha'Zix coming in for a gank. They will not know it's going to be a 3 for 3 situation. The Thresh and Ashe will head in. Kha'Zix going to be engaged onto fairly hard by the Ahri Tristana pair. Tristana rocket jumps to safety. Descends comes out onto the Ahri from the Thresh. Thresh down about 300 HP. Ashe getting fairly low here. Ashe will ever get back to her turret and maintain her life through that exchange. Looking for a dive to come out potentially though. Oh, and I apologize, I broke the camera. Alright, back into the matchup at hand though. Jace looking to poke onto the Vladimir, and it's going to be a bottom lane turret going over in favor of Team Thomas Cats. Tristana barely avoiding Descents from the Thresh, which could have easily cost her life had it connected. Tristana is red weapon powder with only 500 health points left, though she is looking for this bottom lane inner turret. Orianna is looking to respond to this with assistance from the Thresh. Tristana could go down here, picks up damage onto the Thresh. Thresh could go down, but he maintains his life, ticking down still from the red buff and Tristana's extra damage, but it looks like he will get to that with his life. Orianna did pick up a successful kill onto Tristana. A great roam by the D-Coffee Shop mid laner. Jarvan 4 taking huge pressure from the Kha'Zix as well. Kha'Zix looking to continue in. He will get taunted by the Ahri though. Jarvan 4 down to just under 100. He's still ticking down. No red buff damage coming through though. Ultimate comes in from the Ashe, connects onto Jarvan 4, and he goes down. Orianna looking to get to the fight, but Kha'Zix gets taunted. Kha'Zix looks to re-engage, but it's going to be too late. Ahri gets enough poke to finish him off. Vladimir also in the mid lane here. They're going to look for pressure against that mid lane turret, but Jace is going to pressure into the top lane, forcing Vladimir to respond back up towards his own lane. Ahri looking for damage on that mid lane turret. Orianna is still in range to defend, but only 500 HP to her name. Poke comes out from the Ahri, not able to connect. Thresh looking for a death sentence here. If he could connect it, Orianna could potentially finish things off. Jace will recall from the top lane as Vladimir returns to get the minions off of his turret. Alright, getting healed up by Nami, who's roamed once again into the mid lane. Nami looking to roam towards the top lane now, potentially. That will be a successful top lane outer turret going over to the Vladimir from a Thomas Cat. Ping coming out onto Vladimir from the blue side. Not quite sure why they're pinging him, but he will affect his recall and get to safety. Tristana looking for pressure into the bottom lane. Kha'Zix looking to respond onto her. Ashe not quite in range to assist him. They will disengage that fight. Thresh in the mid lane looking to defend that mid lane outer turret, which has gotten down to half of his HP. Nami also into the mid lane here, while Jarvan 4 roams towards the bottom lane, or may wrap back around in the mid lane. 4 members of D-Coffee Shop currently in the mid lane, while Ashe defends that bottom lane outer turret against the Tristana. Nami has been spotted out by the Kha'Zix, but he will not continue the engagement. Jarvan 4 has engaged onto their blue buff as well, looking for a blue buff. So Tristana going full ham under this bottom lane in their turret. Picks up the kill on Ashe. Rocket jumps to safety. The Descent's not able to connect, but Jace finishes the job onto Tristana. Going to see Jarvan 4 also going fairly ham here, but Orianna and Jace managed to turn this fight around. Vladimir going to continue things. Orianna and Kha'Zix fairly low here, looking to potentially recall from the bottom lane after clearing out that minion wave. Jace is looking to continue the fight as their blue buff is going to be stolen. Potentially Ahri picks up a killing spree as Orianna comes back in a little bit late, a little bit too low, and Thresh goes down after popping the box. blue buff will not be stolen here. Those 2 kills will allow them to potentially pick up this bottom lane inner turret. Ashe looking to defend things with help from the Jace as Vladimir goes full ham behind this bottom lane inner turret. Jace will go down to a 4-man engagement from Thomas Cat. We're seeing some very successful rotations coming out from the blue side this evening. Nami just surviving that last turret. It will come back in range to assist Jace, trying to finish off the turret. Vladimir and Ahri are also in range. Kha'Zix and Orianna looking to respond to this. Minions could finish the job, but Kha'Zix could clear things out in time. No, the turret will go down. And you're going to see blue side engage onto purple's blue buff once again here. They will take that blue buff from them, leaving 1 minion alive, so it will not be respawning. Thomas Cat looking for a dragon here. I believe this would be the first, maybe second dragon of the game. Do not recall a previous one going down, though. Tristana engaging onto Jace in the top lane. Jace down fairly low. Tristana looking to continue the engagement despite getting blasted back into his turret. And that ward in the bush allows her one last auto attack, which finishes him off. Orianna just got a flash out of Vladimir. It's going to be a panic flash coming through. Will cost him later on in the game. Potentially no flash available for the next little while. Tristana looking for that top lane inner turret. Getting a fair amount of damage chucked onto it. But Kha'Zix and Ashe are looking to respond. Kha'Zix not able to get in range. Ashe throwing her volley onto the minion wave. Thresh continues the engagement on the Nami, has the Ignite onto her, and the Ignite will be enough to finish things off. Thought she might have walked into that one with her life. The Charm from Ahri not able to connect onto the Thresh, but her poke will come through. Tristana still trying to punish this top lane inner turret. Ashe is up there to defend it. Kha'Zix and Jace also coming into range here. Tristana will back out of that fight. He's actually looking to stay in there a little bit longer, potentially. Vladimir and Ahri looking to damage against that mid lane outer turret. There are 3 members of the purple side in the mid lane, 3 members of the blue side also in the mid lane. Once again, guys, it is Team Thomas Cat on the blue side with D Coffee Shop on the purple side. Seeing Tristana still look for more pressure into the top lane. Ashe still in the top lane looking to defend it. This mid lane outer turret will be going down momentarily. Indeed, that's going to be the 3rd turret, sorry, 4th turret of the game in favor of Thomas Cat. A 4-0 turret score, 15-5 in kills. They have roughly a 9,000 gold lead as we are approaching the 20-minute mark in this game. Ahri engages onto the Kha'Zix. Taunt will land. That's going to be enough for her to pick up the kill. Poke coming through from the Jace, not able to connect onto Ahri, but Nami comes in a little bit heavy, and Orianna could pick up enough damage here. Destiny comes through, not able to connect onto Nami. That's an unfortunate play by the Thresh. However, Nami does go down still. Dragon 4 also being engaged onto here fairly heavily. Ashe has taken a fair amount of pressure. J4 goes back in with an ultimate. J4 picks up the kill onto the Ashe. However, he continues taking pressure down about 300 HP. Tristana, however, behind the turret, picks up the kill onto Orianna, jumps away to safety. Jace going full ham, well, not full ham, he's under his own turret. Picks up the kill onto the Tristana, but does go down before picking up the kill onto Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4 remaining with 200 HP. Descent will connect. Thresh should go in. Yes, Thresh picks up the kill there as Kha'Zix comes back in to assist him. Kha'Zix taking a fair amount of damage from the Vladimir. They could pick up the kill onto Vladimir. They will pick up the kill onto Vladimir, as Thomas Cat potentially overstays that fight. I believe that was a 4-4-2 trade, potentially. No, 4-4 in the end of that, I think. So a fairly even trade throughout that fight, seeing a 19-10 kill score. Now still 5 turrets to 0 in favor of Thomas Cat's. D Coffee Shop is going to have to do a lot of work if they want to emerge victorious from this game, though so far they've been doing as much work as they can, doing very well, trying to come back into this matchup. We saw them go even in a team fight despite being down as far as they are. Nami and Jarvan 4 looking for pressure in the mid lane. Tristana was looking to head towards the mid lane as well, but will look to split push into the bottom lane here potentially. We have 4 defenders from D Coffee Shop in the mid lane. Ashe making her way out from behind that turret will make it 5 defenders into the mid lane. A split pushing Tristana will likely be responded to here. Jarvan 4 being chased down by the Kha'Zix. Jace part they fall off that. Kha'Zix heading towards the bottom lane. Kha'Zix still alone though. I do not think it's going to be enough to respond onto the Tristana. He notices his white camp is gone. Looks like he wasn't just inspecting his white camp. Head up towards his wolves as well. No, heads up towards the mid lane or the bottom lane inhibitor turret actually, as Tristana makes her way towards the bottom lane as well. Tristana gets a little bit of damage onto Kha'Zix, follows him in under that turret, takes 1, 2, 3 turrets, gets slowed down under the turret, takes a 4th turret. Kha'Zix could re-engage, he only has 300 HP, but he only has 300 HP as well, and Tristana goes down. A great play by D Coffee Shop's Kha'Zix, also coming in from the Ashe, finishes off the blue side Nami. Jarvan 4 also getting fairly low here, another potential overstay by Team Thomas Cats. We've seen them do very, very well up to this point in the game, but now they could potentially be throwing it back over to D Coffee Shop. Though Ahri cleans up 1 kill. Can she clean up the rest of those kills? Ahri looking for pressure against that turret. Will take 1 turret. It cleans up most of that minion wave with 1 poke. Flashes back and gets her taunt onto Orianna. Orianna down to about 200 HP, but Kha'Zix engages onto the Ahri. Ahri down to about 400 HP here. Kha'Zix still very healthy. Ahri does go down. A great play there by D Coffee Shop, now down only 5 kills. They've closed the gold gap by 2,000 gold. However, they are still down by 8,000 gold at this point in the game. They need to start turning those kills they're picking up into turrets and other map objectives. We've seen 1, potentially 2 dragons go down in favor of the blue side. Kha'Zix using his screw there to clear out a ward placed into deep into his jungle at his red buff by the blue team. He'll begin to recall after clearing out that ward, knowing that he is going to be safe from vision momentarily. A little bit of a reset in the map. It's looking like most minions are around the midpoint as Jace clears out that top lane pressure, or will be around the midpoint after the next wave. Rookman coming out from the pro lead into that top lane. Tristana is around there. Red buff has been spotted out. Looking like all 5 members of the pro side are looking to Tristana. That the Ashe ult will not connect on Tristana, but the Orianna ult does, as well as the death sentence from the Thresh mid-rocket jump. But it's not enough to finish off the Tristana. They do not hard engage there, despite having 5 members of their team more or less in range. And a 3rd or 4th dragon goes down to Team Thomas Cats. Again, guys, this is the finals matchup for Not So Stuck Gaming's amateur tournament for November 2nd. Currently watching Team Thomas Cats on the blue side, while they face off against D Coffee Shop on the purple side. We are in round 5. That is the finals of play. Thomas Cats undefeated through 4 rounds of play with their round 1 start. D Coffee Shop undefeated through 3 rounds of play with their round 1 bye. Getting towards that, Gummy Bunny has emerged victorious from the bronze match, which will be affected onto the bracket momentarily. The Nami ult will come through. They're kicked down to 3 members from D Coffee Shop. They will indeed lose their mid lane inner turret here. Bit of an unfortunate situation for them there. I am seeing Gummy Bunny as the victors in that bronze match, already affected onto the bracket. So congratulations to Gummy Bunny for your 3rd place finish. Squirtle Squad coming in 4th, still getting 800 RP for each of their final 5 summoners this evening. The siege coming out from the blue side here onto the mid lane inhibitor turret. A nice death sentence onto Ahri, exactly, or more or less, who you want to be grabbing as the Thresh. Going to see Vladimir coming, going full hand, but pulls away to safety. Thresh and Orianna, as well as Kha'Zix going down. However, it's going to be a 3-for-3 trade as Kha'Zix picks up a double kill. Jace coming back in this fight, looking for the kill onto Vladimir. The assistance from the Ashe. If Ashe can get enough slow on them, they could finish this off. Ignite going in onto Vladimir. The Zhonya's will come through, and Jace will continue the engagement onto Nami. Nami onto about 200 HP. Ashe going to re-engage onto Vladimir. Vladimir picks up the kill onto Ashe. Jace finishes off the Nami. And Vladimir and Jace are looking to duke it out here. Jace gets a nice amount of poke onto Vladimir. Vladimir pools to pursue onto the Jace. Jace, however, picks up the kill on Vladimir. Going to be a 5-for-4 trade in that fight. All summoners are now respawning back onto the map. Jace would be smart to back here, where he's going to look for a little bit of additional minion farm. Arizona clearing out the Wraith camp while Ahri and Jarvan 4 engage onto their blue buff. Jarvan likely handing this blue over to the Ahri. Ahri sitting at 7 and 3 is doing fairly well for her team from the mid lane despite being down 20 farm under the purple side Orianna. Looking like Thomas Cat could set up for a 25-minute Baron here, but they will clear out the ward and not engage onto it quite yet. Looking potentially to set up in a bush for some picks first. Jarvan 4 EQ combos over onto the Kha'Zix, who also gets locked up by the Nami. Well, then he will go down to the Tristana. All summoners from Team Thomas Cat's getting fairly low there. At least their backline all down to 300, 400 HP. Heals coming out from the Nami, making them a little bit more healthy. Jarvan 4 going to re-engage onto the Orianna, and Orianna will go down. Thresh goes down as well. The box comes out from the Thresh, but all summoners from Thomas Cat's are once again fairly healthy despite them being at 300 HP only moments ago. The heals from Nami, as well as the heal coming out from the Tristana potentially. No, Tristana's heal was on cooldown throughout that entire fight. Heals from Nami just overpowered right now. Get to hear a little bit of music as Ahri begins to recall there, but begins to cancel her recall as well. Blue side potentially setting up for a Baron play despite being very, very low. Ahri engages onto the Jace. Jace down to half a quarter HP, down to 200 HP. Ahri jukes around him and picks up the kill. Kha'Zix heading towards the Baron pit as well. Could have overextended, but he gets his way. Gets away to safety. Ashe throwing a volley in, manages to get off the remainder of the blue side. Tristana looking for a red buff steal, but it will not happen for her. Red buff going over onto the purple side's Ashe, I do believe. However, they will engage onto Baron. It will be a contested Baron. 4 members of the coffee shop are alive and able to contest this. Only the Jace not available on the map currently. Nami looking to zone off the Thresh and the remainder of the purple side. Baron down to about half of his HP. Baron down, I can't see his HP bar. Baron down to a quarter of his HP. Kha'Zix very, very low here. Goes down into the Tristana. Members from the blue side are getting very low, but the heal comes out from the Nami, keeping them healthy. J4 manages to finish off the Baron for his team, and 2 members of the coffee shop have already gone down. Despite a 3rd member of the coffee shop goes down. There's a triple kill for the Tristana. Only Jace and Ashe left alive, and Jace was only just coming back into that fight. A Baron empowered team in 20 seconds or 30 seconds until summoners coming back up. They will at least get 1 turret here. We're going to have a 5-man push into the mid lane. I thought they could have potentially ended the game, but the death timers are not yet long enough for that to occur. At least I don't think they will be. Going to see this mid lane inhibitor turret as well as inhibitor going down fairly quickly to the advance from Thomas Katz. Seeing Tristana sitting at 13 and 5 has done very, very well this game. Ashe engages fairly hard on the Tristana down to 50 HP as she rocket jumps to safety. Kha'Zix looking to continue the engagement, will not be able to finish it off though. Will finish the Tristana off though. Does cost him his life. Maybe now a 4-for-4 fight as Jarvan 4 engages fairly heavily onto the Orianna. Jace looking for some poke from the side, will engage onto in a 1-versus-4 fight under that bottom lane. Inhibitor is going to be engaged on very heavily. It's a triple kill for the Vladimir. Ashe going a little bit deep here. We'll get a nice slow onto 4 members of that team. Ahri will go down to the Ashe. J4 could potentially also go down here. Ashe looking for a volley there, picks it up, and that's going to be a double kill for the Ashe. Vladimir gets Ashe locked down though, and Ashe ends up getting deleted. An unofficial quadra for the Vladimir, looking for his unofficial penta, but he will... Ooh, Zhonya's under those 2 turrets. Death sentence comes out from the Thresh, and that's going to be an ace for Thresh. The coffee shop somehow turning that fight around, keeping all of their Nexus turrets alive on that. Blue side has now lost their Baron buff, though it did get them the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor in the mid lane. They will no longer have that Baron buff available for them. The coffee shop will have a slight advantage, though they're going to have to maintain presence in the mid lane as Team Thomas Katz has picked up that inhibitor advantage, spawning super minions into the coffee shop's mid lane currently. Again guys, this is round 5 of play, the finals matchup for Not So Stuck Gaming's amateur tournament. Currently watching Team Thomas Katz on the blue side, and they're facing off against the coffee shop on the purple side. We are almost 30 minutes into play here, seeing roughly a 1,500 gold difference between these two teams. Thomas Cats has 7 turrets to Coffee Shop's 1 and 36 kills to their 24. Most of the dragons as well as the only Baron being taken by Thomas Cats as well. They've done very, very well this matchup. Tristana clearing out her red buff will now be empowered with its extra damage. Blue side once again engaging onto Dragon as it comes onto the map. We're going to see a 4-man Dragon for Thomas Cats. Will go down uncontested. Jace recalling from the bottom lane Tribush. Vladimir almost gets in range to pick up a Jace kill potentially there, but did not have vision, and Jace will affect the recall safely. Thomas Cats now looking for a blue buff steal once again from the play. This will be the 3rd blue being stolen away from the Coffee Shop. This fight will continue as Jarvan 4 EQ combos over the wall onto Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix gets quickly deleted. Looking for this bottom lane inhibitor turret for Team Thomas Cats right now. Going to see Jarvan 4 go full ham, getting Thresh locked down in his ultimate. Thresh down just below half HP will get quickly deleted as Tristana begins to focus him. Going to see the bottom lane inhibitor going down. Ashe goes down as well. Only 2 summoners live. Is going to beat the Jason Orianna looking to defend this. And Nexus turret will go down for Team Thomas Cats. Only Tristana being removed from the map. They're going to have a huge amount of damage still available to them. Vladimir pools into the pool of the purple side, but does not get back out before unpooling, and it will cost him his life. Nexus down about half of his HP here. Jason Orianna looking to mount a successful defense. Kha'Zix has come back up. Ahri uses her Zhonya's to try and stay alive. J4 as well as Nami focusing damage onto the Nexus. Minions coming back into range here. Nexus down to a quarter of his HP, and the Nexus will pop, guys. That is the finals match going over in favor of Thomas Cats on the blue side over Team D Coffee Shop on the purple side. So a huge congratulations to Team Thomas Cats on their first Not So Stock gaming victory. Also, a huge congratulations to D Coffee Shop making it into the finals. You guys still go home with 2,400 RP for each of your final 5 summoners. Our 3rd and 4th place teams were Gummy Bunnies in 3rd with Squirtle Squad in 4th. Both of those teams qualifying for prizing as well this evening. And of course, our secondary tournament in the same situation. The Reaper is going home with their 1st place finish. Headrush Gaming Inc. with a 2nd place finish. HHS Esports in 3rd with Silence to Death and their 4th place finish. Anyways, guys, that is all of the action for the evening. If you enjoyed what we did here tonight, feel free to hit that follow button. We do this 3 times a week with our open bracket semi-pro as well as our amateur tournaments, which you just watched. This is going to be Dark Corpse signing off. A huge thank you to all of our participants and a thank you to all of our viewers as well for coming out.